You're watching Fox 9 all day.
Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in for Fox 9 All Day Live. I'm Amy Hockert. We're watching the weather for you today. Meteorologist Cody Matz is here with us throughout the afternoon, and we're just going to be here for you. We're just going to kind of keep an eye on things. We've seen a couple of things closing early, some schools because of the storm. We'll keep you posted in real time as all of that happens. We're also going to check in with one of our storm chasers, Tim Purrington, who's on the road right now doing his thing, so we'll talk to him in just a little bit. We're going to sprinkle in some interviews today as well as sort of the weather permits. There is an update today in the Jody Huisentruit case. So we're going to talk with investigative reporter Caroline Lowe, who's been known in this market for a long time as a stellar investigative reporter, but who's been part of the Find Jody group now for many years. And then we're going to head up to Duluth in just a little bit, where there are more than 1,000 people, all who really care about children's mental health. And they are gathered in one spot to kind of put their heads together and find solutions, support each other, and find ways to support our kids. So we're going to check in with one of the keynote speakers up there in the next couple of days. We'll talk to him in just a bit. If you live in the Brooklyn Park area, you're going to want to stick around for this interview with Brooklyn Park PD. We're going to find out how they're sort of tapping into the community to help bring crime down. We've seen this in other cities like Minneapolis, so we'll talk about that. Also, sports. We have a lot to talk about. There's so much that happened this weekend, not to mention the Wolves and that magic ride that they're on right now. So Max Fuller will pop in here hopefully a couple of times in the next couple of hours to sort of relive some of that magic. But of course, we want to start with the weather, and not only are we going to start with it, we're just going to kind of hang out with you here all afternoon so we can keep an eye on things together. Cody Matz is sticking around with us. So Cody, what are we looking at here as we kind of head into the noon hour and beyond?
Yeah, well, here's the good news. We're in our well-advertised lull, so there's very little happening right now. You don't have to set your storm plan in place, although you should have one just in case. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to roll anywhere. You don't have to pick up anything, like none of that, as we're reasonably quiet. Now, saying that, we've certainly seen kind of a ruckus start to the morning. Some heavy downpours, some thunder and lightning. This is a radar loop over the last 6 hours, and very easy to see the line of storms across central Minnesota pushing through, especially the north metro, with even some small hail in some cases and some hefty downpours. Quick 3/4 of an inch of rain reported from Crystal to Maple Grove, just north of downtown Minneapolis, into parts of the 35W corridor as well. So that's done. That's off to our north and east. Now we're getting a little bit of redevelopment. Some actually appearing just north of the Brainerd Lakes area, though generally speaking, not expecting severe weather from that. But it's this stuff. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen, we're going to focus more on that coming up here in just a second. So outside, well, it doesn't look all that severe like, does it? I mean, overcast conditions, there's a lot of moisture around, temperatures are on the rise. Right now we're in the low 60s, dew points in the upper 50s. It does have more of a summer style feel, but it doesn't feel particularly humid, doesn't feel particularly sultry. Even with this, even all of that said, even without sunshine today, I still think we have a very, very high chance, a high probability of some severe weather, especially across central and southern Minnesota. So we're already seeing that ahead of a cold front in parts of southwestern Minnesota, where temperatures are already in the 70s. Right now, 70 in Redwood Falls and Windham, and 73 in Marshall. Lots of 60s to the east of there, where we've seen rain basically the soonest. So over the last couple of hours, we've seen some rain, so it's held temperatures back a little bit, but we're pulling in a lot of warmth, a lot of moisture. Dew points are surging. These are sustained wind speeds of 15 to, in some cases, 30 miles an hour right now in New Ulm. That's literally pulling in that moisture and the warm air from areas to our south, and you can see that on dew points. Look at the dew points surge into the 60s now. And when you talk about dew point, you talk about level of moisture in the atmosphere. So you get the winter season, these dew points have to be below the temperature. So say you have a temperature of 35, your dew point may be 10, maybe minus 10. Obviously very, very dry air. When you get to spring season, when you get kind of that warmer day, but it doesn't feel quite as warm as the temperature should. You got like a 65, a little bit of a breeze. It's pleasant, but still kind of a cool edge to things. Usually dew points are very low, 30s and low 40s. Then you get to the late spring season. You get temperatures in the 70s. Suddenly, you get dew points in the 50s, maybe some low 60s, and it feels more humid. You do a little more sweating when you're outside. It doesn't have that cool edge to the breeze anymore. That's what you're feeling, the moisture, the increase in moisture in the atmosphere. When you talk about midsummer amounts of moisture, typically dew points are somewhere in the 60s and can be tropical into the low to mid 70s. That's kind of the air that we're heading to now that will essentially overspread much of the 94 corridor and point southward and then eventually kick east tonight and tomorrow as the cold front eventually swings its way through. So that's what we're talking about with dew points, level of moisture in the atmosphere. Now there's all the cloud cover, there's the showers and maybe even a couple of thunderstorms just north of the Brainerd Lakes area. But I want to put your eye right here, right in eastern South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota, and it actually does appear like we're just getting the first lightning strike on that particular cell, just crossing the border now. West of Marshall, looks like Cottonwood County at the moment. So that's essentially the line that we're watching. So you can actually see the line of clouds right there that the storms are actually coming from. That's your cold front, aka your wind shift. That's where you have the most convergence right along ground level or near ground level, and it sends the air upwards. That's how you get the thunderstorms to develop. And then all of this, you can kind of see them stretched to the north and east. So think of like pulling the top of that storm to the north and to the east. That's what we call shear. Upper level winds soaring at 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, and it's pulling that storm along. It's all of those components that give us severe weather in the atmosphere because you're able to sustain that upward movement because you're pushing it off from the underside of the storm. That's what we call shear in the environment. There's lots of it today. That's not a good thing if you don't want severe weather. So it's that line that will likely push eastward this afternoon. We'll continue to charge up the atmosphere out ahead of it, and that eventually will break through with some severe weather opportunities, and that's why there is a level 4 risk today. So starting in western Minnesota, right along the border now, can't rule out a isolated severe storm over the next hour or two, but it really gets going once it charges eastward, a little bit more towards Wilmar, a little bit more towards Jackson as we get to the mid-afternoon hours. Our timing here in the metro, our timing statewide, generally speaking, 2 to 10 p.m., our timing in the metro, greater metro areas, generally sometime between 4 and 8. Large hail, damaging winds, and even large, strong tornadoes, certainly a possibility that may spend a long time on the ground themselves. The average tornado is on the ground for like 6 minutes. But this is an environment where they could spend a lot longer on the ground, potentially producing damage. We call those long track tornadoes. They track along the ground for a long period of time. That's one of the reasons why there's so much concern with today is we don't have these variables in this setting all that often, so something to keep in mind. So walk you quickly through Futurecast. There's the bit of cloud cover. There's that line of isolated storms starting to develop in southwestern Minnesota, and then rolling eastward will likely expand and explode as we get into the afternoon hours, potentially into the west metro, 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that general time frame, and then scooting to the east metro thereafter, 6, 7, 8, give or take, and then hanging across some of our eastern viewing area, 8, 9, 10. And then that scoots eastward. We're done. We're kicking all severe weather area wide is done by midnight easily. Then we can all go to sleep. We wake up tomorrow morning with a touch of light rain left over. That clears, and we'll see some sunshine Tuesday afternoon. So warm and humid later on this afternoon. Go for a high of 75 with that level 4 severe risk, and then much quieter through the rest of that 7-day forecast. But we'll keep an eye on things as we get into the afternoon hours, or continue through the afternoon hours, and keep you updated right here on Fox Local as well as that Fox 9 weather.
Do you have time for a couple of questions?
Absolutely. Fire away.
Fantastic. So as far as timing goes, as I'm just thinking about people who are out and about tonight, this afternoon, maybe they have some activities, which hopefully things will just be canceled so we don't have to worry about it. But if you cannot at all help it, like my husband just texted and I was like, maybe just kind of stay at home after 2 o'clock, just if you don't have to run out and run that errand or whatever. Is that something you would advise to people, is just kind of find a place to kind of stay put?
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, it kind of goes to your comfort level. If it makes you uncomfortable to go out and do something, just stay where you are. Or at least if you have to do something, have a ditch plan, so to speak. Like, hey, I'm driving down said road. Oh, I've got a severe thunderstorm warning for my zone. I could go here. Know that ahead of time. Don't have to go, where do I go now?
Yeah.
Just know that ahead of time.
Kind of prepare. And then as you were talking about that line that you're watching coming up from South Dakota, you know, so those of us who are not scientists and not meteorologists, as we kind of watch that, if you've got your weather app, which we highly recommend, not just trying to push our app, but really keep this on with you today so that you have something near you so you can get alerts and things like that. But as if we're just watching that this afternoon and I'm watching the radar, you know, Futurecast or whatever, is there a point that you're watching that where it starts to move closer to, say, the metro area where you're like, okay, I can kind of see what this is going to be doing? Or is it one of these things that it could just change and change and change by the second?
I would say it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
So the line itself, once it gets going, once it develops, it'll generally just kind of sweep across the whole area. Now, saying that, each individual piece in that line may kind of morph and change. So once it gets going, once you can see the movement and kind of time out, okay, it's moving 45 miles an hour to the east, so I'm 212 miles away from that, do some quick math. If you really want to time it out, you could time it out to like that, because the overall forward momentum, forward speed of this isn't going to change a lot, but the stuff inside of it will kind of morph and change. So at one point, there may be a little spot that has a tornado warning because there's a little quick spin up tornado. There may be another spot that has a hail problem. Maybe another spot that has strong winds. So it's kind of the features inside of that line that are going to morph and change, but the line itself and the overall timing of that, once it develops, really isn't going to change much. So just do some math. If it's moving to the east at, say, 40 or 45 miles an hour, and you're 45 miles away from it, it's an hour from you. Okay. So you can kind of do some math from there. And of course, we'll keep you updated right here.
Okay. Sorry, one more really quick follow-up to that on the sort of timing of things. Just somebody who doesn't understand how these things work. How do you know how quickly that system will move through? Like, will it kind of move through really quickly, or could it
in each individual spot? So the line itself quite likely will be fairly thin, meaning the west to east distance will be relatively short. Couldn't put an exact mileage on it because we just don't know yet. Okay. But oftentimes they're relatively short, meaning that each individual location, say Hutchinson or say St. Cloud or say downtown Minneapolis, will spend 20-25 minutes in this particular line. Will have that threat for 20 or 25 minutes, and then that threat passes. So it should be fairly quick hitting. I do want to make note, though, that one of the reasons why there is a level 4 risk is for the potential for development out ahead of that line. Okay. So it would be isolated stuff. The little, you know, you look at a radar, you see a little pop-up storm. There's usually a little circle somewhere. That's a little pop-up storm. They're usually very isolated. You could go miles and miles and miles without seeing one, and then one little cell drops through one little portions of a county. That would be the stuff that we're going to watch for the potential for some strong, long-lived tornadoes. But that's a big if. We don't really know if that's going to happen. You didn't see it on Futurecast. But in this sort of environment, there's so much churning, so much movement, that sometimes random stuff like that can happen. It's that random stuff that gives us the most concern. Okay, yeah, just want to be prepared, you know, and we'll be here with folks this afternoon as long as things are happening. Even if they're not happening, we just want you to know we're going to be here. You're going to hang out with us. For sure, and we'll talk briefly a little bit more coming up in about 15 minutes. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Cody. Yeah. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's take a look at what's happening. If you watched the morning show this morning, Fox 9 Morning News, maybe you saw Kwan out in the weather tracker, and we were kind of taking a look at some of the roads, especially out in greater Minnesota, where they saw a little bit more action this morning. We had some rain come through here in the metro, but we thought we'd have our Lauren Andrago just kind of take a look at what's happening around the area as far as the roads go and how storms might be impacting that. Lauren?
Yeah, good afternoon. The lull is here, and we can see that out on the roads as well. Very little to talk about at the moment in terms of incidents. This is a look at 94 in Alexandria, which is now getting its second round of rain for the day. So 511 reporting wet pavement all across the Fargo-Moorhead area. And I don't know if you see that digital sign off to the right of the screen. It says focus on the road. Digital signs all over Minnesota are programmed to say that right now, because we have seen quite a few incidents pop up over the last few hours, I think because of wet conditions, and they're changing all over the place depending on where you're at. So let's take a look at some other cameras. This is the Brainerd area, Highway 210, where rain is not coming down at the moment. Actually, I see some sprinkles starting right now in the Brainerd area, but we definitely have some wet pavement and a lot of puddling in this area. There's been quite a bit of rainfall, and we've been dealing with wet roads for the last few hours. Over to St. Cloud, Highway 15, it does look like there's rain coming down here, some misty conditions. This is a spot where we saw some hail this morning, as well as some brief but pretty heavy rain. Say was in her weather tracker through the St. Cloud area today, and we saw a lot of issues in that area. Over to Monticello, this is where we saw the heaviest rain this morning. Around the 8 a.m. hours, we saw lightning coming down. Vehicles were pulling over to the side of the road to kind of wait out some of those heavier storms. So we also have some puddling. I've seen some intersections that are full of water at this point, but right now it looks like no incidents in the Monticello area. In the Twin Cities right now, we are crash free at the moment, but we had an active 9 a.m., 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. hour actually right here, 35W in Minneapolis. We had a jackknifed semi at 10:15 that nearly shut down 35W. It was actually just down to the left shoulder. Vehicles were getting past that crash for about an hour this morning. A 45-minute delay this afternoon, which is not something we usually see around the lunchtime area, but right now things are looking good. Actually nearly dry pavement here on 35W in Minneapolis. Obviously that is going to change, but follow those signs. A couple of other things I've been seeing, Amy, a lot of vehicles without lights on. Turn your lights on. If you're using your windshield wipers, your headlights should be on. Also, because we have so much new road construction, a lot of people's commutes are looking different than they did even last Friday. Use your Google Maps before you leave, when you're still in your driveway, before you turn your car on. Plug in your destination where you're going and see your route before you get on the road. I think distracted driving can often be made worse when we're just trying to follow along with our navigation. But right now, no sort of weather-related slowdown. It's just our typical congestion around the Bloomington-Richfield area. And I think I'm seeing a little bit of congestion in Monticello, between Monticello and St. Michael, where we have that 94 Gap project going on. I'll be here all morning or all afternoon, Amy, keeping an eye on the roads, but things are looking excellent right now. That will obviously change depending on where you're at and depending on where you're driving. But follow those digital signs. Focus on the road. That should be your only focus, getting from point A to point B, definitely on a day like today as well.
Okay, yeah, sounds great. Yeah, we got our eye on the entire region, not just the metro. So folks who are watching us outside the metro, we got you covered. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it very much. As we mentioned off the top, keep an eye on things like after-school activities. Most likely, as I'm kind of looking through here, things are going to get canceled today, but some schools already are canceling those. We've got some of the private schools here, Blake and Breck International School, and then St. Paul School District has also canceled all of their evening activities, although childcare is still available. So also some businesses, if you have an appointment somewhere or you're going to go, go somewhere, just check ahead of time, because those businesses might be closing down early today too, just kind of as a heads up. Okay, let's see. Let's run through some of our headlines today. Actually, nope. Let's do this. Let's go to the weather app. So this is really important. Not just trying to push this. This is a day, if you've been watching this morning, you've heard Keith Marlowe talking about it all morning. This is really a day when you want to have something next to you or within reach where you can be kind of in real time watching what's developing, because it really is sort of the wild, wild west as to what could possibly happen. And in a very severe scenario, it could be very, very dangerous. So download this. There's the QR code on your screen if you want to do that. Otherwise, you can just go to the App Store and download. This is totally free. The Fox 9 Weather app, also our Fox Local app as well. With the Fox Weather app, it's great. I sometimes have to text Ian on weekends and things. And I'm like, how do I find it? Because there's so many things that I haven't learned about how to use it yet, because it does so many things. But it can track where you are. So if you go from the North Metro to the South Metro, or you're traveling to Rochester today or wherever, it will give you exactly what you need to know wherever you are at that moment. So definitely keep that handy. Also, if you have somebody in your life who is maybe somebody who doesn't, follow the news, or isn't plugged into social media, or has a disability or something, and you're concerned about them, definitely let them know about what's going on, because not everybody is plugged in and paying attention to stuff, and we want everybody to be as prepared as possible. Okay, now let's go through a couple of the headlines here that we have. And again, we're going to continue to watch things. You can see it there on your screen. As soon as we have updates, we'll bring them to you. Meteorologist Cody Matz is just a stone's throw away here. So really quickly in our headlines, this story caught our attention. So there is a small development in the Jody Huisentruit case. Of course, she's the Mason City, Iowa news anchor who disappeared. It was on her way to work early morning in June, nearly 30 years ago. Well, today, part of a search warrant was released, and the part that was released has to do with police GPS tracking of a couple of vehicles driven by a man who was subpoenaed by a federal grand jury in this case years ago. He has since passed away. But in just a few minutes here, we're going to do a couple more headlines, take a break, and then we're going to chat with Caroline Lowe. Many of you will be familiar with Caroline's work, former investigative reporter at WCCO for many years, and in many recent years has been part of this Find Jody team, this small group that's just been working so tirelessly to find answers. And so she'll let us know what came out in the search warrant this morning. She'll be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. A couple of other headlines here. A big election day in Canada today. So they are voting on whether to extend the Liberal Party's decade in power or give control to the Conservatives. And they're choosing between the new Prime Minister right now, Mark Carney, or a populist opposition leader. And I'm sorry, I don't know. I took French for like 6 years. Pierre Poilievre, I'm just going to say. I think that's it. So political analysts have been talking about this, and they say that this election really is also kind of a referendum on President Trump. They say that liberals seemingly were headed for a pretty solid defeat until President Trump took office, and of course the tariffs were threatened, and then the tariffs became a reality. So a lot of these political analysts have said that this is going to be a referendum on President Trump as well, and it could swing back to the liberals on this. So a lot of votes, interestingly, a lot of votes have been cast already before today in early voting. In fact, a record number, 7.3 million Canadians have already voted in this. So I think the results I saw are expected later tonight. So another story to kind of keep an eye on today. Okay, another headline that just popped up here late this morning is this one. It appears that an Angie Craig Senate run is officially happening. So you may know one of our contributors, Blois Olson from Fluence Media. He's a political analyst, and he says that sources are telling him that Craig plans to announce her campaign for Senate tomorrow and then hold a rally over the weekend. So she joins this already, this field that has some notable names in it, including Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, former State Senator Melissa Lopez-Franson, who's on the DFL side as well. On the GOP side, so far, we know Royce White has said that he will run again. He had a failed attempt last year to win Senator Amy Klobuchar's seat. So this is starting to heat up. There's been speculation that Angie Craig may join that, and she hasn't really talked about it publicly much, but we may find out a little bit more tomorrow, according to Blois. Okay, I want to tease ahead to just one more little thing here to an interview that we're doing in just a little while, I think next hour. Brooklyn Park Police have launched this new initiative, and really what they're trying to do is take aim at group violence. And they say what makes this different is that it is much more proactive and much more community-based. And we've seen this kind of thing play out in other communities like Minneapolis, St. Paul. They say in Brooklyn Park that this is, they're calling it kind of more of a holistic approach, more data-driven. So we're going to talk with LaTreasure Dixon from Brooklyn Park Police coming up in just a little bit. Find out what this is all about, what sort of changes they can anticipate seeing. And then you may have seen something in the headlines over the weekend that happened in Brooklyn Park. There were hundreds of cars that were gathered, and they were kind of causing some problems, just noise problems, and some reckless driving, things like that. So we wanted to find out maybe how a program like this might tackle those types of issues in communities, specifically in Brooklyn Park. Okay. Let's, do you want to take a quick break? Yeah, let's take a quick break and reset just a little bit here. We're going to come back. We have not just an eye and a half on the weather today. Meteorologist Cody Matz is here. Lauren Andrago is keeping an eye on the roads, even out in greater Minnesota for you. But we're just going to kind of hang out with you today and watch what develops. We'll be here for you. Cody's on it. If there's anything we need to know, he's going to jump right in if there's anything that develops. But you are watching All Day Live, and we're so glad that you're with us here on this Monday afternoon.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
All right, welcome back to Fox 9 all day. We are with you here this afternoon as we keep an eye on the weather and what may develop. As you've seen, our Cody Matz is here with us this afternoon, and he's going to pop in here every so often. Kind of like weather on the nines in the mornings, but we're going to keep him close, and he'll pop in here and just keep us updated on what's happening. The timing we're looking at around 2 o'clock, things starting to bubble up a little bit more here in the metro. A little bit of a lull for us right now, but it's a good opportunity for us to kind of take a look and take stock and see what might be coming. Definitely download that weather app if you haven't already. The Fox Weather app. Keep that close. Fox9.com, the Fox Local app. We're here with you. We'll continue to be present with you, and you can count on us to sort of walk you through what's happening today. Okay, let's go to one of our bigger interviews today that we wanted to get in here, because a lot of you know about the Jodi Huisentruit case. Many of you lived through that time, and if you don't know about it, you've probably heard about it in recent years as there have been some developments. Well, today, I guess I'm kind of calling it a smaller development as my more novice eyes take a look at it. We'll find out from our guest if that's the case, but there's this development in the Jodi Huisentruit case. Again, the Mason City, Iowa news anchor who disappeared on her way to work nearly 30 years ago now. Today, there was part of a search warrant that was released. So joining me now to kind of catch us up is Caroline Lowe, former investigative reporter at WCCO for many years. But once an investigative reporter, always an investigative reporter, still part of the Find Jodi team that's been working so hard for many years to find answers. Thank you for joining us, Caroline.
Thank you for, especially a busy news day, for taking some time to focus on Jodi's case.
Well, you're somebody who anytime there's any tidbit, you want to kind of keep it out there, because as you know, being in the news business, anytime we can keep this kind of stuff in the headlines, it's just helpful. Today, it sounds like we have a portion of a GPS search warrant from 2017. Can you tell us a little bit about what this warrant, why it was issued, what it's for, who it was for?
Sure, and thank you so much for setting this up by indicating it's a small development, because a lot of the coverage has made it sound a lot more significant. What's going on here is in 2017, Mason City, Iowa police got a search warrant, got permission to put GPS tracking devices on 2 vehicles associated with John Van Cise. He's now deceased. He's been a person of interest over the years. He was part of Jodi's social circle in Mason City. And they were specifically tracked one of his vehicles. We don't know which one, but one of them that he drove to Iowa because at the same time he was subpoenaed to be before a federal grand jury and provide DNA, palm prints, and fingerprints to the FBI in Iowa. So while he was there, the device was put on one of his vehicles, continued on the vehicle from his trip from Iowa back to his home in Phoenix, Arizona, where he's lived for more than 25 years. In terms of what they were seeking, very little information is being released. I talked with the county attorney in Cerro Gordo County this morning. He basically said that no information relevant to the investigation was obtained, and the police chief himself said back in 2018 that no useful information was released. The key thing that's not being released here, other than just what we're hearing about specific vehicles, the dates, is the information contained in the search warrant affidavit. And now, as you know, that's what a police investigator signs, presents to a judge, and it has the nuts and bolts of the case. A lot of confidential information is in there, but it's part of how the investigator makes a case to convince a judge to sign the search warrant. And certainly as a journalist like you and I, we're very curious what's in there, but the county attorney pretty vigorously opposed having that portion of the document released, saying it would be harmful to the ongoing investigation. And the judge agreed with him in a split decision about a month ago, announced that he would release just the search warrant portion that we're talking about today, but indefinitely keep the affidavit, the key facts of the case, sealed, as I said, indefinitely.
When things kind of bubble up like this, and we hear, last week we had heard that there was some information that may be released, how is it for somebody like you or people in the group, in the Find Jodi group, to kind of ride this roller coaster? Or have you over the years just learned to kind of stay steady through all of these ups and downs?
Well, we have gone down a lot of rabbit holes, and in this case we knew enough along the way to know that this wasn't going to be significant, just from sources, things we'd heard. But and we knew it would also get a lot of attention. So the upside is it helps keep Jodi visible, particularly just 2 months short of the 30th anniversary, which is where we are gearing up. When we first heard about it, it was 2018. We didn't know for a year that the search warrant existed, and one of our followers came to us and alerted us, and we did a story. And at the time, the significance there was the first time publicly we'd heard anything in 20 years specifically about John Van Cise. And we learned that there'd been a federal grand jury back around 1997, and here there was a second one meeting in March of 2017. So a lot was going on in March of 2017, the search warrant, as well as a federal grand jury. Mind you, neither grand jury ever ended up indicting anybody, but that was probably much more significant than what's coming out today. But every little bit of information you learn something from, and we are looking through the technical part of the search warrant, which is just latitude, longitude type of information. But yeah, as I said, at the end of the day, it did not provide any new information on the case.
Caroline, I mean, you obviously as a reporter, it is so inherent in who you are. You got to stick to the facts and what we know and what we don't know. I'm curious, though. I've kind of always wanted to ask you. I mean, do the public perception, all these years later, I mean, do people still think that John Van Cise had something to do with this, or do they have thoughts about who they think, just sort of in talking in town, who is connected to this?
I would say from years, a lot of people leaned that way. In more recent years, we've certainly seen activity. In just the past year, Mason City investigator went and they did a search in Winstead, Minnesota. They also went to Wisconsin, following up on somebody who's been connected with two homicides. So I think in recent years, I've seen an increase in people being more open to other possibilities. And I also think Jacob Wetterling's case did that to a lot of Minnesotans. When we saw for years the focus on one person, and then out of the blue in 2015, learning it was somebody who'd been looked at from the beginning, but totally different from anybody who'd been on the public radar. So I think people are more open-minded maybe than they were a few years ago. The attorneys who were seeking to have this search warrant open, I should mention, were working with a private investigator, so they were trying to lift a cloud of suspicion off of Van Cise and his family now that he's passed away. And that was kind of mystifying to some, because I've never seen an affidavit that made somebody look good, but maybe they thought they might find something in there that would, as I said, lift the cloud of suspicion or point in some other direction. But now we're left really just to speculation, and we're, as a team, we're focusing moving forward to the 30th anniversary in June.
Which is incredible to think about. And when you think about 30 years ago, and we see this, pop up every once in a while. We just had the baby angel case just this past week in Winona County, using genetic genealogy. Do you hold out hope, or do you think that there might be some modern day tools that could start to, unearth some things, crack some things open in this case? Or have you kind of gotten to the point where you're like, boy, we're just so far from that?
I don't think you could ever give up hope, particularly as you get to know Jody's family and you watch what they've gone through, because this is fresh now. I mean, it's another Christmas without Jody. It's another Mother's Day, another birthday, and that keeps it very current and fresh. In terms of the tools, one of the tough things with the Find Jody in Jody's situation is that there is very little forensic evidence. On the other hand, with AI, you wonder what AI tools might come to pass, might be a factor. You just have to keep going. Relationships change. We have certainly seen that in many of the cases I covered in Minnesota, where a person was supportive or held back information for years, and sometimes down the road. Or I interviewed Paul Stefani, the weepy voice killer, who a couple months before he passed away confessed to the murders he was convicted of and gave information on another one that he was never suspected in. So those things have happened enough in my time as a reporter to know that it can happen, and that's what we're waiting for in Jody's case.
And finally, we know that whenever we come up on a major anniversary like this, it really is an opportunity to continue to get the word out there. What are the types of things that you're hoping to do through Find Jody and your group to sort of, keep her name out there and keep the conversation going?
Well, we just renewed our billboard for another year. We put up our first billboards in 2018 on Jody's, what would have been her 50th birthday. So that will be visible. We'll be having a ceremony. Some of Jody's closest friends will be there. Just keeping it visible. We get a lot of media inquiries this time of year. We've done our podcasts, and we're just going to keep pushing it. And one thing that's developed in recent months the viewers might be interested in is Jody's family has decided to, they created their own Facebook page called Jody's Hope, and they want to have more personal stories and take a little more control at times of the narrative. I mean, they're very much appreciative of all the coverage, but it's a two-edged thing, as you know. Coverage doesn't necessarily mean positive things. So they are taking steps that way to have a voice, and we're seeing more and more families do that, of missing persons and unsolved murder cases.
Yeah, you're right. In all these years, the family hasn't really been out front a whole lot, and so it would be interesting to get that perspective. So Jody's Hope, you said, is the Facebook page?
It's Jody's Hope, and every Wednesday until leading up to the anniversary, her niece is posting a song that either Jody liked or something meaningful. It started with You Are My Sunshine, which Jody used to sing to her, just things like that were part of their lives, and she puts photos, and she's also keeping an eye on how things are covered. She's prepared to jump in if necessarily to set the record straight. So, and when the development happened with the search warrant, they put out a statement as a family opposing the release. So it's sort of, I think it's an empowering thing for families that we see do that sort of thing.
Wow. All right. Caroline, thank you so much for your time today and for kind of getting us caught up on this. Like you said, I think people will see the headlines today, and I think it's important just to, out of respect for the work that you're doing and the family, just to kind of keep this in perspective as to what it actually is and how it plays a role.
Thank you. And one thing we just did last week to kind of, because we know a lot of people come to our site media, is we put out a thing, 30 years, 30 facts. And if you go to findjody.com, we're doing our best to try to set the record straight. And if we make a mistake, to get it corrected and try to have a collective knowledge of the most accurate information we can nail down in the investigation.
Okay. Well, thanks for all the work that you've done. You have, an incredible career here in the Twin Cities. So trusted in these spaces, and so for you to kind of take this over to that world and use your skills there has just been really, it's been very inspiring. So we appreciate.
Thank you for all your support. This, you've covered this over the years as well, and I hope someday to come back and talk about the final chapter.
Yeah, that would
and
be
go from Find Jody to Found Jody.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you, Caroline. We appreciate your time. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, Caroline Lowe, longtime reporter at WCCO, incredible investigative reporter there for many, many years. All right, Amber, do we want to take a quick break and come back, or what would you like to do? Yes. Okay, let's take a break. We are keeping our eyes to the sky, staying sky aware, as we like to say. Right now in a bit of a lull, coming up on 12:40 this afternoon, but we've got our eyes all over the state and the region, watching some storms come right to the left of your screen, the bottom left. That is what meteorologist Cody Matz is watching right now. That line of storms is just going to be moving into Marshall soon here, and then northeast. So Cody's here. We're here with you. We're going to be here with you this afternoon and weather the storm together. All Day Live continues after this.
You're watching Fox 9 All Day.
Welcome back to Fox 9 All Day. I'm Amy Huckert. We're here with you. It's 12:42, coming up on 12:43, and we're going to hang out with you this afternoon as we weather the weather together. No matter what it brings, we don't quite know just yet, but meteorologist Cody Matz is here.
Weather the weather together. That's good.
Together.
You should coin that.
Should I? Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
I now owe you a nickel.
It's Cody approved. I love it. Okay, so we're just checking in with you. Obviously, we're in a lull right now.
Yes, but things are starting to change a little bit.
All right, let's go.
I didn't put this on the radar you see at the bottom left right-hand corner of your screen that we've had for the last 10 minutes, just because it can get a little confusing if there isn't someone in front of this explaining it to you. So I'm going to walk you through it. So the biggest change really is basically the Storm Prediction Center. So that's the really smart folks out of Norman, Oklahoma. That's where it's based. The really smart folks through the National Weather Service have issued their tornado watch. And I realize some of the terminology can get confusing. So we'll look at it like this, and I like to compare it to baking and cupcakes. Okay? So you have a watch and you have a warning. A watch, in this case, this is a tornado watch. You see the box on your screen across much of west central, southwestern Minnesota, and northwestern Iowa. If you have a tornado watch, it means the ingredients are around for tornadoes to develop. AKA, you have all of the ingredients for your cupcakes. You've pulled them out, you've bought them at the grocery store, you've pulled them all out of the counter, or all of the cupboards. They're all on the counter, the oven is turned on, and you've done nothing else. So everything's just sitting there waiting to be made. When you get a tornado warning, that's when all of your goods you have on the counter, you've combined them into a bowl, you've stirred things up, you poured it into a pan, you put the pan in the oven, and you close the door, and suddenly you're baking cupcakes. That's kind of what we talk about with a tornado watch and tornado warning. So really nothing you need to do personally when a tornado watch is there other than to make a mental note, okay, the next few hours, there's a tornado potential. That's it. It's kind of like a heads up. It's our healthy middle ground between what we call our convective outlook. Remember our 4 on our 5-level scale, that's what we call our convective outlook. That's the outlook of way in advance. Hey, there may be some severe weather stuff at this time frame. Then you get to the tornado watch, which is, hey, we've now fine-tuned the area and the time frame itself that where tornadoes are possible. In this spot, it's between now and 8 p.m. And then if you get a tornado warning, it's saying, hey, there's probably a tornado in this spot. Could be ongoing or could occur at any time. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We're in the middle ground at the moment, but we're kind of moving things along, so to speak. So lose the tornado watch, get rid of that because it can get a little confusing. There's all the cloud cover. We're getting some of the holes in the clouds in southwestern Minnesota. That's not a good thing. It's just adding more fuel to the fire. You're adding more heat, more instability to things. And then you get this line of storms now developing in southwestern Minnesota. This is the western edge of your tornado watch box, so it does include Marshall, Slayton, Laverne, Worthington, Jeffers, Jackson, northward to Redwood Falls and Wilmer, all of essentially west central and southwestern Minnesota. So there's your watch. The ingredients are there for your potential tornadic development. This is your baking zone. This is basically what will take that ingredients, throw it in the pan, throw it in the oven, and pop out a cupcake, aka a tornado. That's what this could potentially do. But there is no warnings on this at the moment. So that's good. No potential severe weather in the immediate time frame, but doesn't mean you can't get some hail, maybe some nickel-sized hail, some gusty winds, and some torrential downpours. We actually, Lauren and I were actually looking at some of the cameras right around Canby about 15 minutes ago. It did appear like there was some hail on that camera there. So it is moving to the east. It should continue to strengthen. We'll let you know if there's any warnings, any immediate danger, if and when that does occur. So that convective outlook I was talking about, your 4 on 5-level scale, that's this that you've seen for essentially the last 4 or 5 days. It feels like months at this point, but we've seen this coming for a while. So here's your timing, 2 to 10 p.m., essentially closer to 2 out west, closer to 6 in the metro and the 35 corridor, closer to 10 across our far eastern zones into southeastern Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, all a possibility. So walk you through the next few hours according to Storm Vision. There's the storms firing up now. We'll essentially keep that line. It may even expand a little bit, and it will likely strengthen as it pushes eastward, but it may be pretty quick hitting. May move 45, 50 miles an hour to the east. We'll see. We really got to get it going before we can determine how fast it's going to move its way eastward. We will know quite likely in the next couple of hours as it moves toward the metro. We'll get a more based timing for you as it rolls its way eastward. So there you go. There's that line. That will likely have some gusty winds, some potential for some big hail, and some isolated tornadoes. We're also watching out ahead of this for some isolated storms to develop out ahead of this line. Those would have a much higher probability for some tornadic development. Of course, we have our storm chaser. He's in parts of southern Minnesota. I know Rob Olson's kind of hanging out in portions of the West Metro. We are going to talk to more of them coming up a little bit later. But just keep your eye to the sky. Your Fox 9 weather app will be handy as we head through this afternoon. If you haven't done it, I know notifications can get annoying. I turn them off a lot of the time too. So my parents are in town. They're probably watching right now. They're actually at my house.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, yes. I actually walk them through how to turn on their notifications just to make sure, because the great part about our app, which very few of them actually do, is make sure your GPS location is turned on, make sure the notifications are turned on, and then wherever you are, you get an alert if there's a warning. In my opinion, that's the best part of our app, and I even use it.
Maybe in a little bit, you and I can kind of walk through that really quickly, and we can actually show people in real time how to do it.
That's great.
But you just mentioned that we have a couple of other folks that are going to be along for the ride with us, and one of them is Tim Purrington, who is the storm chaser that we have kind of exclusively here at Fox 9. We wanted to keep you up, Cody, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Hi,
that's
Tim.
fine. I'm going to pull up the current radar, so keep going.
Could you do that? So let's welcome in Tim Purrington. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it.
Amy.
Hey,
how are you?
Good, and you're in a good place. You've got somebody driving for you here, so we're stopped and everybody's safe. But I want to know kind of where you've been today and what you're looking at, where you're looking at going here in the next 30 to 45 minutes.
So we're going to be traveling west towards the New Ulm area, and we'll start out somewhere in that area and wait for that line and other storms to fire as they move towards the metro. And so that's the plan right now. One thing that I want to point out too is in the metro now, it's temperatures are in the low 60s. It's cloudy. It doesn't really feel like a storm kind of day. And we don't want people to be complacent in any way, is to think that this is nothing, and because these storms are going to come in very quick, and they'll be able to fire very without any warning. So it's important to think that just what's going on right now doesn't seem to be the conditions for severe weather today.
And Tim, Cody, can I ask him just one quick question? I'm
Sure.
going to have you pop in. I'm just curious, Tim, as you were kind of watching the forecasts and watching, even last week as we get closer and closer, you're starting to see what's coming. What was kind of going through your mind? Because by all accounts, by what Cody's been telling us and other meteorologists, this is, it falls on the more rare side than common.
Yeah, we have a very sheared environment, very strong winds in the upper level and at the lower level. And then you're adding warm, moist air that isn't here in the metro yet, but, coming up on the south, and you have all the ingredients in place to have a very high severe end. It's just not very, very common in this area, especially this time of the year.
Okay. Cody, you want to jump in?
Yeah, Tim, I actually wanted to ask you, so we've been talking a lot about this line, and it does look, in my opinion, and I think your opinion, a very linear event, meaning a line of storms kind of crossing the state. Do you put any stock to maybe a couple of isolated storms developing out ahead of it? What's your overall thoughts on the isolated storm factor out ahead of it that would give some folks a little bit higher probability of tornadoes?
Yeah, so right now most of it does look linear, like you're saying, like because of the winds, they're kind of running parallel or directional. So the thing is, most of these storms right now look to be linear, and more having tornadoes embedded in that line. They won't last as long, but they're almost more dangerous because you won't see them. They'll be embedded in the line. If we can get those winds to veer a little bit and be able to create a couple storms out in front of this line, and that's where people, if they're watching radar or whatever, and they're just focused on that line, and then all of a sudden you have a couple cells that'll fire in front of that line, that's when things can get very dangerous. And if they can stay isolated, then we could really see some long track dangerous tornadoes.
Yeah, and to the average eye and to the average folk, the line will appear bigger. It will look more menacing on a radar versus this little tiny storm or a couple little tiny storms out ahead of it, but really not to negate the threat along the line. But if we can get a couple out ahead of it, those are the ones you as a viewer, you as Joe Schmo, you as us really are going to be more focused on, just because that can harbor the stronger tornadoes.
Exactly, and they will come up quick. This is not something that's going to be slowly developing. They're going to develop rapidly if there's anything out in front of that line.
And Tim, along those lines, if I could I think we just should say, you're a trained storm chaser, and there might be people who on any other kind of a storm will run out there and get in their car and try to do something. Can you kind of walk us through why, this is different and your advice to anybody who might be thinking about doing that?
Yeah, so it's hard without getting too technical, where on days where we're chasing a tornado on a warm front or something like that, where it's slowly moving and the shear is lower. With this high shear, these storms can go up in 15-20 minutes and then dropping very fast moving tornadoes, and you can get yourself caught. You're not knowing the road network, not thinking ahead. You might be traveling on an east-west road and the road dead ends, and now what? Do I go north? Do I go south? And you get yourself in trouble. So this is definitely not the day to be out messing around.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that. There are storm chasers and avid storm chasers alike that are killed every year or just about every year, especially in the South Central Plains, and not necessarily from the storms themselves, but there's so many folks on the road in these rural areas where there's one or two roads that eventually cross. They're not paying attention because they're watching the sky, they're watching their phone, they're watching something else, and they end up running into each other going at very high speeds, and so you run into some issues. So that is, in the weather world, we call that storm chaser convergence, because everyone kind of rolls into the same spot, and then you literally have a traffic jam in the middle of a farm field, essentially. That's not something we want on a day like today, just because these storms are moving so quickly.
Yeah, good advice. Tim, we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on you and where you're at and what you're seeing, and we'll be able to share that with our viewers today as well. We appreciate your time, and you guys stay safe out there.
Yeah, good luck, Tim. Stay safe.
All right. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Go ahead. All right. Thanks, Tim. Okie doke. All right. Again, we're just going to kind of keep putting this up because we know we have viewers kind of coming in and out of this coverage. But this is really, really important. If you scan this QR code right now, it could not be easier, and you'll get that Fox 9 weather app. I know Cody's going to probably go back into the weather center and get back to the models and things. But at some point here in the next segment or so, we should definitely pull up that app, and he can show us how to. And maybe if you can figure it out for somebody in your life that can't figure it out, definitely turn on the GPS tracker, because no matter where you are, that will send you the alerts and make sure those alerts are audible and that you can hear them. It's that kind of day, and we don't say that to scare you. We just say that to let you know that it is definitely that kind of day where we say stay sky aware, but today in particular, the potential is for very, very severe weather, large hail, tornadoes, high winds, things like that. So just stick with us. We've got you covered. We got your back. We'll be here with you throughout the afternoon. Cody will be, and again, we've got those crews out there as well watching it. Our crews will sort of follow storms. We've got Tim Purrington, who will be kind of out more ahead of things. So we'll let you know in real time how things are shaping up. All right, you want to take let's take a quick break and come back. We're just going to continue to follow some of the day's news. We'll sprinkle some of that in there for you, but really first and foremost, we just want to be here for you as we kind of ride out this storm, whatever it may bring together. Right now we've got this lull coming up on 1 o'clock here in the metro, but we know that things are going to be starting to fire up here in about an hour or so. We're here for you. All Day Live continues right after this.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
And welcome back to Fox 9 all day. We're glad that you're with us today. It's a Monday, but not just any Monday. We've got our eye on the potential for some very, very severe weather today. So we're here with you. Cody Matz has you covered. I feel like there's that commercial, Cody, the Allstate commercial, where you're in good hands with Allstate. You're in good hands with Cody Matz.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take a jingle.
Yeah, you need your own jingle. As we just kind of keep an eye on things as they develop. As we pointed out, the sort of noon to 2 window when we're on live, a little bit of a lull, but we're going to just stay with folks here and walk you through.
And there's a lull, but not for everyone anymore. There is one severe thunderstorm warning now in extreme southwestern Minnesota. It's right along the southern flank of that line we've been talking about since all day began at the top of the hour, top of noon in southwestern Minnesota. So you're watching us from southwestern Minnesota, essentially Sioux Falls to about Laverne. That's where warning is. We'll zoom in on that in just a second. I did want to point out, though, the clearing out here. I shouldn't say clearing, but certainly some big holes in the clouds. And so that's leading to a lot of warmth. We're going to start to tap into some of this juice, so to speak, as those storms continue to trek eastward. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning. Includes portions of South Dakota and then essentially Lyon County and Lincoln County, southwestern Minnesota into northwestern Iowa. So right at kind of that triple point, so to speak, of the 3 states. It's essentially for some big hail moving to the north and east. Kind of tough to see on this radar vantage point just because it's so close to the Sioux Falls radar, and I actually turned it off because it was just making things messy. But you get the general idea. This will go for the next 28 minutes. Take us to the bottom of the hour at 1:30. That's heading towards Laverne, probably into the Laverne neck of the woods right at 1:30. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues that warning or not. But you can see the broken line of storms. Now, this is what I was talking about. The actual line itself is pretty thin, meaning the distance from west to east, but you get these little cells in the middle of that line. So you have the potential for a little hail there, a little wind here, maybe an isolated tornado there. You get the general idea. So it's not everyone getting all the stuff in that particular line. It's kind of luck of the draw as the line rolls through. So there's the one warning, bottom left-hand corner of your screen in yellow. And then this red box, what we call a tornado watch box. So the difference between a watch and a warning. We talked about this about 15 minutes ago. But a watch is you're baking cupcakes. You have all the ingredients for cupcakes on the counter. You just haven't put them in a pan and thrown them in the oven yet. So we're getting there, meaning we're getting to the potential for some tornadic development. Then if you get a warning, in this case a tornado warning, which there isn't one now, then you've put all the ingredients in the pan, you threw it in the oven, and you're baking cupcakes. That's the potential here. Severe thunderstorms work exactly the same way. So if you were to have a severe thunderstorm watch, you have the ingredients on the counter. And then if you have a warning, which in this case is in southwestern Minnesota and extreme southeastern South Dakota, the ingredients are in the oven and you're trying to make cupcakes. In this case, you're trying to make big hail up to the size of golf balls. That's what's heading its way eastward. So there's another look at that line in parts of western Minnesota, about to roll into the Highway 59 corridor, already through kind of the Appleton area. Marshall, you're probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes. Slayton, you're probably an hour, give or take. Maybe the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Worthington, you're a little after that as that line is kind of curved off to the north and east. So there's our potential. We call this the convective outlook, aka what's our opportunity on a 5-level scale, a 5-number scale for a severe weather threat today. This is a level 4. This is the largest level 4 our neck of the woods has seen since 2011. It's been 14 years, and that's one of the reasons why we've been talking about this, what's seeming like forever. But now we're getting there. Now we're starting to get into the thick of things over the next few hours. So we'll continue to develop in western Minnesota. Now it rolls its way eastward as it expands and forms into a line. And then we potentially get a couple of isolated storms behind the line. Those may also pack a little bit of a punch. That will take us metro generally sometime between 4 and 8. Depends on your location, how quickly it can move eastward. That's why we can't narrow down the timing yet. Once it fully develops, which it hasn't yet, I realize there's a line out there, but it's still kind of broken. It's still trying to get its act together, considering there's only one warning. We'll be able to kind of fine tune exactly when it would push into the metro. Doesn't feel super sultry, steamy out there in the metro now, but we're getting there. Right now, temperature at 64, 70s, solid across southwestern Minnesota. We may pop a few more degrees. And notice your wind speeds out of the south, 20 to 30 plus in some cases. So that's pumping in the moisture, pumping in the juicy air, the stuff we need to make instability, get the storms going. Look at the dew points surging well into the 60s. We're getting real close to a 60-degree dew point, so it's feeling more and more like summer here in the Twin Cities. So here's the last several hours. There's the one warning, extreme southwestern Minnesota. I realize it's blocked kind of by that all-day icon, but you get the general idea. It's essentially for Lyon County and extreme southwestern Minnesota through 1:30. We'll keep our eyes on this and, of course, check back with you if anything else gets going.
There you go. Cody, can
Yes.
do you have just a quick second to kind of walk us through the Fox 9 weather app? Go grab that, and then I don't know if we have just a second to put the QR code up, guys. I know I'm asking for things kind of here at the last second, but if it's possible, if you haven't already downloaded the Fox 9 weather app, you can find it in the App Store, totally free. There we go. So if you scan this QR code right now, if you can, we'll just give you a second to do that. And what we're going to do is Cody is going to help walk us through a couple of the settings that you're going to want on this Fox 9 weather app, especially if you're mobile, if you're moving around here between now and this evening. But so go ahead and scan that QR code. And if you don't get a chance to scan it, just go to the App Store and download it for free. Okay, Cody, so what are the couple of things that you want us to do when we have this app pulled up?
I don't know how close I can get to my phone here. But if you pull the app up, see if we can work on camera 9. Okay,
yep.
Good. So you'll see kind of a screen like this. There's a bunch of alerts at the top. It's essentially stuff that we've kind of posted with our web team. So there's a tornado watch and kind of describes what that is. There's a little warning icon there with a severe threat and kind of going through the process of that. Then you get current conditions. There's an interactive radar down here. There's a kind of an hourly walkthrough, although that morphs and changes depending on what the models show. But it's really up here. So top right-hand corner.
Those top three little lines up there.
Yeah, top 3 little lines. Go to location.
Okay.
And then you click on this, and it's going to say essentially the top one that says follow me. You want it to follow you. I know that in the grand scheme of things, that's not the greatest. I get it. But on a day like that, you can turn it off and on. That's the best part. So you click on follow me. So if you click on that little icon, it'll start following you.
Okay.
And then you can go to settings, make sure your notifications are turned on. And once it starts following you, let me go back real quick. It should say your location.
Yep.
If it doesn't say your location, so I'm in Eden Prairie, so it says that, then great, it's following me. You can also just turn it off. So if you were to cross over to Chaska, it follows you there. If you go to Hutchinson, it follows you there. That's how you make sure your GPS settings are on, and you do have to go to your original, like if you have all of your GPS settings turned off in your phone itself for your entire phone, it will give you an alert like, oh, I can't do that. Go to your settings. You must turn on your GPS.
That's where I am right now. And so that might get people confused. But if you click on that, it might take you back to like your general settings.
Correct.
And then just go down and find Fox 9 Weather, the app that's Fox 9 Weather. And you click on that and it will open up a page that will basically say notifications on or off. And so like mine are off right now. Oops, allow. So I thank you for this. I needed this. So yeah, so I put, and again, you can turn this off after today. You
get through today when there isn't severe weather, just turn it off.
Yeah,
that's
but
fine.
For now, just definitely just have that. And then also cannot stress enough, if there are people in your life who who may not be plugged in to social media or TV or just not paying attention, if you have somebody in your life with a disability and you're worried that if the time comes for them to get to a safe place, just try to reach out to as many people as you can, not to scare them, but just to kind of make sure everybody has the best chance of being prepared.
Well, and just like have a little backup plan.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at how many questions I got about, hey, so if I were to leave this place at this time and go to this location because I have to protect my dog or protect my animal, can I do that?
I was really worried about my dog, Cody.
I agree. I'm not making light of it, but that just goes to show that you just have to have some preparation. And at the end of the day, if you feel safer doing one thing versus another, just do that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It is what it is. And on a day like today, you don't want to take chances.
Also, call ahead because, if you have a haircut scheduled tonight, there's a chance that they're just going to shut down early and let their employees go home.
Also true.
This kind of thing. And we know that in many of the schools, including Minneapolis and St. Paul, have now called off all after-school activities. So they're really, they're there shouldn't be just sort of willy-nilly reasons to be out and about tonight. So there we go. Okay, we'll let you kind of get back to it, and we'll check back in with you in a little bit because we do have some more developments happening. So thank you for that. And then we also have an eye on the roads. Not so much because it's, you know, winter storms and there's stuff going on, but anytime, you know this from being in traffic, anytime there's precipitation, sometimes, Lauren, sometimes that's a bigger issue than the snow can be sometimes, right?
Totally, and we've been seeing that throughout the morning, especially with these evolving situations where in one city it's dry and then the next town over down the highway there's all of a sudden, you know, really heavy rain, and I think that's catching a lot of drivers off guard. As I'm clicking around from camera to camera, it's completely different weather conditions right now. This is what Fergus Falls is looking like, as well as the Fargo Moorhead area all the way up to the Grand Forks area. I'm seeing these gray skies, and it looks like visibility could actually be starting to decrease right now. Now it looks like rain might be coming down. The 511 app right now is saying normal driving conditions across the state of Minnesota, which means even if there's wet roads, MnDOT crews are saying the wet roads are not a concern for drivers at the moment. That has changed throughout the morning and will probably continue to change throughout the afternoon. No issues right now on 94, but I'll show you a couple other spots where things are just looking a lot different. Over to Highway 210, we showed you Brainerd about an hour ago where roads were almost looking dry. We had almost blue sky conditions. That is different now. Those isolated storms are kind of starting to move across the state like Cody was telling us about earlier, and that's why things look different depending on the camera that you're on. I want to take you to, this is Owatonna, I-35 at County Road 34. So right along that Highway 14 line, we're seeing rain, but if you go just north a little bit to Faribault, completely dry. It looks like it never rained here today, although what I am seeing is windy conditions all over the place. So this is something that we'll be keeping an eye on too as we go through the afternoon. We had a couple of issues on 35 today. I actually just saw a spin out in Owatonna that just got cleared. So all over the state, weather conditions, and I think wet roads could be causing some issues, even though our crash map might not be telling us. So let's look at some roads. Even though I don't have cameras out in southwest Minnesota, we have roads, and these green roads are tracking speed plus density. So if there are slow speeds or if there's a lot of cars in one area, we're going to be able to see what's going on. And it looks like there's no issues right now in the areas surrounding Marshall and Redwood Falls. No problems on Highway 14 in New Ulm or Sleepy Eye. 212 is looking good, as well as Highway 12 through the Wilmer area, which is what it sounds like where the heaviest of the storms are coming first in Minnesota. North of that, things are looking good too. I'm seeing a little bit of slowdown on Highway 71 near the Sauk Center area, but even from Alexandria through Fergus Falls, where I know we've got road construction going on too, things are looking just fine, as well as the Little Falls to St. Cloud area. Even though we did see rain is falling down in that area up toward Brainerd, things seem to be looking fine. And here's our Twin Cities map. A couple of crashes going on around the Twin Cities, but for what it looks like, the Twin Cities and the greater metro area, roads are looking pretty dry at the moment. Amy, it sounds like all of that could turn around in the next hour, so we'll be keeping an eye on the West Metro especially, and western Minnesota, spots like Delano, Glencoe, Hutchinson, that could be getting wet road conditions and some issues because of that first.
Yes, and Cody was just saying earlier, because I was asking him, you know, should we be out on the roads after about 2 o'clock? Because I'm somebody who's just more, you know, I'm a bigger scaredy cat. So I'll stay home. But he said if you are out on the roads, just have kind of a game plan, right? He called it a ditch plan, somewhere where you know you can go. Can I ask you a quick question about 35? So 35W, I know there was some issues over the weekend. We had all of the big detour and the closures. Is that an area, because when it rains, you know, obviously things get dicey on the roads, people start to slow down. Is that an area that you're kind of still going to be watching into like the 2 o'clock hour or 3 o'clock hour as things start to kind of get going?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because you can actually see some slowdown right here at the bottom of my screen. We've got an active construction zone on 35 between Cliff Road and the Burnsville split. It's all reopened now, but we have unpaved road, which I think could cause a lot more puddling and some issues. And we also have single lane traffic on Highway 13 over 35W, which was slow from the morning hours all the way until lunchtime. And Amy, when we had that jackknife semi in Minneapolis, we had 2 residual crashes pop up in that backup. So when we deal with wet roads and impatient drivers and slowdowns. That can cause so many more issues. So yeah, 35W, Burnsville, Highway 13. If you can avoid that area at all today, I would suggest it. Otherwise, definitely expect some congestion in that area as we deal with construction and wet road conditions.
Yes, and be aware of people, because it's hard when hail starts falling. If we see large hail, people in cars, you know, myself included, can tend to like panic and go, oh God, and you try to get to a place where your car is protected. But if everybody's trying to do that, it's going to be a little kind of chaotic on the road.
We can't all fit under the overpass.
I know. So just maybe be aware, and just stay home too if you don't have anywhere to go.
100%. I'm going to pick up my groceries after this, and I'm headed home, and I'm keeping my car in the garage for the rest of the night.
Smart, very smart. Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate that update very much. All right, thanks, Lauren. Let's. You want to run through a couple of headlines here, quick, Amber? Can we do that? Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sure. Yeah, we mentioned this with Cody, but just to reiterate now, throughout the evening, definitely you'll get alerts probably on your phone from, you know, schools and things like that. We know Minneapolis Public Schools, St. Paul Public Schools have both closed all of their evening activities. So there will not be any evening activities after the school day, which should be rounding out here shortly. But just know that if your child goes to another school, you probably heard from them already. But also just things like appointments, you know, if you've got a haircut or even a doctor's appointment or something coming up later this afternoon, it might be worth just a phone call to see if they're going to stay open if you haven't heard from them yet as well. Just to kind of just keeping an eye on things tonight, because we just don't know. It's one of these situations where you know, meteorologist Cody Matz is on it. He's watching. It's a lull right now, and as storm chaser Tim Purrington said, you can kind of look outside and go, well, I think we're going to be just fine. This doesn't look bad, but it's going to sneak up on you really fast a little bit later, and it could be very, very, very severe. So keep an eye on all of that. But we're here with you. We're hanging out with you. We'll get you through it and give you all the tools you need to get through this as safely as possible. Let's just run through a couple of other really quick headlines here that we're following in the news and sprinkle those in as we go. The first one is this election in Canada that we're keeping an eye on. Did you want to do that one, or do you want to do do you want to do the Who's in Truth story? Sure. I think we'll go past that one for now, and we'll reiterate it a little bit later. Just a very small development in that story. Our interview with Caroline Lowe here just a few minutes ago. But one of the bigger stories happening today is to our north in Canada. So big election day today, and they are basically voting whether to extend the Liberal Party's decade in power, or do they give control to the Conservatives? So the current Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is up against this populist opposition leader. And political analysts are also watching this and saying that the election is really a referendum on President Trump, because so much has happened since he's come into office in January. And they say that even prior to that, it seemed like the Liberals were headed for a pretty sound defeat. But now, after the threats of tariffs, after tariffs have become a reality, some of those things have changed. We do know, this is really interesting, that there's been a record set in the number of voters who are voting early in Canada. So a record 7.3 million Canadians have already voted. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day goes. I think early this evening or later this evening is when we expect to have those results. Okay, also this story that's popping here this afternoon that a lot of people have been speculating about, but it now appears that an Angie Craig Senate run is officially happening. So Blois Olson, who's a contributor for this show, runs Fluence Media, has said that he has sources telling him that Angie Craig does plan to announce her campaign for Senate tomorrow, and that there's even a rally that's being planned for this weekend. So this field already has some big names in it from the DFL in particular. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is running for Senate. We know former State Senator Melissa Lopez Franson also on the DFL side. And then so far on the GOP side, we know that Royce White has said that he will run again. You might remember he's been in elections here for a few years. His last was this failed attempt to win against Amy Klobuchar in her Senate seat. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then really quickly, just want to tease ahead to this interview that we still have coming up here shortly, right, Amber? Brooklyn Park? Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Why don't we do this? I'm not even going to tease it, because I think we're just going to take a break and come back with LaTreasure. So Brooklyn Park PD is really excited about this new initiative that is going to take aim at group violence. We'll talk about that when we come back from the great break. As you can see on your screen, we also have eyes locked into what's going on. Meteorologist Cody Matz is in the Weather Center, and he's going to be updating us here in just a few minutes as well. Because while we have a lull outside here in the metro and west central Minnesota, to our south and to our west, so southwest Minnesota right now is starting to see some things bubble up, and he's watching that system as it starts to gain strength and move. We also have Fox 9 storm chaser Tim Purrington, who's headed that direction as well. So we got you covered. We're here for you. We're just going to hang out throughout the afternoon. You can count on us to just kind of be your companion throughout the day here. Let's take a break and come back with more with Brooklyn Park Police and the initiative that they're going to be rolling out here very soon. All Day Live continues right after this. We're so glad that you're with us today. It's 1:20 on this Monday afternoon.
You're watching Fox 9 All Day.
Well, welcome back to All Day Live. I'm Amy Hockert, and yeah, we've got our eye on the weather here. Here in the metro, a bit of a lull. It's 1:23 in the afternoon, and we knew that kind of between noon and 2 here, at least, and in sort of west central Minnesota, we'd be in this kind of lull. But Cody Matz is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes with some updates, including what's bubbling up in southwest Minnesota. So we'll keep you up to date. We're just here with you, kind of just weathering the weather and the storm, whatever it might bring. So stick with us, and we'll keep these the radar up and live cams from the area as well. But we wanted to talk about this today too, as we sprinkle in some of the news of the day. There is a new initiative that's happening. It's kind of starting in Brooklyn Park Police. They are launching a new program that they're really excited about. And essentially, it takes aim at youth and group violence, but they're doing it in a different way, really kind of pioneering it for the city of Brooklyn Park. So joining me now is Brooklyn Park Police's Community Intervention Unit Manager, LaTreasure Dixon. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So tell us a little bit about this new initiative. What makes this different?
Yes, well, traditional violence interruption is already out there. It's nationwide. What's different is that a police department is hosting it with our very own city employees. And so that's what stands apart. We're not hindered by most places who have to have have that data restriction in there and have that privacy practice having not being able to be a part of that. We really have access to all information because we're city employees, but we're also making a difference as the same type of foundation that true violence interruption nationally has known.
And I'm glad you brought that up. So I wanted to just ask you about, because as I'm reading about this, it looks like one piece of this is data driven. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that specifically means? Or is that kind of what you're alluding to with being able to access information, that kind of thing?
Yes. So we have our own data analyst dedicated to the unit, and so she's amazing, and it gets us the patterns, the trends, the information that we need to really impact lives in a positive way. We look at incidents and actions and interactions with police, usually sometimes at a snapshot, and now we get to utilize that information in a long-term way to be consistent as well as proactive in intervening in the lives of youth. And so we're making this the possibility to be step in ahead of time and also to step in instead of officers. So we have that data there.
And then,
I guess when you were also,
go ahead.
Sorry, when you were also asking, we just got into a place in Brooklyn Park where we could predict almost the next person to be involved in a group violence or violent act as either offender or a victim. Incredible. And so we utilize that data to say, hey, this unit is actually needed to be successful and helped us to combat that.
And that's really interesting. I'm glad you brought that up because the other piece of this is community based. And so, as you're looking at, because we hear this, sometimes we have Chief Brian O'Hara from Minneapolis come on and he'll talk about a lot of the problems tend to be a smallish group of people. And he tends to know right away, I bet it's this group or this, these kids or whatever. So in Brooklyn Park, what are some of the ways that you want to kind of bridge that based on the challenges specific to Brooklyn Park, bridging the community-based piece of this and the problems that you're having specifically in Brooklyn Park?
Great question. So we do have that as well. We know that the challenge is bringing that community piece together. And so this unit actually is comprised of not only a data analyst, but also 2 youth and family intervention specialists, as well as an 8-person community-facing team known as our Brooklyn Park Voices. And these individuals within the team make sure that they are all in communication, not only with themselves as part of the CIU, but also within our officers, our community members, our school partners, our businesses. And so we're utilizing every stream of communication and partnership to interact with the youth where we see them at, in community, in homes, in schools.
And so something popped up in the headlines over the weekend that people may think about, and they think, okay, Brooklyn Park, this happened this past weekend. A bunch of cars, people got together in a parking lot, and there was, some noise, a lot of noise issues, and some reckless driving, things like that. And it's my understanding this is not something that this group would necessarily cross paths with. But let's say it was a situation where it was a park or something like that, and there's a large group of people gathered in a park. How would this group kind of intersect with something like that? Would it just be on the front end of it prior to anything happening?
Great question as well. We would not be involved in something vehicle related because that has traffic complications and collisions and things like that. But yes, a large gathering in a park, that would be something that the team could either be ahead of police or behind police for. So if we get some rumblings about, there's a couple of kids hanging out and maybe it's growing exponentially very quickly, and so we stop by and our team stops in and says, hey, do you have a permit to be in the park? Do you know there's a noise ordinance? You can't have this, you can't sell that. They give information so that it's more conversational to give them their own decision to leave, because it's not illegal to be in the park in a large gathering. And if you have the proper permits to be there, it's fantastic. You can have your large gathering as long as it doesn't get out of hand where anyone's being hurt. And so we utilize that time if we're able to get there before that to say, yes, hey, these are all the things that you're supposed to have in check before you're here. Do you have that? And if they do, fine. Let's also be there, part of their event, and helping to support them if they have the proper paperwork. If not, and we're called into a scene with the officers as they are dispersing a crowd, we want to be there for those that are not able to make it home right away, or had gotten left at the scene because they were riding with other individuals, and now they're stranded. And this is a youth that lives not in Brooklyn Park, or maybe lives somewhere else, and they're just needing extra supports and conversation to help them to not have more negative interactions, should that have been one.
It sounds like you guys were going to maybe make the big announcement today and roll this out, but maybe that's been postponed because of the weather. So when do we anticipate this will get going? And is there an opportunity for people in the community, if they want to get involved, how can they?
I would love to give you the date. We don't know it yet, but we're hoping that it will be very soon. But you should have seen us out already if you live in Brooklyn Park. The team has been out for almost a month now, making connections, building relationships, and having opportunities to see kids where they're at. And so if you see us out, the cars are wrapped in our design, in our logo. You can also go to the Brooklyn Park Police website and connect with us there. You'll be able to connect with me directly too. We want to be in community, and we want you to definitely reach out if you see us.
Okay. Well, this is big. This is big for your department and for that community. We appreciate you taking a little time today to share this information, and we'd love to just kind of keep up with you and see how things are going a month in, 6 months in, see how it's going. Absolutely. We appreciate the opportunity and the acknowledgement. It's something huge that we really want for the city. So thank you so much for the time. Awesome. Well, thank you, LaTreasure Dixon, Community Intervention Unit Manager, Brooklyn Park PD. All right. Have a good night. Hunker down somewhere. Yes, you too. Thanks. Take care. All right. All right. As Amber's kind of... Okay. Perfect. Okay. I've got a secret voice in my ear. It's not secret, it's Amber. You all know Amber. She's letting me know that we're going to take a quick break and reset a little bit. When we come back, though, Cody Matz is within earshot. He's just right over here. We're going to take a look at what's happening. I couldn't do weather. What's happening here, especially down in southwest Minnesota, and then also kind of keeping an eye on, things like the roads, because when it rains and, if we get hail later, we're going to want to pay attention to what's going on. So we're here with you. We're here for you, and we hope you'll stick with us here as we continue our coverage. It's 1:32. It just turned 1:32. I'm Amy Hockert, and we're glad that you're with us here on this Monday afternoon. We're going to get through this together. It's going to be an interesting night. We're going to get through it together. Definitely download the Fox Weather app, though, if you can, and check on your people. And we'll be right back after this. We're so glad you're here.
You're watching Fox 9 All Day.
Thanks for being with us for All Day Live. I'm Amy Hockert. It's 1:35 and we got you covered. We're just tracking what looks like a very severe storm that is going to be moving to our area right now here in the Twin Cities metro. It's pretty quiet to the west central Minnesota, pretty quiet, but meteorologist Cody Matz is here to tell us that he's starting to see some things popping in kind of the southwest part of the state that he's keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and I'm actually just rolling through, so I'm on my phone because we can are kind of informed through the National Weather Service. We use a program of our own that's obviously you can't get for the general public, but they give us information via like storm reports or damage reports or stuff like that. And I was just kind of refreshing the feed here to make sure nothing has been reported yet. I didn't think there would be, but I'm watching the Laverne neck of the woods because there is a pretty solid storm basically passing right over the city of Laverne that could have some golf ball size hail to it. But all they're talking about is the tornado watch. I have not seen anything official through any official sources. And just kind of an aside, if the funding situation with the National Weather Service continues to dwindle, we may lose some of these opportunities. And just kind of wanted to throw it out there that there is this much collaboration, not only with the private sector, but with the public sector to keep everybody safe in cases of severe weather. So here you go. There's the scattered, broken line of storms, however you want to describe that, across portions of western Minnesota. There is some sunshine out ahead of it, basically adding fuel to the fire. We haven't broken into that sun yet, although we may here in a couple of hours here in the Twin Cities. So there's the storm that I was talking about. Look at all the lightning strikes, indicative of a very strong cell. You get north of Laverne and it's more pocketed with some pocket rains and some pocket downpours and thunder and lightning. But there's your new severe thunderstorm warning at the bottom of the hour. Started at 1:30, goes through 2:15. Murray, Nobles, and Rock County, essentially Laverne north and eastward to just about Slayton. So there's the storm I was talking about. And look at the whites and pinks. That's a sign of really big hail basically over the city of Laverne as of right now. Now, if you're in and around Laverne and you can safely, keyword there is safely, take a little video and send it to us, that would be great. If not, don't worry about it. Make sure you're safe, make sure you're in a safe spot, because that's not a good spot to be in this particular storm. And I wanted to kind of 3D it. So this is a 3D image with color to show you kind of the top levels of the atmosphere. So here's ground level, here's 10,000 feet, here's 20,000 feet. Yes, storms go this high. 30,000 feet looks like the top, probably just shy of 40,000 feet. Honestly, that's actually a little low. You get to the heart of the summer, you can have 50 and 55,000 foot tops. But that's a whole nother aside. And what I wanted to point out is this. This is what we call the core of the storm. Basically, all of the stuff that would essentially be falling out of that storm, whether it be heavy rain, whether that be hail in some cases, or I can't think of anything else at the top of my head, but it would be one of those two things, is the updraft, the winds upward, pushing that thunderstorm to the top levels of our atmosphere, so up to 40,000 feet, are so strong that it's holding all of this stuff up in the air. So we're talking an updraft. I mean, you could talk upward winds of 70, 80, 90, 100 miles an hour. That's one of the reasons why airplanes do not fly through thunderstorms. They fly around them. A lot of times that's why you have delays or cancellations in the summer season, the warmer season, because you can't fly through that. I mean, you can, but bad things happen. So you fly around it. But that's just how much stuff is being lifted. So it just sits there. Well, eventually the updraft, the winds going up, will weaken a little bit, and it kind of waxes and wanes. It's not always 90 miles an hour. Sometimes it's 90 miles an hour. Sometimes it'll weaken a little bit and become, say, 45 miles an hour. Well, guess what happens? All of that stuff begins to fall out of that cloud, and that's when the really big hail falls out of the cloud. And you don't really want to be underneath it when it does. And if you are, you want to be in your safe zone. And so that's essentially quite likely what's happening in and around Laverne. So that's why there's that severe thunderstorm warning. That core will continue to roll its way north and eastward towards Lyon and eventually towards the Slayton area. So we move farther to the north. There are other thunderstorms out there. No warnings with these. This is just to the northeast of Holloway, east of Morris, rolling towards Sauk Center. These honestly could have a warning to them at any time, but no warning to speak of as of yet. Some heavy downpours, lots of thunder and lightning. Could even have some nickel-sized hail at the moment. Again, That's not severe criteria. It has to be 1 inch in diameter or larger to get a severe thunderstorm warning. That would be quarter-size hail or larger. So there's your storms across western Minnesota. We talked about a line, but we talked about we weren't quite sure just how dense it would be, meaning is it going to be every spot along the line that gets a lot of this stuff, or is it just going to be pocketed? Well, right now it's just pockets. Notice there's kind of holes in between. That's a sign that upper level winds are actually shearing off the tops of these storms. And so you really have to get this thing rolling into the juicy atmosphere to see it continue strengthening. Honestly, that's a good thing at the moment because it's preventing any widespread severe weather. Obviously, that one glaring exception is parts of southwestern Minnesota, right over and now just to the northeast of Laverne. Because of all the ingredients around, we have a tornado watch in west central and southwestern Minnesota. Think of it like baking cupcakes. I've made this reference before. Tornado watch is basically the in-between between our convective outlook, aka we have a level 4 risk on our 5-level scale. We call that a convective outlook. That's issued 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in advance. Then in between that and stuff actually falling out of the cloud, aka a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, we get watches to fine-tune the location and the time frame that we're expecting possible severe weather. That's what this means. So we have all the ingredients for our cupcakes on the counter. We have the oven turned on. We just haven't put it all together yet. Then if you get a tornado warning, or in this case, a severe thunderstorm warning, which is in southwestern Minnesota, now you have all the ingredients in your pan and you've popped it in the oven and you're gonna make cupcakes. That's what a warning essentially means. So there's your watch. There's your current warning, southwestern Minnesota. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, which is good. And you can certainly see it's running into some sunshine. It's running into fuel. Quite likely, these are going to continue to strengthen as they roll eastward. So there's your convective outlook. We talked a lot about this over the last several days. That's what I mentioned, our level 4 on our 5-level scale. Haven't seen anything this widespread and this high of a risk factor for our entire viewing area. You have to go back 14 years. So 2011, one of the reasons why we've talked so much about this and it feels never ending, at least will be done later on tonight. So walk you through the next few hours. Here's how it will quite likely unfold, or at least some version of this. There's your broken line now. We'll continue to expand, likely strengthen as it rolls into that fuel. We're just going to add fuel to the system the later in the day it gets and roll towards the Twin Cities. Metro, best timing for the Metro, sometime between 4 and 8 p.m. As this unfolds, we get a little closer to that time frame. We'll fine tune that, of course. Probably the sooner on the west side, the later on the east side, and then as you get much farther east of the 35 quarter, probably after the 8 o'clock hour towards 9 and 10. So just keep that in mind. You can certainly see some of the fuel. 70s in southwestern Minnesota, 60s from the metro and points southward. That's current temperatures. We're pulling in lots of moisture and lots of warmth. So winds 15 to 25 plus miles an hour. Check out your dew point, a 68-degree dew point in Wilmer. That's like a mid-July gross day. So that's just how much moisture there is. We're talking almost tropical levels of moisture. So there's one more look at storm vision. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for the time being in far southwestern Minnesota. We'll keep you updated if there's any more warnings. As we get through this afternoon, Ian's joining me now. We'll kind of tag team this together as we get through your dinner and your evening hour as well. Amy, back to you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We know you guys are right there for us as we continue to watch all of this, and you're not going anywhere. So
nope,
thank you.
We're here.
All right. A couple of other really quick little things before we take a break. Amber's been looking up some pictures. And again, if you have photos, as Cody said, if you're in a safe place, if you feel like you can send those to us. Amber, how do we want people to send those? Is that through? There you are.
Fox9.com/photos.
Okay.
If you are somewhere safe, like Cody has said, and are able to take pictures, send videos of what current conditions are around you, Fox9.com/photos.
Okay.
Super, super easy. You can submit them there, and it really does help us keep track of current conditions, right? Like we're just up here in the cities, and it's hard to really know exactly what it looks like
Laverne
on the ground.
right now.
Laverne right now. I do actually,
speaking
speaking of that, have a couple pictures from MnDOT here that I can show. So, Laura, if we could pull.
Oh, we just lost your audio.
Let me see.
There we go.
There we go. You can hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, so like Cody was saying, you could see that front moving across over there. It's cleared up a little bit now, but seriously, you guys, and like 2-3 minutes ago, this was just an absolute downpour. You could barely see through the camera, but you can see wet roads. It was clearly just raining there. The sky, very, very, very ominous
it's getting dark,
looking here. It is now moving to the east. So you can see here the skyline. Again, a super... Yes, yes. So very ominous. If you have to be on the road over there, be careful. The further east we go right now, it's still looking clear. But Cody, like you mentioned, it is headed this way. So if you're over there, heads up. A couple spots a little bit further north are also getting hit a bit right now. Wet roads, as you can see, like behind this truck right here, you know, pulling up rainfall off the roads. So it's coming. It's coming. This
Fox 9 storm chaser Tim Purrington is also, we know he was headed sort of west of like New Ulm, kind of down in that area. So he's headed in that direction, and we'll be able to take a feed from him once things start happening as well. So we'll keep an eye on all of that. Okay, let's see. Was there anything else you want to do before we take a quick break?
I want to pop up the quick graphic for the weather app, Amy. If you just want to remind people, they can scan this QR code to get the app really, really easily.
Yeah. So we'll pop that up and go ahead, and if you can, you'll scan the QR code is the easiest way to do it. And if you don't know how to do that, it's just taking your the photo app, right, and pull up your photo. Is that how you do it? Amber, I'm such a boomer sometimes.
What'd you say?
People just scan the QR code, and you're going to see, like, I'm trying to describe how to do this.
Okay,
and
you scan.
Not good at it.
Open your camera.
I know how to do
scan
it.
the QR code, and then it'll pop up like a little link under it that you click on, and you click on that link, and it'll take you to your app store, and then you download it. Like Cody mentioned, the app is, you know, really, really honestly intuitive and easy to use. You can have it follow you wherever you are.
Click on the 3 lines on the top right-hand corner, and then go to locations and click on follow me. That way, no matter where you are, those alerts will go off. And then turn on your notifications too. If you don't know how to do it, have somebody help you.
You do have to share your location with the app to make that work. So if you know, if that freaks you out a little bit, I recommend doing it for today just in case, and then you can stop sharing your location afterwards if you need to.
It really is one of those days you just want to keep things close.
Stay sky aware.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, all right, should we take a quick break? And
let's take a quick break. I've got Brandon on the line. We can talk about children's mental health when we come back.
Okay, sounds great. All Day Live continues right after this. Stay with us. We got you covered as the storm rolls into Minnesota.
You're watching Fox 9 All Day.
Welcome back to Fox 9 All Day. We're keeping an eye on the weather that has now sort of crossed over, the second wave of severe weather that's crossed over into Minnesota, down in the southwest part of the state. Laverne, you might be seeing some things right now, as Cody just mentioned a few minutes ago. He is just right over there, and he's going to pop back in here in a couple of minutes when he gets a little bit more of an update for us. So we've got you covered. Stick with us here through the afternoon as we continue to weather the storm together. Right now, though, we want to take you up to Duluth, because some of the state's most influential leaders in children's mental health are there. They are gathered together, as they do every year, to learn from each other and to find ways to support our children and our young adults. So joining me now is Brandon Jones. He's the Executive Director of the Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health. Thanks for taking a break and joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You bet. So this is an annual gathering. You're one of about, 1,600 people there. It's a big deal. Yep. We've got educators, mental health professionals, healthcare workers, of course, caregivers. You're giving a keynote tomorrow, so you're playing a big role in this. What kinds of things come out of a sort of a meeting of the minds like this?
Yeah, a lot of things, mainly community and connection. Even though we do this work, this is hard work. So being able to gather year to year and support one another is an important piece of this work, but also good ideas, innovation, creativity, and support are other things that come out of this as well. So, people really look forward to this event because it's not just about getting your continuing education credits, which is what people need to keep their licensures going. It's really about getting the support to keep moving and doing the great work that we do.
I noticed one of the I guess it's the theme or something that jumped out at me was this tell me your story. So it sounds like personal narratives are going to be really important in this. Why that?
Well, we've all gone through quite a bit since the pandemic. And like I said, we do this work. We've done this work for quite some time. We know that narrative is a powerful tool when we talk about healing and connecting with people. So we really want to just emphasize that in this year's conference and really just talk about the journey that we all have gone through, whether it's a personal mental health journey, maybe even a substance use journey, or just the journey of where we've gotten to just, understand that in those stories, there's resiliency. In those stories, there's triumph. And it's just a way to keep us motivated and keep us going forward. I'm
going to spring this on you, and I'm going to make you do it in 60 seconds. But what is your story, Brandon? Tell me your story. Why do you do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I do this. This is very personal and professional for myself. I'm a kid from St. Paul, Minnesota. Grew up in a household full of trauma and drama. Seen a lot of domestic violence as a kid, unfortunately. The ways that I was able to work through my earlier challenges was utilizing sports, mainly football. I was a nerd and an athlete at the same time. And that helped me get to college, went to the University of Minnesota, and that was my introduction to real mental health. My first job after graduating was in a psych department at St. Joe's Hospital. And that was off to the races from there. Then I decided to become a therapist, spent about 8 years doing clinical therapy, and then I got burnt out, to be honest with you. Being a black male therapist is like being a unicorn. There's not a lot of us, and people hold on tight to you when they find you. And I was able to make a transition into management, and I haven't looked back since. I still use a lot of my clinical skills, even in management, and I'm still in the mental health field. I just don't practice clinically anymore.
Yeah. You and I crossed paths about, 2 or 3 years ago, and we did a really deep dive into children's mental health at that time. We were a few years out of COVID at the time, so I guess what is a big question, but what is the state of kind of children's mental health today, April 2025?
Yeah. Today we're in a turn. No time in history have we been able to have awareness, information, and honestly understanding around mental health. And unfortunately, that's brought a crisis where everything is showing up as a mental health challenge, which means that we have to get very innovative and creative on how we approach it. We have to invite other fields. It's not just mental health professionals, it's educators, it's medical providers, it's politicians to a certain extent, it's even public health folks who are all taking, their own aim at how do we deal with this issue, because it is affecting everyone. Unfortunately, the kids in your neighborhood, your children, your grandchildren, mental health is showing up in their life one way or another, whether it's directly or indirectly, and we all have to respond to it in a healthy way. So today, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of depressive symptoms, and unfortunately, a lot of young people who want to end their lives as well. So again, I think this is work for all of us to do and all of us to support.
Coming out of COVID, just remember how hard it was to find help, and the waiting list for months and months. Is it still like that, Brandon, or do you feel like it's gotten way better?
It has gotten better, but the waiting lists are still there. They're not as long as they used to be. People can find access to providers, but also things have gotten a little bit more expensive. So we have to remember therapy is not cheap, and it's not the only answer to mental health. There's other things that we can do as well. Yeah. So, we're in a much better position with things like telehealth, with things like people opening new, their own businesses and things of that nature. So we're in a different space and place, but it's still a huge need out there. And I want to encourage everyone to do, the best that you can to take care of yourself, build healthy habits. Those things will help. But if you do get to a space where you do need to talk to a professional, don't hesitate, reach out. Even if you think that there's a waiting list, still reach out to folks and get the help that you need.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you taking a break from the conference. Would love to keep checking back in with you from time to time, because as you said, you bring a unique perspective to mental health and care as well. And I think you'd have a lot to offer in that space. I know you do, because I've known you for years. So thank you for taking the time, Brandon. And
anytime.
Good luck with the conference and helping our kids, continuing to help them.
Absolutely. Until next time, everybody be safe, be constructive, and be well. Thank you.
Love it. Okay. Thanks, Brandon Jones. We really appreciate your time. All right. Let's go to Amber as she says goodbye to Brandon and check back in. And of course, we are watching the weather to our south and to our west. Amber, what do we got going on?
So we actually just got an alert from Iowa State University with some more details about that storm that just rolled through southwestern Minnesota. 2-inch hail down there in Beaver Creek, so that's southwest of Laverne, Rock County area. Egg-size hail, basically, is what they're categorizing this as. So just a little bit of more information there on that. And then before we roll things over until the 2 o'clock hour, Ryan's going to take over for me. We do have a live feed up from our store chaser, Tim. So if we could take producer PC here, Laura. This is near New Ulm as he kind of tracks the storms moving towards that area. Not there quite yet. Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like it's still pretty calm over.
Is it possible to put Cody's mic up just for a second?
Laura, did you? Cody, your mic is hot.
Cody, do you want to just kind of weigh in just a little bit and describe what we're seeing, what you're seeing?
Yeah, this is actually kind of what we're seeing in the metro. So this is what we call low-level stratus clouds. These are harmless, but the sheer fact that you're starting to see definition means they're starting to break up a little bit. And in terms of warmth, that's good. Like, it will get warmer, but in terms of severe weather activity, that's not good, because that just adds more warmth, more instability to the atmosphere, which could then make storms even stronger. So on a day like today, you want as much cloud cover as possible, and unfortunately, we're seeing that break up a bit southwest of the metro, which could indicate that it could be a raucous afternoon.
Okay, thanks, Cody. We'll keep tracking here with Fox 9 storm chaser Tim Purrington, and Cody Matz is here. I know Ian is here as well. So we got you covered, and we'll just hang out with you as things slowly starting to change over now into this 2 o'clock hour, and we're starting to see some activity to the south and the west in the Laverne area. For sure. So, all right. You want to take a quick break?
Yeah, I think so. Laura, do you want to just take radar and go to break from that? And then Cody will be back at the top of the hour to do another quick hit and let everybody know where we're at with things right now. All right.
Good. All right. All Day Live continues right after this.
You're watching Fox 9 All Day.
Well, welcome back to All Day Live. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know if my audio is up or not, guys, because I can't hear myself. So, okay. All right. Welcome back to All Day Live. We're so glad that you're here with us as we cross over now into the 2 o'clock hour. We've been on the air for the last several hours, as we do every day, but we're going to keep it going this afternoon because we've got our eyes in the skies. Yeah, I can't hear myself either, guys. So I don't know if you can. Okay. Well, we work out some technical issues. I'm just going to toss it to Cody, who has the very latest. I know he can't hear me, so let's just let Cody go and tell us what
what's
we
funny.
need to know.
So, Amy, I can't hear you either. We're having maybe a little audio difficulties. Producer Ryan was telling me that I can talk now. What I did want to point out, right behind you, it looked like Ian was giving a little presentation about some of the severe weather. The TVs in the back of the live center way behind you. I found that kind of entertaining. I thought it was funny. Anyway, I don't think she can hear me either, but that's all right. Either way, we are going to work on that. Either way, I'm going to bring you updates on some of the severe weather. Not much is happening as of yet, but we're starting to see that unfold in parts of southwestern Minnesota. So a lot of cloud cover still in the Twin Cities, but there are certainly indications it's starting to sort of break up a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of peekaboo sun southeast of the metro and southwest of the metro, and certainly here in south central Minnesota. That's where we're really starting to get some juice and activity going to actually get these thunderstorms going. And look at this storm. Just by the lightning alone, it is very glaring to see where the strongest storm is. It's almost impossible not to notice. And it's certainly this one that actually pushed through Laverne, actually produced a little bit larger than golf ball size hail southwest of Laverne in Beaver Creek. No report from Laverne itself, but the same part of that cell actually rolled through Laverne, so there may be a report out of there eventually. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Murray, Nobles, and Rock County through 2:15. I can't imagine they're not going to extend it unless something really weird happens, because this is not going anywhere. It is holding together. I did want to point out Beaver Creek. So there it is. Basically the storm rolling straight through there. So straight through Laverne. Now to Lismore, I think is how you say it. Into eventually the 266 corridor, and then heading north and east. Slayton, it does look like the core is going to be just to your south and southeast. Doesn't mean you can't get some small hail, some gusty winds, and some heavy rain, likely moving north of Summit Lake as well. So just keep this in mind. The hail core is going to be right in there. So basically the white / really weird magenta pink color, that's where you have some of the hail potential. And if you look at that through like a 3D projection, essentially, so you're looking at basically ground level here, 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Now you're actually getting some of the core to actually top over 30,000 feet. And it does look like you may have some sort of what we call overshooting top. So it's actually your updraft is strong enough moving upwards at 70, 80, 90, 100 miles an hour that it hits to the top of the troposphere. It can't go any higher, but it does because momentum takes it into the stratosphere, and then it kind of falls back down. It's that momentum, we call that an overshooting top, that's right in there that may be getting close to 50,000 feet. I realize it's under this severe thunderstorm warning verbiage there. But notice all of the stuff that's being held. So a lot of times when you have really heavy rain and a weaker storm, even you can have heavy rain in a weaker storm, you get all these really deep red colors, magenta colors, whatever color that is, maroon, really close to ground level, indicative that heavy rain is falling really close to ground level. Well, when it's basically aloft or lifted 10 or 15,000 feet up, that updraft is so strong it's keeping all of your big parts of the storm above into the middle part of the cloud. So it's keeping your really big hail above ground level. It's keeping your very heavy rain above ground level. But at some point through the course of natural like waxing and waning of the storm, your updraft, the momentum, the wind speed going up into the atmosphere will wane a little bit. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going to fall apart, but it may go from 90 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour, and that's all it takes. And then suddenly that giant piece of hail can't be held aloft anymore, and it falls. And that's when you get hail at ground level. That's what we're seeing in parts of Rock County already, and as this storm continues to press off to the north and east. So that's the one severe thunderstorm warning. That's the good news, is there's only one. There is another cluster of storms rolling to the north and east in west central Minnesota, and just because there isn't a warning on it doesn't mean it's not going to pack a punch. You can see all the lightning very well for yourself. There'll be some very heavy rain, blinding rain, maybe some brief flooding on some of the low-lying spots and some roadway ponding and stuff like that. You can even get some small hail out of this, especially as this pushes through Sauk Center. Wouldn't be shocked to see some pea to dime size hail in this particular storm as that continues to trek off to the north and east. But notice your line here is kind of broken up a little bit, and you're like, oh, yay, that's good. Not necessarily, because when you get it to break up a little bit, you get these cores, potentially one there, certainly one here, that can take over. And that could lead to more isolated severe weather, but also more significant, meaning you can get even bigger hail, potentially baseballs. You could get tornadoes, even strong tornadoes. That's one of the concerns with our current environment. So you have our tornado watch box there. Remember the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch, put it in baking terms, a watch, all of your ingredients are sitting on the countertop waiting to be thrown in the pan and pushed into the oven. But they're not in the oven yet, so you're not baking cupcakes. While when you get a warning, suddenly all the ingredients have been put in the pan, you've mixed it together, and you've popped it in the oven, and you're baking cupcakes. The same kind of goes between a watch and a warning, where a watch, the ingredients are around for a tornado at a certain time frame, in this case between now and 8 p.m. in our box, which is basically St. Cloud to New Ulm to Fairmont westward. And then once the ingredients form, then it's popped in the oven, then you can get a tornado warning, or in this case, the one severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Minnesota for that really big hail. So there's another closer look. That huge storm southwest of Slayton. Notice the general track is to the east-northeast. So heads up, Sleepy Eye to New Ulm. Southwest of there, Windham may be in line for that storm, and essentially areas just north of the 90 corridor. What's interesting to note, though, is this line continues actually into portions of Iowa, which may actually take up some of the energy from this line and keep it across portions of Iowa. Not good for Iowa, but it would be better news for us around here. We'll see. So here's the general timing. We're already to 2 o'clock, obviously already happening in parts of western Minnesota. This will continue to roll in that line of storms into that level 4 risk on our 5-level scale. Concern here for basically everything. So baseball size hail, wind gusts 60 plus miles an hour, and tornadoes. And if you get an isolated storm, the potential here for long-lived strong tornadoes. So here's the next few hours. There's your line. We'll see just how much it can congeal and hold together in the current atmosphere. There's some question marks whether it's a full line or if it's a broken line. Obviously broken now. We'll see if it can reform. But it basically pushes eastward, gets in the metro sometime, I would say west side of town, maybe not 2 hours, but probably by 5 o'clock. And then to the east side thereafter, so 6 or 7 p.m. as it kind of rolls its way through, and then farther east of the 35 corridors you get after that. It is certainly pulling in lots of warmth. Look at what happened in Windham. Over the last couple of hours, they've gone from the middle 60s to close to 80 degrees. That's fanning the flames, so to speak. It's like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. There's a lot of energy out there. Redwood Falls at 76. Upper 60s in Hutch, but 70s not far away. Mid 60s in the metro. 70s obviously not far away either, because we're still pulling in that warm air with southern breezes of 15 to 30 plus miles an hour in some cases, and our dew points continue to rise. This is a summer sultry air mass at the end of April. Not a good sign in most cases, and certainly not a good one, not a good indication for anything good to happen today. So for the moment, the good news, one severe thunderstorm warning right now for Murray, Nobles, and Rock County. That will take us through 2:15. So another 5 minutes. I'm kind of delaying here because I'm expecting the National Weather Service to eventually expand this and push this farther to the north and east. I was going to see if we can actually get an update on that before we actually go back to break and come back at 2:30. Either way, right in here, if you're basically just to the east of Slayton or around the Slayton area, watch out for that particular storm. Have your notifications turned on the Fox 9 weather app. There's that storm, and then we're going to be watching this area as well, just to the west of St. Cloud, essentially Sauk Center area, for the potential for building storms. And of course, you have everything in between all this continues to work off to the east. So we'll come back here in about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll give you another update, and we'll keep you updated all afternoon and evening.
Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. First of all, just really quickly, one of the viewers who's watching us live in Alexandria said pea-sized hail right now in Alec. So that's good to know. Thank you for letting us know that.
That's with those storms here.
Yeah, that was via Twitter, so thank you for that.
Nice.
And then I wasn't sure if you mentioned this in there. Sorry, I had to do something else here, but it looks like Amber was saying 2-inch hail in Rock County, kind of egg-sized.
Yep. We talked about that.
Okay, perfect. In that Laverne area. So my question to you is, as we're taking a look at that line of storms that you've been focusing on, you know, all morning as I've been watching Keith, he was saying as that line develops, as it gets closer to the metro, you're going to want to kind of watch to see if it's more of a solid line. That's one thing. If it's more of kind of broken up, that he said was kind of like a little scarier to him, because he described it sort of like ninja storms where they can just kind of be more intense. Can you kind of take us through that again and walk us through what you're seeing right now as they're developing a little bit more?
Right now, I was actually just talking about that. There are more broken. Let me go back to my computer here. We're going to zoom in just a second, get off camera here, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit into western Minnesota. So let's take you for the last, we'll give you a 2-hour loop instead of a 6-hour loop. So you can kind of see the storms in western Minnesota at the moment. Very glaring to see where the strongest storms are. Just follow the lightning, essentially the lightning tracker in southwestern Minnesota with that one severe thunderstorm warning. There's the storms, looks like pushing into the Alexandria area that's providing some of the pea-sized hail. Not a big shocker, and honestly am waiting for a warning to actually pop up, because these storms look a little more aggressive than they have over the last half hour, 45 minutes. We'll see. Notice though, the lightning has really picked up either side of Marshall with those storms. So this is an indication that it's running into more juice, more oomph in the atmosphere. And you wanted me to talk about broken line. Well, here's the issue with a broken line. So a line of storms is threatening. It can still produce widespread damage, straight line wind gusts especially, but also some larger hail, and you can get quick little spin up tornadoes. But the threat with today is the atmosphere is primed, so to speak, for strong, long-lived, long-track tornadoes. What do I mean by that? Well, you've seen the video from EF3s and EF4s and stronger tornadoes from places like Missouri, places like Kansas, Oklahoma. We don't get those really in this state. Occasionally, very rare, but can happen. Today is one of those days where if all the things come together, we could certainly see something of that nature. Now, I'm not saying that it will happen, but all of the stuff is there. We talked about ingredients in baking cupcakes. To get us to that point, we have essentially put all of our ingredients in the pan. We've stirred it. We've put the pan in the oven, and we've slowly turned the oven on. And we're going to see what temperature it takes to make cupcakes. Say it's 400 degrees. Well, we've made it to 325. Does the atmosphere actually get to 400 and separate these storms enough to where we can get strong tornadoes? That's the big question that we just can't answer at any point until it's occurring, essentially. But this is not the greatest of sign, because as you get these isolated storms, I wanted to I thought I was going to have a hand tracker on here, but I guess not. As you get these isolated storms in here, if you get separation like this, that means you get warm, juicy air to filter into this without any other obstruction. Because when you're talking about the atmosphere, you either have rain-cooled air or you don't. There's no like in between. It's kind of like a solid line. And so if you're funneling in warm, moist air that hasn't hit rain yet, then it's basically fuel. You're adding the fuel the storm needs. But if you can cut that storm off with rain-cooled air, that storm actually weakens a bit and can fall apart and can prevent tornadoes from actually occurring. But if we're getting inflow here, and then we're getting inflow into these storms because they're a little bit more isolated, we can certainly see some stronger storms and some stronger tornadoes develop. Interesting that severe thunderstorm warning actually went away. I'm going to go check my phone just to make sure that is accurate from the National Weather Service and I'm not missing anything. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't reissue that.
And then also, while you're...
One quick thing here before we go back to Amy, just to make sure.
I have one more follow-up question for you as well.
Missing anything. It doesn't look like we issued that.
So what does that tell you?
From the National Weather Service. I'm actually a little surprised on that. But there you go. So there's no particular warning in southwestern Minnesota at the moment. Maybe they'll reissue or having some data issues either way, but I'm not currently seeing that on the map.
Okay.
So you still want to watch out for that particular storm in southwestern Minnesota. It could still pack a punch. That could provide some larger hail really at any time as you head south of this Layton area.
Okay, and then just really quickly, you know, as you look out
Amy's mic because I can't
sorry.
hear her at the moment.
Can you hear me? How about now? Can you hear me? Okay. Maybe Ryan, you can.
My IFB died. Give me one second.
Okay.
Keep that radar up. I'm assuming you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Come over to the other IFB because we've been using them so much today. Let's see. All right, turning on the secondary IFB. Okay, Amy, can you talk to me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Aha.
Okay.
Now I can.
So I just wanted to ask a little bit about, you talked about kind of fueling the storm, and one thing Keith talked about this morning too was the sun and how the sun might play into it. So as we're looking out here in the metro, obviously we haven't really seen the sun. You talked about sort of east to where those storms are moving right now.
Yep.
Did you talk earlier about some sunshine that's fueling that?
Yes.
Okay. So how is that working?
Well, so it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, so to speak. It's doing what we expected. So just because we're not getting sun in the metro doesn't mean that we're not going to see severe weather. So remember, the atmosphere is a fluid. It all kind of works together. Like there's no real separation here. So if we go back and put satellite on, which should load here in a quick second. There you go. So just because we're not getting sun here doesn't mean we're not getting sun elsewhere where our air is coming from. So right now we have southerly and southwesterly breezes. That's actually pumping in warmer air from our south and west. So where they are getting sun here, temperatures are surging well into the 70s. Well, notice your general trend, this is all filtering east. So eventually we'll likely get this into the metro. And even if we don't get a lot of sun today, we're pulling in 70+ degree temperatures. We're pulling in the instability in the atmosphere that we need to get these storms to fire up and keep going. And so that hasn't changed. So that itself has not changed. Conditions in the atmosphere have not changed. But there's one thing you'll learn when forecasting severe weather. There's the textbook option. I feel like you could do this in every field, in any field of study, in any job. There's always like, here's the textbook example. And then you get the textbook example and somehow things go awry. And it doesn't always necessarily mean that it translates to severe weather. There's a lot of things about the atmosphere that we don't know. There are many things we do. We see the environment that this is coming in and it's put over the state at the moment, and that is giving us huge probabilities for some severe weather of some kind. Whether that develops or not, it's already developed in some cases in western Minnesota, but no warnings to speak of, which is not a bad thing. And then this will continue to kind of roll eastward into some of this juice. Do we end up getting widespread severe weather? Do we not? That remains to be seen, but the threat level is there that we all want to make sure we pay attention, and you can get warnings, and you have the Fox 9 weather app handy, and hopefully we're wrong. Hopefully a whole lot of nothing happens, and this is just, it scoots through. Okay, great. We can all go back to our lives.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So we'll see.
We got to be prepared. Sorry, really quickly, if I could, if there are, people who are going to be out and about tonight, and let's just say we've seen hail already. Let's just say it starts, hailing. Can you give us kind of a quick, depending upon where you are, just a really brief kind of safety plan if you're in the car or if you're in the home and there's a tornado? Can you? I
posted this to my Facebook. I also posted it to X. There's actually a couple of infographics from the National Weather Service that really spell this out. So the worst place you can be is either outside or in your car. The reason for that is that air can get underneath your car, can lift it and flip it over. And honestly, it doesn't even take severe winds. Severe winds are 60+ miles an hour. You can see that that can happen to a small car at 45 miles an hour. So it just doesn't take much. Also, a lot of times when you have hail, it's not, hey, it's calm winds and there's giant hail falling. It doesn't fall straight down, it falls at an angle because there's a lot of wind too. Well, if you have giant hail running into your car, there's windows, it's not a recipe for success. So you try not to be outside, which is why we have outdoor warning sirens. It alerts you to get indoors. and you don't want to be in your car. Okay, so if you're driving your car, you enter a warning, you're notified from your Fox 9 weather app, then you find the closest establishment nearby. It could be a gas station. That's great. They've got coolers. You can walk in there if you need to. It could be a business. Go knock on the door. Hey, I need help. There's a warning. I got to get inside. Just make sure you have a plan or have something along the way. You're not in the middle of a farm field or in the middle of a highway. Don't take shelter under an overpass. Don't use bridges of any kind. You want to be indoors at all costs, because that's what's going to keep you safe.
Yeah, and think about neighbors or family or friends that may not be plugged in. Some people just aren't paying attention, and that's fine.
So true.
But we just want to make sure, we assume, because we're doing this all day long, that everybody knows what's going on. But there's a lot of people who don't know, or maybe English isn't their first language, or there's a lot of obstacles that can people can run into on days like this. So maybe think about those folks too, as you're getting your own plan in place. Okay, well, thanks, Cody. Appreciate it. I know you're not going anywhere. You're gonna stay there.
I think Ian and I are gonna switch out, so you'll probably see Ian at 2:30.
Yep. I think Kelsey's gonna pop in and give us a little break here too, and then Randy is here. But we're gonna just be with folks through the entirety here, just to be here and let you know what's going on, no matter what happens. So, thanks. Appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in a bit. We'll take a quick break. But again, we're here. We're here this afternoon. Just keep us close. We're here for you. All Day Live will continue after this.
And welcome to this special edition of All Day Live on Fox Local. I'm Kelsey Carlson. Every half hour until 5 o'clock, we're going to be updating you on the weather situation as we deal with this severe weather threat. Our news will begin at 5 o'clock on Fox 9 and Fox Local, but don't worry, we are here with the very latest with our team of meteorologists. The past 2 days, millions of people have been on alert in the upper Midwest because of this severe weather threat. And now Minnesota and western Wisconsin as well, dealing with being under the microscope as these storms are expected to develop later today. Now, because of the threat of severe weather this afternoon, a lot of school districts have canceled activities. And so we want to bring Ryan Rablin in for a look at maybe the latest on the list that we have so far. I know our school district canceled afternoon activities for sports, anything that's going to be outside. Basically, it's a preemptive move to just make sure that everybody is safe today.
Yeah, districts and cities are being proactive here because we've talked about it all weekend. Our weather team has talked about just how significant of a threat this is. So we've kind of got the big three, right? Minneapolis Public Schools, St. Paul Public Schools, and then Bloomington have all canceled after school activities. This is just in an effort to get kids home. Don't want them necessarily in the schools. Get them home, get them inside. St. Louis Park is another district that has canceled all evening activities, after school activities. We know that Brooklyn Park is closing their city hall and attached buildings to the city hall at 3 o'clock, so in about 28 minutes here. So again, this is all, and Ian's going to talk to us here in a bit about timing of this kind of second round that's popping up, but this is all in an effort to get people home and get them safe and inside.
Yeah, and if you have any question, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and call your child's activity and ask that question. If you don't feel safe too at the time that you're supposed to leave, check the weather and see what the situation is. But just be aware. That is the biggest key this afternoon, because such a wide area could be impacted by this threat. So Ryan, we do want to bring in Ian Leonard with a look at the latest on the track for this and where we are seeing those watches right now. So Ian, I know the professional storm chasers have been setting up shop in this region since yesterday, expecting that this could be a rough night.
Yeah, you know, and it's a good point, Kelsey, and you and Ryan were bringing up good points there. Everything at this point is being proactive. And I'll tell you why, because for the first time since about 2011, we had a massive level 4, category 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. You've heard us talking about the moderate risk. You want to think about a moderate risk as if you're trying to make an incredible cake and you get every ingredient necessary, and sometimes you double up on some of the ingredients so you're extra super sure about that cake being perfect. Well, that's kind of the way the atmosphere is. All the ingredients have really come into place, including sunshine. Here, down straddling the Minnesota River Valley, we have temperatures down there in the mid to upper 70s, dew points in the low to upper 60s. So it is warm, it is humid, and there is plenty of fuel for the fire. Now, once you get a little bit closer here to the metro, look, if you've been in the metro, you've looked outside, it's mainly cloudy, it's drizzly. Temperatures are still lurking in the upper 50s and low 60s, but the clouds are actually trying to part right now once you're looking at areas like Sibley County. There's the latest severe thunderstorm warning, and Cody was talking an awful lot about this storm. It is a big, powerful storm, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and hail size at times 1 3/4 inches approaching 2 inches. It is for parts of Cottonwood, Jackson, Murray, and Nobles County, and you'll notice it's in place until 3:15. That's 40 minutes from now. Cody and I were just talking in the Weather Center, and it looked like the storm is starting to slow down, and as I say that, there's your new live warning, a new tornado warning issued for Cottonwood and Murray County. So if you're looking here, you'll notice that it's starting to stretch out of the original severe thunderstorm warning. It is here just off to the south and southeast of Slayton, just off to the north and northeast of Worthington. Really, when you start to put this thing together, and I'm going to start moving around the map here, and just so you know, we have Cody Matz in the Weather Center with me. We're both going to be here all afternoon long. Kelsey's kind enough to sit in the chair now for all day. We'll be updating at the top of every hour, going all the way to our news at 5 p.m. If things change, we just get rid of all the programming, and all we're going to do is talk about storms as we roll through the rest of this evening. This is a very strong storm. There is the center of it moving just over Fulda. Now, there's Westbrook. The storm is right here, and as it continues to move off to the north, see this track on there? That track is a hail core, and we were talking about hail cores upwards of 1 3/4 inches. That is now just switched. The latest track is now what we call a mesocyclone. So that will give you an idea that radar is starting to talk about a degree of rotation. Now, radar works in 5 different slices. When we see a mesocyclone, it's this gold box you'll see pop up right here. When we see that, that means radar has noticed some degree of rotation at least 2, sometimes 3 of those slices. So how about we do this and we track where that cell is right now as we look at things. Because when we're moving forward in time, it is super important that this is all about moving you to a safe place. Watch as the cell comes. There it is. I'm going to move you forward in time here. Forward motion of this storm is between 25 and 30 miles per hour. I'll stop it there. There are 3 different zones here when you look at this tracking fan: 10, 20, and 30 minutes. Into Rose Hill in the next 25 minutes. We're north of Southbrook. And look, we're way off to the east now of Highway County Road 59. We are north of 62. This is the tornado warning for Cottonwood and Murray counties. Hey, Cody, could you do me one favor? Just go over into my show there and keep the show playing, but hit stop on the actual radar loop for me. Stop and move it forward in time. There it is right there. Perfect. Thank you. See, that's how people work. This is a fluid situation, as I'm sure you can imagine. I'm going to track both of these cells to give you a better idea here. So there's one cell working toward Westbrook. Here is the second cell now pushing just off to the east into Rose Hill in 25 minutes. We noticed this earlier when we were looking at these storms. So there's the overall storm fan over the next 30 minutes, but the storms took a bit of a jog over the better part of this morning. We've been looking at these storms and they really have been rolling off to the northeast. The orientation of the warnings should tell you everything. When you see the warnings that are kind of sliding out in this direction, almost like a funnel, taking these storms here toward Redwood and Redville counties, that's Sibley County right there. My daughter, when she was learning about the counties in Minnesota, she said, "Dad, it always looked like a castle to me because it's got those 2 peaks." So for years at home, we called it the Castle County. That's Sibley County. Rule of thumb here, whenever we're tracking storms that are a very fluid motion like this, rule of thumb for us is always to think in terms of where it's going to be in the next hour. With these storms moving at a forward speed at almost 30 miles per hour, think about it this way. It's like a county per hour. A lot of counties are 30 to 40 miles wide, so you look at a county per hour. So let me take you forward in time there. There's 1 hour, there's 2 hours, and there's 3 hours. And for the better part of the last couple of days, we've been talking about 5 p.m. and then some for storms to arrive in the metro. This is a very cursory look at that particular situation, but we are expecting these storms to continue their forward movement off to the northeast at 20 to 30 plus miles per hour. Now, with the tornado warning right now, Cody, has anything come out?
I'm looking right now.
Okay. So we'll get the latest information on that. And as we continue to look, see the large red box? If you had the Fox 9 weather app, it would have pinged about 2 hours ago with the tornado watch. That tornado watch is in place until 10 p.m. It's well off to the west of the metro. It does not include the Twin Cities metro. The number one question I've got in the newsroom here over the last couple of hours is, if these storms continue to fire, will another tornado watch or perhaps a severe thunderstorm watch be issued adjacent to, but further east? And the absolute answer is yes. We just have to wait and see these storms fire. If you were with me yesterday, I was talking about the difference between a squall line, where you get one continuous line of storms, or when you end up with what we call discrete cells that are broken in this line. Well, if you look right now, I think it's pretty evident that you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 almost independent cells working right now. Independent cells in this particular storm environment would produce the possibility, or at least have everything in place for the possibility of tornadoes, and that's why we're on the air, and that's why we're going to be on the air here over the next couple of hours, on and off, as these strong storms continue to advance here off to the northeast. Big picture view. So you look here up toward Mille Lacs, and you're going over toward Brainerd and Bemidji. Yeah, there are some storms up here that are rumbling. None of these are warned, but they are all riding off to the northeast. So you're riding into areas like St. Louis County here in the next couple of hours, areas like Duluth, and all along the North Shore. This is our area of concern, this line of storms that's developed within the tornado watch. And if you're taking a quick gander, the overall track is off to the east-northeast. Twin Cities Metro, you're going to be under the weather gun here as we head past 4 p.m., more likely past 5 p.m. Cody, any information yet on the tornado warning storm?
It's just radar indicated.
Okay.
Not much more than that.
Doppler indicated tornado. Let me give you an idea here. So when you're looking at this area, this is radar that's interpreted from Sioux Falls and radar that's also interspersed from the Chanhassen Weather Service radar. Once you get this far away from the radar sites, the storms tend to look bigger than they are. The intercept of the radar beam doesn't happen as rapidly with these storms. It's something we call range gating. So the storm tends to look bigger, but a Doppler indicated radar means we've got some decent looking rotation in the body there. Go ahead, Cody.
If you want to pull up weather 2, I've got the scope on with hail. Hail actually looks more impressive.
Cody, what mic are you on? You're not on a mic. That's great. That's good information. I know Laura's in the booth, an amazing technical director. Laura, if you wouldn't mind switching from the source right now, we're on weather 1. Could you switch over to the source weather 2? And what Cody was doing there. Okay, so this is a scope, and you're looking at this. This is a Doppler scope. We're able to look inside the storm and interpret what's going on. This is the hail core inside that storm. And the one thing I want you to look at, this line right there, that's the tornado warning. The large yellow box that's flashing is the severe thunderstorm warning, and there is the hail core. So it is south of Fulda and just approaching Graham Lakes. It's going to be north of Brewster. It's basically straddling highway. No, it's not a highway. It's more County Road 59 here, and it will continue to follow. So if you're in the area here like Southbrook and you're crossing 62 or you're in this area, I think you can expect hail in excess of 1.75 inches. And that's what Cody has pulled up here on the overall view. Cody, when you have your mic number, let me know, okay?
10.
Mic number 10 for all of our friends in the booth. Laura, everybody else. Cody Matz will be on mic number 10 going forward. So let's take this away from the hail core on weather 2, and we'll switch Laura back to weather 1 so we can talk about where these storms are headed. The convective nature of these storms. I was talking with Cody earlier, and there was a spell there. They went about 15 minutes in between severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and there was nothing. And I said, I can't believe we're not warning on these storms, because if you're in this area, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in this area, there's probably a thought in your mind that this is really, really bad. And at this point, it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. And if you look at the overall map here, the metro, we're still generally cloudy with a little mist and drizzle. Once you head back to Sibley County, Kandiyohi County, Wilmer stretching all the way down to areas south and east of Marshall, that's our zone. You know, I was talking to some folks in the newsroom earlier, and I put a line on the map. I said Mankato up towards St. Cloud, over toward Wilmer, and back along the Minnesota River Valley is an area that we will continue to watch. Now you notice the warnings are all starting to point to that particular triangle. This is where we've got the sunshine. We've got a very juicy atmosphere. We have dew points in the 60s. We have temperatures in the 70s. If you're in the metro, you're saying, we have what? No, man, I'm looking out the window. It's mainly cloudy and it's not overly warm. There's a little mist and a little drizzle. I would point you back all the way, if you're a weather geek, to the Comfrey tornado outbreak. Our high temperature that day didn't get above the mid 60s. This isn't necessarily all about heat and humidity. I know that's one thing that folks love to key on, because it's a big part of the ingredients that go into this. but it is not the only part. So just because we're in the clouds here in the metro does not mean you don't need to stay sky aware as we head past 4, 5, and 6 p.m. this evening, because you look out to the west and you see what's coming our way. So with the tornado watch here in red until 10 p.m., tornado warning out for parts of two counties right now. It is a thin sliver there of Cottonwood County and most of Murray County. Notice that you head toward here. This is the Minnesota River Valley right there, Redwood Falls all the way to Mankato. Once you get north of St. James, we're starting to get into more populated areas here. I want you to think about Sleepy Eye and areas like New Ulm. Those are areas that are under the weather gun as this storm continues to advance forward. This is not about a tornado on the ground. That's an important factor here. There is a tornado warning out. There it is. It's in place until 3 p.m., but it is a Doppler indicated tornado, a radar indicated tornado. We're finding a degree of rotation in the storm itself. A precursor, if you will, to an actual tornado, but that is not always the outcome. A lot of times these storms will spin and we don't find a tornado ever. That's the best outcome of a strong storm like this, a spin and no touchdown. So it's about 2:45. Kelsey, you're still with me, right?
Here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been talking for a while and you just kicked back.
Well, you have important information to share, so
yeah.
We want to listen to you talk.
I loved what you and Ryan were talking about as well, about, being, and I said earlier, about being proactive and how things are starting to shut down somewhat here in the greater Twin Cities metro, and how important that is because of how these storms are developing and where they're tracking. Do you want to recap that one more time for me?
Yeah, so, a lot of afternoon activities. School systems are starting to put those news alerts out there to parents that afternoon activities, sports practices that are outside are canceled. And we're seeing that from a lot of school districts right now as this storm system starts to get closer and closer to the metro. As Ian was just talking about, focusing on that tornado warning, Doppler indicated in southwest Minnesota right now on a path to get closer to New Ulm and Sleepy Eye. And we'll hear again from Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock with the very latest information. We're going to be doing that every single half hour until 5 o'clock when Fox 9 News begins. Ian Leonard on it, sleeves rolled up. You can count on him for the latest information, and meteorologist Cody Matz is also in the Weather Center right now. But if you have any questions whatsoever, it's good to call ahead to a coach or a school system, or just play it safe and go get the Fox 9 weather app if you are not at home right now in front of a TV, and just listen for Ian and Cody to give you the latest track information so that you can know if this is close to you when you do have to go out and maybe be somewhere later tonight. But again, it's all about being aware and knowing that there are the possibilities for strong storms in this area. We're already seeing that tornado warning, as Ian was just talking about, in southwest Minnesota. So we go back to Ian. All right. Do we want to bring Ian back in? Or
yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So we're monitoring a brand new situation that I was talking about, the tornado watch, and as these storms develop, it gives the Storm Prediction Center pause for what happens as these storms develop and track out of the current tornado watch box. With that said, the latest update says they are working on a new tornado watch that will include the Twin Cities metro. Let me say that again, a new tornado watch coming that will include the Twin Cities greater metro, because I don't want anybody to be lulled into a false sense. Look, I got online last night and we're talking about storm possibilities, and that's all it was last night, storm possibilities. One guy gets on there and says, you're just a hype machine. I said, what am I hyping? I'm just telling folks this could happen, and if it does, you need to have a personal storm plan. And that's where we are right now. The storms are developing. You will need your personal storm plan, including the greater Twin Cities metro, as we move forward. Cody just informed me that from the Storm Prediction Center, they are efforting a new tornado watch further off to the east from the original tornado watch that would include the Twin Cities metro. And it's all because of these storms that are firing here well to the southwest. And I know, like, if you live in the metro, you're like, I've never been to that part of Minnesota. It looks so far. Well, look, Mankato from where I live is about 70 minutes. So we're not talking about a lot when these storms are firing here just southwest of the Minnesota River Valley. But I will tell you this, Redwood, Renville counties, Sibley County, Blue Earth County, stretching into the southwest metro, you are all under the weather gun right now. I want you to hear my voice and call your friends who also live in those counties and say, I don't know if you know what's happening with the weather. I was just listening to Ian Leonard. I was just listening to Cody Matz. I think you need to put your personal storm plan into effect. Now, what does that mean? That means if you've got plans to be outside, or the kids have a sports practice, or something happening after school, or you would plan to go to the grocery store. I mean, there's a myriad of things that take over our personal lives. I'm a father. I get it. There's a lot going on. But at this point, when you look at Redwood and Renville counties, parts of Blue Earth County, Sibley County, into McLeod and Meeker County, off into Carver and Scott counties, those are areas where right now all of those activities should be like just pulled in. And you say, look, we're not trying to push the big red alert button. Nobody needs to panic. But you need to be sky aware. You need to stay sky aware as the storms continue to develop, and we await now a new tornado watch that will include the Twin Cities Metro. It is going to be a bumpy ride tonight. There is no other way to describe it. It will be a bumpy ride. It already is for some folks here well off to the southwest. Stay sky aware, my friends. We're going to take about an 8-minute break here. I'll be back at the top of the hour with Cody Matz, and we'll continue to walk you through these storms, the possible scenarios, and how things look here for the greater Twin Cities Metro. So, Kelsey, I'll get it back to you. We'll talk to you at 3 p.m.
Okay, thanks, Ian. Yeah, we'll be back with you in just a few moments. We want to bring executive producer Ryan Rablin back in because we may have some traffic cameras that we can look at as well from southwest Minnesota. So, Ryan, are we getting a sense of what it looks like down there right now?
Kind of. We don't have a lot of options here,
Okay.
but if we can punch this up here, Laura, this is north of Marshall, so this is about as close as I could get that would actually kind of show what Ian was talking about. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what Ian was talking about was a little bit more southeast of the Marshall area. So this is maybe not exactly under the immediate threat of what Ian was talking about, but this is kind of around the area. Again, it's not a great look here, but as things develop closer to the metro area, we should be able to give you kind of a better look outside of what it looks like out there.
All right, yeah, and just to reiterate what Ian just said, nobody's trying to scare anybody. There's a big portion of the state and western Wisconsin that relies on information out of the Twin Cities, especially weather information, and Ian and Cody are carefully tracking the system as it makes its way closer to the metro tonight as well. As he said, a tornado watch is coming for this region, and they are just carefully watching to see how this develops and how it will impact folks tonight. Millions of people are under alert because this could potentially impact such a big area. So again, we will be back in just a few moments with the latest weather information, and we are going to stay on All Day Live, this special edition on Fox Local, to make sure that you can get information at your fingertips throughout the afternoon, whether you're at home in front of a TV or a computer, or you're on the go with your phone, and you have the Fox 9 weather app as well. All right, we'll be right back. And good afternoon. Welcome to this special edition of All Day Live on Fox Local. I am Kelsey Carlson. We are going to be here every half hour with weather information as the state of Minnesota and western Wisconsin continue to be under this severe weather threat. We've seen watches and warnings develop today, and we've been hearing from Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. We are going to get to him in just a moment. Ian and meteorologist Cody Matz are carefully tracking the system that is causing some real problems in southwest Minnesota right now, and then as it develops, they'll show you where it's heading and a little bit of the timing throughout the afternoon. Again, we will be here every half hour with updates on the weather situation until our news begins at 5 o'clock on Fox 9 and also Fox Local. Now, in advance of this storm, many school systems and parks and recs departments have canceled afternoon outdoor activities to make sure that people and kids are safe this afternoon. We want to bring in executive producer Ryan Rablin for a look at the amount of closings that we're seeing. You can get all of those on Fox Local and the Fox 9 weather app and fox9.com as well. So Ryan, I know these have been coming into our assignment desk all afternoon.
Yeah, I think kind of a good rule of thumb, and Kelsey, you touched on it earlier, is if you have an after-school activity or something that's going on tonight, check with your school, check with the league that is hosting that event. There's a good chance that that's not going to go on here. Cities, school districts are taking this pretty seriously here, and they should, as we've heard from Ian and Cody throughout the day. Minneapolis Public Schools, no after-school activities. Same with St. Paul Schools. Same with Bloomington School District, St. Louis Park School District, all canceling their after-school activities and any evening events that are taking place tonight. So just trying to get ahead of this, trying to be proactive. This is not one of those nights where it's kind of a wait-and-see approach. I think we've heard enough from Ian and Cody that the ingredients are in place for the potential for severe weather. So these schools and these cities are playing it on the safe side and just saying, we do not want to have people outside in this event at all. We want everybody inside and to put your storm plan into effect here.
Yeah, there just wouldn't be enough time to get people to a safe place if something were to develop. And also, people have a tendency, once they go outside for a practice or something like that, they're not really connected to the latest radar. So it's good to see that a lot of cities and school systems are taking that approach and being safe this afternoon. We want to bring in Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard and Cody Matz as well, because as this has developed in southwest Minnesota, and you've been going over those warnings there, it's on the move. And Ian, over the last day or so, we've seen this system develop in Nebraska and then go to South Dakota, and now Minnesota is the bullseye. So this is going to be different from this morning, is that correct?
Oh, entirely different. Yeah, this morning is almost what we call stratiform precipitation. So you get that layer of clouds and the drizzle and the elevated convection. In other words, that's the rumble in the clouds with the thunder and the lightning. These are more what we call surface-based cells, and with surface-based cells comes surface-based modes of severe weather. And it bears saying here as we go forward in time from this point that all modes of severe weather are possible as we head through the next 4 or 5 hours. Now let me explain what that means. We're talking about the possibility of straight line winds, the possibility of some very heavy rain, very large hail, and the possibility will always persist through an atmosphere that is as primed as it is today, the possibility of tornadoes. Because of that, here out to the west in red, tornado watch in place until 10 p.m. But the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center is talking about the possible issuance of another tornado watch stacked here further off to the east, and at this point it could include the Twin Cities metro. So let's get down and talk about these cells. The tornado warning for parts of Cottonwood and Murray counties, that has been allowed to expire, but if you look in the background right here, a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll tell you, it is a block altogether for Cottonwood, Jackson, and Nobles County, and that is the flashing block. So landmarks, let's talk here. There's Redwood Falls, the Minnesota River Valley, all the way into Mankato. Here's I-90 from Worthington all the way toward Fairmont. We're right in between that zone, and in the last, I'd say 20 minutes, these storms have taken a definitive twist, or more appropriately, a definitive turn here so that they're guiding themselves what looks to be more off to the east southeast. And I'll tell you why. In terms of storm climatology, storms are like fires. They want to find the freshest and the best and the most available fuel. In this particular case, down towards St. James and Fairmont, all along I-90, we had plenty of sunshine. We have temperatures in the 70s. We have dew points in the 60s. It is sunny, it is hot, and it is humid. When we talk about storms, and I'm going to show you the storms to the north of this right now, the northern storms are also seeking out fuel. So in essence, what you end up with here, and I hate to just categorize this all of the same, but when these storms are moving forward, they tend to veer to the right. We call them right movers for a reason. And these storms we're tracking here off to the northeast, it looks from the latest storm tracks, they're beginning to make a bit of a bend. And I've got Cody Matz in the Weather Center. By the way, we're both going to be with you until the all clear is sounded tonight. So I want you to know that online, here on All Day, on our website, on fox9.com, on our social media channels, and of course on the air on Fox 9, we'll be with you. We're well fueled, we're well coffeed. And quite frankly, I think we're looking pretty good too. Cody, finding a track on these southern storms, hail core is still there, yeah?
Yeah, hail core is just to the west of Windham. I did get a report from the emergency manager out of Cottonwood County of a lot of quarter-size hail. That was roughly a little bit east of Dundee.
All right, so we're approaching Windham, and most folks know where Windham is. Jackson here along I-90. What I was talking about there when I was talking about the track, Cody, you've got two of these gold boxes, mesocyclone signatures, the degree of rotation somewhere in the storm. You give it a track, and those Doppler indicated actual tracks right here give us an idea. But then when we track the individual cell and we move it forward in time, the Doppler says it's moving to the southeast at nearly 30 miles per hour. So that gives it a turn here over Highway 71, County Road 71 into Bingham Lake in the next 22 minutes. I'm going to move a little further off to the north here. Yeah, go ahead, Cody.
Want to switch over to weather too.
Okay, let's with Cody, there you see Cody Match in the Weather Center. I'm not sure if it's Laura or Danny or Vinny. If we could take the weather computers and go over to weather
There's
two.
There you go.
Wow, so this is the core. This is vertically integrated liquid, VIL. More often than not, we'll look at a core like this and interpret it as a suspended core of not just precipitation, but frozen precipitation in the form of hail. That is a big core. So there's Windham, and we were just talking about this. Cody's given you an idea what we're looking at here. And I know these are different colors than you're used to. This is a Doppler scope. It allows us to go inside the storm and look at the velocity, look at the hail, the shear, and in some cases, the amount of debris that is being lifted from the storm, something we call a correlation coefficient. So as we move through these storms today, and Cody is so good at it, that's what we're going to do. We're going to get you inside these storms so that we can tell you that it's not just a ball of moisture and lightning moving your way. These are the vertically integrated liquid cores, the cores of those storms. That's a great shot, Cody. Stretching all along that line. There's I-90, there's Worthington, there's Springfield. At the very top up here, there's Redwood Falls. That's the Minnesota River Valley. So this is basically between I-90 and the Minnesota River Valley. It slides toward New Ulm. It slides here toward Jackson. These storms, Cody, would you go with me there and say, I mean, there's a little turn, just a little right shape?
Yes. Yeah, there's a little turn, and they've actually kind of shifted more. I agree with your analysis that they've shifted more linear, which would make them go farther to the east. And it actually looks like they're starting to push out a little bit, which indicates more of a straight line wind vector.
Right.
Pushing right along Interstate 90 at the moment.
Okay. For our folks in the booth, let's come back over to Weather 1. Yeah, different computer. If you've been with me for years and years and years, you know there's an analogy. Cody was just talking about the possibility of straight line winds. And there, when you look at this right here, I want you to see this. See that line right there? That's the line Cody just had up talking about those cores, the vertically integrated liquid. Whenever we talk about a line of storms like this, and I've used this analogy, I don't know, for 35 years, I want you to think about it like an archer's bow. So that line of storms there, that's the bow. And as you draw back and release, the arrows that go out from the bow, those are straight line winds. Now, those straight line winds are not going to be right here in the bulk of it. Those straight line winds are going to be just in advance of that line of moisture. So working along I-90, working into Bingham Lake and just south of areas like Mankato. Now, there is a northern extent to this line. There are no warnings on the northern extent, but I'll tell you, if you've been in Willmar or you're in Litchfield, I just heard from a buddy who's in Paynesville, said they popped into some sun on one of his work crews. The temperature went up 10 degrees. And he said it just felt like there was going to be a bad storm coming. Well, it's that kind of an evening. You're going to have that feeling depending on where you are. So from New Munich all the way down to Willmar. Now we're coming out of Candy-Ojai County, then you're working here into Litchfield, you're working into Meeker, soon to be into McLeod County. This is Stearns County right here, working into St. Cloud. Remember that imaginary triangle I had on the map earlier? Well, that's exactly where these storms are firing. Now, important to note that as these storms from Willmar and Litchfield along Highway 12 continue to work, they are more tracking here off to the north and to the northeast. Also important to note, none of these storms have reached severe limit criteria yet. The tornado watch is still in place. We have not been issued a new tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. There is talk about it online with severe potential. A watch is likely. Most probable for the watch would be a tornado with the possibility of hail from 2 to 3.5 inch size, wind gusts at 65 to 80 miles per hour, and with tornadoes 140 to 170. Those would be the parameters. That's not an absolute. Those are all parameters that the atmosphere is spitting out. You know, I talked earlier about ingredients for cake. Well, it'd be like me saying, I've got all the great ingredients for a wonderful apple pie. Oh no, wait a minute. We can make, you know, something bigger and better because there's more ingredients that are readily available. It's a bad analogy, but really when you talk about this, so those probable tornadoes, and that's a big if. That's underlined, italicized in quotation marks. It's a big if. Will be 140 to 170 of the upward parameters. So we'd be talking about EF2, EF3, perhaps. Big perhaps, if everything forms. The tornado watch is still in place until 8 p.m. tonight. So, you know, there's still plenty going on here. I know we've got Kelsey still with us in the all-day host seat. We've got Ryan Radlin in the executive producer position. Cody Matz is with me in the Weather Center. All of these people are in place for one reason and one reason only. The atmosphere is so very prime today, a level 4, category 4, if you will, out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. For this entire area, a still valid moderate risk of severe weather is in place. That's a level 4 out of a possible level 5. And as I say that, now you've got some storms here riding through parts of south and southwest central Wisconsin. Those are less about our viewing area. It is here off to the south and to the southwest. We have diverted our energies for coverage, and that line that is broken along here with these area of storms here coming into parts of Stearns, Meeker, and McLeod County, and the line of strong storms running just north of I-90. Cody Matz is going to stand by. I want to give Kelsey Carlson a chance to come in because we've been talking about school closings, or not school closings, after school event closings or shutting down in terms of being proactive as we get toward that 4 and 5 p.m. time limit. And I was talking earlier about as these storms approach, this is not a night to think, well, maybe I should go to the sports field. We might be able to squeak in that t-ball practice or that soccer practice. Tonight is the night that you say, hold on everybody, we're not going to soccer practice. And the kids go, oh man, I really wanted to go. And you say, it's just not safe tonight. I was listening to Ian, I was listening to Cody. They told us to stay skyware, and that's the type of night it's going to be. I will tell you also, not everybody is going to get a strong, not everybody is going to get a severe storm. There will be storms that are filled with vivid lightning, and lightning being oh so dangerous when you are in the great outdoors. That's why I'm saying, you know what, if you're the coach, if you're the manager of a league, no matter what it is, company softball, kids soccer, t-ball, lacrosse, wave it off. Call it all off tonight. It's one night of practices you can go without to make sure everybody is absolutely 100% safe as we begin to move forward from where we sit right now. Is Kelsey still with us in the boardroom?
Yes, Ian, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, move that baseball practice to the gym. but you don't want a bunch of kids outside on a field. People are focused on the practice, not focused on what's happening in the skies. This thing is on the move, and that circle basically tells the story right there behind you, Ian. I mean, think about how many people are in that circle and need to be paying attention to what happens over the next few hours as this system continues to trek to the north.
Yeah, upwards of 4 million people plus in that circle who are under the weather gun, who need to stay sky aware. And as we get into more and more warnings tonight, obviously, Kelsey, that's the key at that particular moment in time. And hopefully before that is when you put your personal storm plan into effect. Stay away from windows. We got plenty of professionals out there who'll get us pictures of the storm. Stay inside. Get into a room that doesn't have any windows. A couple of points here. People say to me, I live in an apartment. I'm on the 4th floor. Where am I supposed to go? It's a wall of windows. If you're in an apartment, you're on the 4th floor, you get to an interior hallway, the lowest place you can in the building, even if it's ground level. You get into the interior areas. Stairwells work well because they're generally surrounded by cinder blocks and concrete. If you are outdoors, being in a car, I know we feel safe when we drive in a car, but I want you to think about this. You're surrounded by glass, and it is one big sail with strong winds that can easily flip it over. I know it seems counterintuitive to get out of a car because we put on a seatbelt and we drive and we feel safe going 75 miles an hour on the freeway. It is not a safe place to be in storms. If your kids are out this afternoon for a quick play date after school, call the mom, call the dad, call the aunt, call the uncle, call the kids. Say, time to come inside, time to come home. They may be a little bummed out, but
yeah,
it's worth
if you're kind of in the habit of letting your teen driver manage their after-school activities too, you want to kind of rein that in, connect with them, just find out what time things are ending, what time they're going to be on the road. Make sure they have the Fox 9 weather app as well, because it's all about staying aware, because you don't know where the worst of this could hit at this point.
Absolutely. I was talking about this earlier, Kelsey. So generally speaking, this is a massive rule of thumb. It's very generalized. With these storms moving in forward motion between 20 and 30 miles per hour, it's almost a county an hour. So you start to look at the waves here. So you've got an hour, 2 hours. It is just after 3. We've been targeting 5 p.m. for a possible arrival of strong storms in and across the greater metro. I think we're still there as we sit right now. Don't want to forget about the northern line of storms here that's going to go north of the metro into parts of Cabin Country, including areas in and around Mille Lacs, and then off toward the North Shore. You can see lightning tracker pinging away here. So plenty going on and plenty of spin being generated in these southern storms. Look at the yellow boxes that are popping up there. Little mesocyclone signatures, lots of spin. When we pick up a straight line wind event, which is really beginning to shape up to the south, we'll have lots of spin along that line. It doesn't mean we're talking tornadoes. It means we're talking plenty of spin along that line. I'm going to send things back to you, Kelsey. We'll refire things here in the Weather Center. Keep an eye on the possibility of a new tornado watch for the metro. And of course, we'll be back on here on the air at 3:30.
Yes, absolutely. If a watcher warning pops, I know that you'll interrupt me and you'll be back on the air. But if not, 3:30 is the time. Then we'll start this over again and we'll bring the latest weather information to our viewers on Fox Local. So you go regroup with Cody and we'll be back with you in just a few moments, Ian. Okay. And then I want to bring executive producer Ryan Rablin in too. We've been trying to find some traffic cameras. I found a few online. Southwest Minnesota, just dark skies. It's that typical ominous feeling right now as they're really in sort of the danger zone at the moment. And there was a tornado warning, Doppler indicated. Now they're still under a tornado watch. But you heard Ian calling out city names, between Wilmer and Litchfield. And that area right now is seeing the brunt of this.
On this line of storms that's coming in, and Danny, if you could pull this up, this is Springfield. So this is in between Marshall and New Ulm. So if you drew an upside down triangle with the base of the triangle connecting from Marshall to New Ulm, Springfield would kind of be the point of that. To give you a little reference, this is Highway 14. Of course, this isn't a great look. Kelsey, we're not in control of some of these cameras, so they move on me. So we had a good picture where I was looking at a sky that was dark, and then we saw some rain. Here's a little bit better.
There's a little bit of sky.
You can see some rain, but this is still Springfield. This is Highway 14. So if you continued on east on Highway 14, you would eventually come up to New Ulm, and into Mankato if you kept going. So just to give you a little bit reference of where, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the stuff that Ian was talking about is a little bit north of here, but we're just trying to give you kind of a sense of the area of where these storms are rolling through, and you can see there is something going on there. It's raining, the skies look a little bit dark, so.
Yeah, and as this develops, and Ryan, you know this too, I mean, Ian can get very local with how this is impacting an area, and he can tell you right where it is, where it's going, who needs to be heads up in the next 15-20 minutes. So that's why we're stressing that it's so important to keep this weather information at your fingertips for the next few hours, so that you know and you are aware of basically your surroundings and what's happening as this marches forward and gets closer to the metro. But Ian is great at walking us all through what's happening. Cody Matz, who is usually on the morning show, staying to work side by side with Ian today too, but they're an incredible team, and they make it so easy to understand. And it's not a panicked weather forecast. It's very careful information that we need. And the way that they kind of walk you through exactly what's happening, and with the technology that we have to warn people nowadays, the amount of time that we can give people to show them on the radar exactly what's happening, and explaining the difference between a Doppler indicated tornado warning and one that is visible, for instance. And so always explaining the risk and why a watcher warning has been called. And Ian put that big circle up on the map that shows just how big the area is that could be impacted. And that's why this is such a big deal today, because we're not talking about a small swath. It's just a huge part of Minnesota that could be impacted later today.
Yeah, and it has the potential to be very serious. As Keith was talking about this morning, as Cody has continued, it doesn't mean that everybody is going to see a significant severe storm. But it has that potential, and that's why we are, not hitting the panic button, but caution. It's a good reminder. All of you are watching us on Fox Local here, so we don't have to tell you to download the Fox Local app. But if you have friends, family members who maybe part of their severe weather plan gets them to a room in the house where they might not have a TV, download that Fox Local app. We're going to be on, whether it's through All Day Live here at 5 o'clock, our newscast starts. Keep that Fox 9 weather app up, and keep us tuned into us, and we're tracking these storms.
That's right. I mean, I know my family, I talked to them earlier today about what their plan will be while I'm here at work. And let's say you don't have a TV down in your basement. Just get that app. Take your phone, and you can continue to watch all of our coverage live on the Fox 9 weather app and Fox Local, so that you can stay in touch with what's going on. I know we put together a bunch of games, and the kids, just so they're not worried or too stressed about what could happen later today. We already set up, some things they can do downstairs while they're waiting for the all clear if by chance our area ends up under a tornado warning. We here at the station, Ryan, we put out a note today that reminds everybody here at the station where our shelter area is. So it's a good reminder, because it's been a while since we've had to deal with this. I mean, you go through the seasons, it's just like the beginning of winter. When the beginning of spring severe weather season begins, we all need a few reminders, like, oh yeah, what do I need to do? What is my checklist? It's about just being smart. It's not about being panicked. It's about being smart. The technology is amazing these days. We have these incredible meteorologists here at Fox 9 that are able to just basically walk us through every minute of this.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth right now. We'll take a quick break here, where Amy Hockert's going to come and give you a break, Kelsey. Amy will come back, and we'll have another update here in about 5-6 minutes as we track the severe weather moving across our state.
All right, sounds good.
Well, welcome back to All Day Live. I'm Amy Hockert, and we're really glad that you're with us this afternoon as we continue our live coverage of this severe weather that's been moving into Minnesota. Now, the second wave, we saw some storms, some of you earlier today, and we wanted to check back in with Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard, who's been in the Weather Center. Our Cody Matz has also been sticking around into the afternoon to just to let us know what's going on. And we've watched it. Now, we've been on the air live with you since about noon when it was really just a lull here, and then we saw some things start to bubble up in the southwest corner of the state and the Laverne area, and now, as you can see, it's starting to continue to track and evolve. So Ian, I don't know if you're ready to take things away, my
Always
friend,
ready.
but okay. All right, so where are we at here as
Okay,
we're
so
coming up on
about an hour ago, we started talking about the possibility of another tornado watch being issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and that has come to fruition. In the last 4 minutes, there it is, the large red box right here, the latest. It includes the Twin Cities Metro. It is a tornado watch that is in place until 11 p.m. tonight. Now, I want to tell you, that doesn't mean the Metro until 11 p.m. That is the furthest eastern extent of this box valid until 11 p.m. We've been talking the better part of the afternoon and started talking about it this way last night, that we're looking after 4:30, and 5 p.m. for storm arrival in the Metro. Now, as you're looking at this, you're saying to yourself, is it just me, or am I looking at a line of storms forming? And no, it's not just you. It is a line of storms that has formed. It is about to leave the previous tornado watch box that was well out to the west. That is expiring at 8 p.m. It will be allowed to expire much quicker than that. The storms that are here between, say, Meeker and McLeod and Candy, Ojai and Stearns counties, none of those storms are severe warned. They haven't met severe criteria, or at least the limits, just yet. Where we have warned storms is here off to the south. Now, you want to talk about a rambunctious line of storms. Lightning tracker almost occluding the entire line of storms. Now, these storms started well off to the southwest near Laverne. Started as one cell, began to grow. Now it's expanding into a line. A couple of things happen when we talk about linear-based storms. With linear-based storms like this, we can have possible, very short-lived, short-track spin-up tornadoes. More likely what we end up with is straight-line winds, and many of you heard my analogy before. Think about this, like that's the bow and there's the archer, and release the bow. The straight-line winds splay in front of this line of storms, sometimes 70 to 90 mile per hour straight line winds, as damaging as an EF0, EF1 tornado. So I think what I'm trying to do here is get just that word tornado and not be that the singular focus of what you're thinking about moving forward, because with these severe thunderstorm warnings, now you see them flashing black and gold in the background. You've got Cottonwood, Jackson and Nobles, Brown and Watonwan counties, all until 3:45 p.m. So that's about 12 minutes from now. They are all flashing because those are valid severe thunderstorm warnings. And I know there are people who think, well, honey, it's just a severe thunderstorm, we're fine. But in a straight line wind event, a severe thunderstorm warning can still see winds, as I mentioned, at 70 to 90 plus miles per hour. Embedded all along this line, meteorologist Cody Matz has been pointing this out on radar over the last couple of hours, that we have these tremendous hail cores, vertically integrated liquid, tremendous hail cores pushing all along this area. But as I say that, notice that the tracking icons are now up from Doppler. When we see these little yellow boxes, that means that anywhere in the 5 scans of Doppler radar, here's how it works. Doppler scans and then it clicks up. And it scans, it does that 5 times and then resets. In that process, we find a degree of rotation, what we call gate-to-gate shear. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but that's what it's displaying right now. It is not displaying tornadoes. It is not displaying tornado vortex signatures. It is, however, saying there is a degree of spin in this particular area. And so when you think about where this is and how it moves forward in time, I'm going to take where they both were. I'm going to draw a line through the center of that storm. I'm going to follow the Doppler indication that is moving it out here to the east at around 25 miles per hour. That puts it right over top of Carson right now. But this is the core that's continuing to slide over in the body of this severe thunderstorm warning. All of these warnings flashing in yellow and black in the background in place until 3:45. What does it take to get a severe thunderstorm warning? We're talking winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Earlier with these storms, we had hail reports at 1 3/4 inches approaching 2 inches. So you've got excessively large hail and some very strong winds. Never mind the blinding rain, the thunder, and the lightning. You know, if you're in these counties right now, you may be saying to yourself, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. And I would imagine that is exactly what you're saying. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. I just want to bring you to the northern extent of this storm. The Minnesota River Valley, a great line of delineation here for most of us from the metro all the way down into southwest Minnesota. So there it is from Redwood Falls through New Ulm down to Mankato. This line of storms, the northern extent, now there's the storm tracks heading towards St. James. By the way, St. James, you're under the weather gun here in the next 45 minutes. If you don't have it already in place, I would implore you to put your personal storm plan into effect. Kids are outside riding bikes. There's a sports practice after school. People are outside doing outside things, looking off to the west and saying, my gosh, those clouds, it's so ominous. Look at the lightning in the distance. That's coming your way. So from New Ulm all the way down to St. James, that's a zone to put your personal storm plan into effect. The reason I'm talking about the Minnesota River Valley is this in the last, call it 30 minutes, has begun to kind of stretch. And the northern area of this line is starting to grow in extent, and it's tracking more here off to the east-northeast. That puts it here into Blue Earth County, just north and west of Mankato. This, you see where Bismarck is right here, that's Sibley County. So Sibley County, Blue Earth County, you're also under the weather gun, although you're not in a warning yet. Neither is St. James, stretching all the way here to Mankato and all the way rippling down 169. As a matter of fact, let's use 169 in the Minnesota River Valley that runs north-south as our next line. Everywhere to the west of that line, think about your personal storm plan. Think about getting the kids in. Think about finding your safe place as we talk about these very strong storms tracking off to the east-northeast. I mentioned the northern extent of this line earlier, so you've got it here. Just north of Hutchinson, all the way east of Wilmer now, up through St. Joseph. That's Stearns County right there, and stretching even further off to the north. When you slide things, that goes all the way toward Little Falls. When I slide it even further, you look toward Brainerd and Park Rapids. None of these storms are warned, but there's still plenty going on. And as I say that, see that glowing area here from Wadena back toward Fergus Falls? That's a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. That's a special weather statement just issued for Grant, Otter Tail, Wadena, and Wilkin counties. That's in place until 5:30. That's a ways off from now. That's almost, what is it, 20 to 4. So do the math yourself. You got a couple of hours at least here as the storms fire and work into that general region. You can still move the map down further south. There's Little Falls, Sartell, stretching all the way down toward Annandale. So now when you start thinking about Annandale and St. Joseph, you're thinking, well, wait a minute. That's almost the northwest-west extent of what we call the greater metro. None of these storms are warned. There's I-94, but if you are in this area, know about the storms, the lightning, the thunder, and the threat. The threat is, it is not an outdoor afternoon. It is not an outdoor night. Lightning, thunder, a tornado watch, straight line winds, and the possibility of tornadoes. Whatever your plans are, they should involve hunkering down and staying inside. Now, a lot of folks will get out and say, hey, let's go chase a storm. And I get it, man. There is like this huge curiosity factor. We have professional storm chasers out there. We have our people out in hardened areas here in the greater Twin Cities metro in parking ramps that are concrete, cement. And after the storms pass, that's when we'll come out. We never want to have anybody, including you, here sitting in advance of these storms saying, hey, look at the storms, they're coming, let's go out. This line of storms will be almost impenetrable in terms of driving toward them. It's more about driving away from them, and that is driving off to the east. So there it is, the latest tornado watch. It includes the Twin Cities metro until 11 p.m. I said this earlier during our 2 p.m. update. This is one of those nights that it's going to be a bumpy ride. It's one of those nights that if you have an event planned, you might right now say to yourself, do I keep it in place or do we just get rid of it? How important is it? And I'm telling you right now, it's about getting rid of that event and just hunkering down and playing safe with you and your family. With that said, not everybody is going to get a very, very strong storm, but it is happening as we look around right now. And Cody, by the way, I've got meteorologist Cody Matz with me through the rest of this afternoon. There's the latest. That is a brand new tornado warning I just saw pop up. So here it is. This is the latest, a brand new tornado warning. At this point, it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. I know that because the outline is black and the background is red. That tornado warning, this is exactly where I was just saying we didn't have those storms warned yet. This tornado warning is for parts of Meeker, parts of Stearns, and parts of Wright County. If you're saying to yourself, well, Wright County, that's pretty much the outskirts of the greater metro, you're absolutely right. So there's Buffalo. This is I-94 that is working all the way off to the north. So this storm, or at least the tornado warning, stretches from Litchfield here all the way up to I-94, and you can see the border right there. And once you begin to track the cell, this is a hail core, but Doppler's got a track on it, and that rolls all the way through the tornado warning. So points of interest, where you put your personal storm plan into effect. Keep in mind, this is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Meeker, parts of Meeker, parts of Stearns, and parts of Wright County. I have the track on here. That puts it into Harvey in approximately 4 minutes. Watkins in 17 minutes, Rockville in the next 29 minutes. Your personal storm plan for parts of Meeker, Stearns, and Wright County needs to go into effect in a room without windows, the most interior room of a house, in an apartment building, interior hallway, on the lowest level. If you know people who are driving in this area, get on your phone, call them and tell them parts of Meeker, Stearns, and Wright are in a tornado warning, and Ian Leonard said you got to stay skyware. You must get out of that region if at all possible in a car. Slide a little bit further down and there's the line of severe thunderstorm warnings that will continue to stay in effect until 3:45, which is 4 minutes from now. Notice that line I was talking about just bulging here toward the Minnesota River Valley from Redwood Falls to Mankato, just starting to patch over. I would imagine Mankato, parts of Blue Earth County are next for the severe thunderstorm warning to the south. I want to move back to the tornado warning. And Cody, I know you've been on the tornado warning and you've been looking inside it. I'm going to do one scope line here, and then I'm going to get to Cody Matz in the Weather Center so he can also scope as we look at this. So I'm going to take you down a little bit further and get you closer. So Litchfield, south of Eden Lake. There's the Doppler indicated tornado warning just south of St. Cloud. It is really here, I-94 bending all the way back to Litchfield. When we look inside a storm, Doppler technology is interesting. It enables us to figure out if particles that are suspended in the atmosphere, hail, rain, leaves, are moving toward or away from radar. And if they're moving toward and away from radar in a very close proximity, what we call a meter by meter gate, if we find spin there, that's a Doppler indicated tornado warning, gate to gate shear. So let me do this, and I'm going to move you inside the storm using a Doppler velocity scope. And once we do that, now you see these colors. I'll give you a much better idea of interpreting these colors. This is very broad rotation. Let me clear that off. That's very broad rotation, but where we see the green and the red, that's our gate-to-gate shear. It's big enough that there's definitely spin in the body of this system. Yeah, go ahead.
I would zoom in on that and do that again. Zoom in on that and do that again. I want to point something out.
I'm just going to move it one more time. So, and I'll tell you, when we're planning for tornadoes and tornado coverage, and I started talking to Cody back on Saturday, I said, Cody, need you. And Cody's like, right away, yep. I said, yeah, but I need you to do that. He goes, yep. I said, yeah, but it could be a long day. He goes, yep. That's the one thing I love about Cody. He's always here and ready to rock. Okay, so let's get the Doppler scope here.
Focus on the Forest City area. So if you're in Forest City, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Yeah, so there's your red and green. So we look for a red and green couplet right in there. And if you can do me a favor, whoever's directing, and switch over to Weather 2. There you go. There's the hook that we're looking for. So instead of using the 3D animation, I kind of used half the tool to kind of get rid of some clutter. And it's very easy to see our hook. Can you point that out?
So yeah, I mean, here's the flow coming across Forest City. This is coming in, let's call it the east-southeast. Here's the other flow coming in out of the west-northwest. Think about a merry-go-round that you had to push when you were kids. Well, there's the center of it. And if there were kids, we're rotating it this way, pushing in here from the east-southeast and then pushing in here out of the west-northwest. It is very broad rotation, but Cody points out something very interesting there, that if there is a tornado in this Doppler indicated tornado warned storm, it is here very close to Forest City. Okay, people, my friends in the booth, I didn't mean to say people, I apologize. Let's go back to weather 1 so I can take you back inside that scope. Now, this is what Cody was just talking about. I'm going to zoom in on this one more time, give you a much better idea once we get closer to Forest City. See the gate-to-gate shear. So what you end up with here is the red is that flow away from Doppler. The green is the flow toward Doppler. So there's the spin with the gate-to-gate shear here just north of Forest City. And Cody put it very eloquently, and he put it perfect. And it was succinct. If you're in and around Forest City, or here just off to the north and northeast of Forest City, it is time to put your personal storm plan into effect. This is a massive storm. It is rambunctious. More importantly, it is dangerous. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright. And you're looking at your clock right now and you're saying, wait a minute, that's a Doppler indicated tornado warning that's in place until 4:15. And right now it is only 3:45. You're absolutely right. So let's talk about where this overall storm is headed. I'm going to zoom out and give you a much better idea. And again, when Doppler picks up the rotation or the storm cell signature here, it will produce this fan, this tracking fan. That is 10, 20, and 30 minutes Doppler-derived algorithms about where the storm is headed. So you grab it and you track the cell from here forward. And I'll tell you, this is moving at a pretty good clip. So Doppler says it's moving off to the east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. Kimball, a lot of folks in the metro know where Kimball is. Kimball is under the weather gun here in the next 22 minutes. Remember what I said, there's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes. This is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. Strongest portion of the storm is right over top and off to the east northeast of Forest City. Your personal storm plan, if you're in parts of Meeker, Stearns, and Wright, absolutely, it goes into effect right now. Don't want to forget about the southern branch of this line. I said earlier that will probably branch this storm out with its warnings toward Blue Earth. That's exactly what's happened. The latest severe thunderstorm warning here for Blue Earth, Brown, Nicollet, and Watonwan counties. Sometimes when you look at radar and you look at the design of the severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, it gives you an idea of the aspect of the storm. So in this particular case, notice it's got this wild looking polygon with the big curvature in the front. We're starting to see more linear, and this storm linear wise is going to work here out to the east. Use Amboy to the south, New Ulm, and all the way up here into parts of southern Sibley County down toward Mankato as your borders. If you're in this region straddling the Minnesota River Valley down toward Amboy and St. James, again, personal storm plan into effect. Not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of straight line winds here in excess of 70 miles per hour and very large hail. There's going to be an awful lot going on here in the next couple of hours. One of the reasons I said earlier, look, it's going to be a bumpy night. There was no way it wasn't going to when we set up on Friday afternoon with a moderate risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center. That is a level 4 out of level 5 categories that we can look to how the atmosphere is primed. When you get to a level 4, I mean, we haven't had a large geographical level 4 here in the Fox 9 viewing area since April of 2011. Talked about it all weekend. People thought we were getting into a little bit of hype. It's not about hype. It's about information. It's about pushing out correct information. More importantly, for us as a weather department and a weather team, and for us as Fox 9, it's about making sure people are prepared. Trying to keep people ahead of the storm by giving them the information. With the information right now, that tornado warning, a Doppler indicated tornado warning, is still in place for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright until 4:15 p.m. I just want to have a quick look here. This storm is moving to the northeast now at upwards of 40 miles per hour. It is north of Litchfield, 24 miles north of Hutchinson. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning, and it continues to move here off to the east northeast. So big picture view. Big picture is everything when you think about it. So big picture view. I'm going to actually just take you to the home button here, and this will give you the big picture. So the severe thunderstorm warnings we're talking about well to the south, straddling the Minnesota River Valley, working areas like Mankato, away from areas like St. James. That large-scale severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 4:30 p.m. The Doppler indicated tornado warning, and I'll grant you this, it is small portions of Meeker, Stearns, and Wright counties, is in place until 4:15. That glowing area here, violet boundaries, that is a special weather statement well off to the north end of the northwest. That is in place until 5:30 p.m. So a bumpy, if not very rocky night is beginning to unfold at this part of our afternoon. It is 10 to 4. I know Amy is with us in the all-day suite. Amy, as you look around and you get an idea of what's going on outside the windows here at Fox 9 in Eden Prairie, and you talk about how many schools went into a pre-closure for after-school events and how smart that is, how proactive that is. That's all a part of us talking about this since last Thursday and Friday, and making sure that people have the information to make a very informed decision.
It's a great point. I was just looking at social media, and some people who are in southwest Minnesota said that they not only evening activities, but they actually let some schools out early, and they said, really, is this kind of a storm? Yeah. And to your point, and what Cody's been saying all day, and Keith this morning, and you guys for the last few days, it's one of these where you just don't know, and it could just pop like that. And we're seeing these things happen. It's just been incredible. So we're glad that you're here, and we are here with folks. We just want to let everybody know.
Let me just interject for a
yes,
second.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Cody Matz is in the Weather
yes.
Center. Cody's got something for us to say. I believe Cody's on mic 10 for those in the booth.
Go ahead, Cody.
I just wanted to get back to the Forest City tornado warning. Yep. You should zoom in on that. So it does look like the rotation is actually strengthened a little bit, and there's some big concern here between basically Watkins and Kimball over the next 10 minutes or so. If you can zoom in on that.
So we were talking about Kimball, and the arrival, when we were first talking about an arrival time for Kimball, was about 24 minutes, and that was about 8 minutes ago. So there it is. You've got Watkins on your mind right there, Cody.
Yeah, it's coming in quick, and it's really south of that core. So if you get kind of the southern end of that lightning strikes.
Okay, so that's more toward Kingston. And
yeah, there you go.
So here you go.
Look at southeast of Watkins right now. There you go.
So let's get down. And again, what we're looking at, and this is important because you're like, I've never seen anything like that. This is something we call Doppler velocity. Doppler was discovered by Christian Doppler hundreds of years ago. I want you to think about this. If you are on the side of the road and a highway and a car goes by you and it goes, and the pitch changes, that's Doppler. As things move toward you and away from you, they emit different velocity signatures. Hey, let's go off. Cody, you got Bill in the background. Go back to Weather One, the one that I was using earlier. There, stay on this one. This is Doppler velocity right here. And when Cody's talking about the curvature or the spin in the atmosphere, so you've got the red. Those are winds that are generally moving away approximately from the Doppler unit. And then you've got what we would call, okay, so there's the spin coming in with the red. Here's the spin coming down with the green. Right there, just off to the east of Forest Prairie, off to the north of Kingston, there's Highway 24. Here's Highway 15. That spin says there is a very strong storm, and the reason we have a Doppler-indicated tornado warning is because of this, what we call gate-to-gate shear. So there you see, that's brand new, Cody. That's a tornado vortex signature. So earlier I was talking about how we look at Doppler in those 5 scans, and we find rotation within a certain number of scans. We'll get a Doppler-indicated tornado warning. That's where we are right now with that core, and I'm going to take it out just a skosh here because I really want to be able to track this storm. And Cody, you were talking specifically about Watkins. So there is force.
Watkins to Kimball, and I'm actually a little more concerned in Kimball. Just because it looks like the TVS is going generally towards Kimball. It looks like the TVS, at least on radar, maybe a little old. There you go.
Yeah, that one just moved. Okay, so here we go. So the storm is moving forward at upwards of 40 miles per hour. There you get the idea. Splitting the upweights here between Maine Prairie and Kimball. The core, though, as we were just showing you, Cody, is off to the east and southeast of Watkins. So I would put it here, just off that tornado vortex signature, knocking on the door of Kimball, splitting the uprights with its overall motion here off to the east, northeast, and continuing to move.
And Ian, you might see it better just if you give it a hot second and switch back over to weather 2.
Okay.
I've got some of the clutter pulled off. There you go.
There you go.
You see the little notch?
Yeah. So what I was talking about earlier. So here's the winds that are coming in out of the east-southeast, and winds that are coming in generally out of the west-northwest. That's what's imparting the spin shear. Different wind directions at different altitudes. I want you to think about this. Whenever we think about winds, people, especially when you're a kid, you draw a line and that's the ground. You draw another line and that's the wind, because we draw a line as straight. But in reality, winds roll along the ground until they're imparted to tilt up, and we get the spin, the vorticity with the shear. And that's what's happening right here. We had the rolling winds, the winds come in, you get a wind here out of the east-southeast, you get a wind here out of the northwest. It tilts it all up like a big cake. And that's where we end up with a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright until 4:15. Cody, you still think we're going Kimball?
It's real close to Kimball. I would put it just to the west of Kimball, moving to the east-northeast pretty quickly. So you probably won't see this coming in Kimball.
Okay. Personal storm plan for folks in Kimball. Away from the windows, into the innermost room of whatever home you are in. Mobile homes are not safe. Most mobile home communities have a shelter. I want you to get there. If you're in an apartment building, if it's only 3 stories high and you think that 3rd story is fine, it's into the interior hallways and the lowest levels. If there isn't an interior hallway, it is the lowest levels of the stairwell hallway. Here at Fox 9, we have an area in the back corner that is just under the surface of the ground. We're built into a hill. That is our safe space here at Fox 9. Know where your safe space is, put your personal storm plan into effect, and stay safe with this Doppler indicated tornado warning for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright. From Weather 2 here in the background, for folks in the booth, I want to get back to Weather 1 quickly. We were just looking at Doppler velocity. That was where the track is. I'm going to clear it. And Cody, I'm going to reset everything here because I want to give people a little big picture, because I think we're just a little bit tight. There you go. There's the tornado warning. So we've moved well away from Litchfield. That is a hail core right now locked in just off to the south of Watkins. But Cody, could you do me a huge favor? Sure. Could you turn off lightning layer on here? Because as I scope in, the lightning tends to occlude the overall scope.
There you go.
Good. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I can move this scope around here to give you an idea. So we were talking about Watkins. That right there, man, that is howling at me.
Yes, that's the concern, and that's coming right into Litchfield.
Away from.
Kimball. Yeah. My apologies, Kimball.
Yeah. No, you're good. There's a lot going on here. So as we move away from Forest Prairie toward Kimball, sorry, I've just got to clear something here. This is where things get interesting in terms of personal storm plans. You don't hear that very often, especially living in Minnesota. And some folks will say we don't have one. Well, at this point, the plan is to move away from windows, not try and get photographs. Don't go outside. There is so much rain falling right here. This would be rain wrapped if the tornado were touching the ground. It's a big if, but it would be rain wrapped. You would not be able to see the tornado or the rotation before it's actually on you. Cody's talking about in and around Kimball right now. There you've got another degree of rotation within the scans of Doppler. Again, splitting the uprights. This is the overall track, not exactly where the storm is headed. The overall track. Here, splitting the uprights between Maine Prairie and Kimball and working towards St. Augusta into Fairhaven and soon toward Clearwater. So we're working off into areas that for the better part of the day had no warnings. For the better part of the day literally had no storms until about 45 minutes ago. Started looking at it and saying, boy, I'll tell you folks, this is an area of concern. Let's get inside this one more time here so we don't have lightning tracker. I'm going to tell you, Cody, I'm a little nervous of what's going on in and around
and
Kimball.
You know, I'm actually looking at the correlation coefficient right now, and I'm also very nervous.
So this is what Cody has been talking about here in and around Kimball. What's important is what he's looking at right now is called the correlation coefficient, which would give us an idea if, big if a tornado hit the ground and lifted debris, we can use a Doppler algorithm called the correlation coefficient to actually look and see that lifted debris. You know, and for years and years and years, we've used local law enforcement, local volunteer firefighters as our eyes on the ground, because Doppler here is generally two-dimensional. We can see the spin, but we can't tell if the spin is always in contact with the ground. And the textbook definition of a tornado is a violently rotating column of air, wait for it, that is in contact with the ground. So that's why we use something called the correlation coefficient. Do you have it up, Cody? I do. Okay, so let's go over to Cody's computer. Again, what you're going to see here is the ability for Doppler. Now, you start to see all of these different greens. Oh, well, no, never mind that. This is where we were talking Kimball.
Yeah.
So you've got the blue, the red, the green, and the white. If this tornado has touched the ground, this is debris that has been lifted from the ground and is now visible by the Doppler radar beam.
Here, I'll roll through the last few scans, so like the last 15 minutes, kind of give you a general idea. I mean, it's tough. It's not showing a lot, and it's so far away from the radar site, it's going to be tough to see, but I don't like what I'm looking at.
Yeah, no, and that's awesome information. I love the fact, so this is brand new. The correlation coefficient just in the last couple of years. So you see it now stretching away from Kimball. Cody, awesome information. Like I said, when I asked him to come in and be a part of the coverage here away from the morning show, first thing out of his mouth is, yep. And he'll be with me all night. Cody, I thank you. That's fantastic. Again, if you're in and around Kimball, we're now stretching this away from Kimball. We're starting to work off to the northeast toward I-94. So let's go away from Cody's computer weather 2, come back to my computer weather 1. I'm going to clear this. So you can see here, instead of the green right next to red, super intense, the green has spread out. The red has spread out. And this is Doppler velocity. So the red is here away from the Doppler unit. The green is here toward the Doppler unit. There is still some very broad-based rotation in this overall storm, but like I did earlier, it is time for a big picture view because the tornado warning is still in place. Now we've migrated. It is Meeker, Stearns, and Wright counties, and it continues until 4:15. Kimball, we're moving away from you ever so slightly. If you are on the ground in Kimball, I'd love for you to get onto Twitter and say, we did have something, or we didn't have something, but it spun and it barely touched. That sort of, we call that ground truth. That sort of ground truth helps us continue to look inside this storm as it stays strong, as it stays a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright County until 4:15. Let's move everything down and give you a much better idea of where this storm is headed. I love the ability to be able to track these storms forward in time. It comes with a caveat though. This is not an exact science. This is where Doppler is saying this storm is now moving forward. Wow, it's picked up forward speed. Off to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. We're in between Luxembourg, Fairhaven, and Linden, working off toward Haven in the next 22 minutes. Remember, about 15 short minutes ago, Kimball was on the storm tracker as an arrival time. We're now past Kimball and we're working here toward Haven in the next 22 minutes. And I'm going to take this off because I want to give you the big picture view. Sometimes, and I'll tell you, sometimes we look at Doppler and we're like, we got to get closer. But for people in the region, they're like, I don't know where that is. I mean, let's face it, if you're one county away from your house, you're not sure about some of these little towns. You may not have heard of them before. So there's the big picture. And earlier I said that the tornado warning, there it is in black, was bordering I-94. So there is the extent of the tornado warning there. Basically all along I-94 and working into areas like St. Cloud and Palmer. One more time in my ear, please. Okay, so we're going to do this. We are on Fox all day, and we've been there the better part of the last 3 hours. We're going to take a very short momentary break, and when we pop back up, we'll pop back on regular Fox 9, on Fox 9 Plus, and we'll stay on all day as well. So quickly, we send you to a very absolutely short break. Hi, everybody. That was it. That was the short break. We've been on our digital platforms for the better part of the last 3 hours. You've heard us talk about Fox Local and Fox All Day. Well, that's where we've been tracking the storms. But now as these storms approach the greater metro, time for us to be here. And I will tell you this, I've been saying this the better part of the afternoon with my partner, Cody Matz. This is going to be a very bumpy night. But it is a big word there, B-U-T, but not for every person in the Fox 9 viewing area. For the last 20 minutes, we've been talking about this tornado warning that is valid for now parts of Stearns and Wright. The part of the tornado warning that was in Meeker County, that's been allowed to expire. We've been talking an awful lot about a possible, and I can't stress this enough, about a possible touchdown near Kimball. We're efforting, if you will, to find out if that happened. But on Doppler, it looked like we had something touching down near Kimball. Now the tornado warning until 4:15 is for Stearns and Wright County. And to give you an idea, and the best idea to give you here, let me outline the tornado warnings, because these are the extent of the tornado warning. It works right up here to the to I-94, just south of St. Cloud. We are now north of Watkins. See that bright white as the Doppler beam sweeps by? There is an inordinate amount of rain falling here. The vertically integrated liquid, the hail core, the hail size, all a part of this storm. This is one of those instances when I tell you, look, put your personal storm plan into effect. Don't worry about going outside and getting pictures for us. We've got them, because as the Doppler unit is scanning through the storm, see the gold box? That means it's found rotation of at least a couple of scans. A Doppler indicated tornado warning is exactly what we have as we look at this cell. And as it moves forward in time, it is actually going to accelerate outside of the current tornado warning here off to the north and to the northeast. That puts it across I-94. That puts it across Highway 10. And at the outermost extent, with our tracking area here, that's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes. So at the outside aerial extent, it puts it into Palmer here in the next 29 minutes. I want to clear that, and I want to give you the big picture view. Cody, go ahead.
I just wanted to draw your attention back to southern Minnesota.
That's where I'm going, yeah.
Yeah, the line of storms in southern Minnesota now passing New Ulm and kind of knocking on the door of Mankato at the moment. Did you just get a report outside of Jackson, which is right along Interstate 90, of a 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We've also seen a couple reports of quarter-size hail kind of right along the line in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, so this is the severe thunderstorm warnings we were talking about on the air for a spell much earlier this afternoon when these storms are 3 or 4 counties back. We had a tornado warning, Doppler indicated tornado warning, no indication of a touchdown. But with everything that is in play right now, the severe thunderstorm warning for Martin County, that's straddling I-90, including Fairmont, that is in place until 5 p.m. Otherwise, Blue Earth, Brown, Nicollet, and Watawan, as these storms do a couple of things. And I was mentioning this earlier. The overall direction here for these storms looks to be almost due east, other than the northern branch here. When we first started talking about it, it was kind of butting up to the Minnesota River Valley. There's the Minnesota River Valley from New Ulm to Mankato. Notice how this storm has expanded now, and it's expanding into areas like Sibley County. So there are two effects here. One, the overall line is racing off to the east, but it is also slowly expanding off to the north. So once we get north of the Minnesota River Valley, that's when we really start to get into some areas that you can think about concern. So you think about LeSueur, you think about Winthrop. Okay, so when you talk about Sibley County, this is Sibley right here, Winthrop, all the way down to LeSueur. Then you come up toward Waconia. We're actually starting to talk more and more about a possibility of some very strong scattered storms working through the greater Twin Cities metro as we head through the 5 p.m. hour. That's really important. Folks love timing. We love putting timing on, not an exact science, as we move through the 5 p.m. hour. This storm will continue to expand here off to the north into parts of Sibley County. There's 169. So in terms of Mankato, LeSueur, Jordan, St. Peter, all the way here into the southwest metro, that storm will continue to expand to the north as it also races off to the east. So there's plenty going on right now. what's really cool is Fox 9 is able to partner with storm chasers who do two things for us. First of all, obviously, they chase storms, but secondly, they chase storms in a very responsible way. One of my good friends for many, many years has been an exclusive storm chaser to Fox 9. We've got him on the line. There he is right there, my friend Tim Purrington. Hey, Tim, do me a favor. I know you're on Zoom. Really important that people know you're not driving. Your much better half is driving. Where are you right now, and what do you see?
Yeah, the wife is driving as always. We're west of St. Peter. We're out in front of this line. Just basically been sitting in front of this line as it moves towards the Twin Cities. We've seen some very large, definitely large hail sheets coming, down. You can really see them. And we had one small circulation embedded, but so far just very large hail.
So you're St. Peter. You are off to the west. At what point do you think a possible intercept, Tim? Because, I mean, the atmosphere at best right now is charged, but it's also very murky.
Yeah, I lost you there for a second. But everything is elevated right now on this line. So not really any chances for tornadoes except, dangerous long track tornadoes.
Okay, so, and that's important what Tim, you were talking about being elevated. There are two types of storms. There are storms that are ground-based. Ground-based storms are the storms that would create a tornado. An elevated storm would create some rather strong winds, but also some very large hail. And elevated storms, the two don't meet. So when we talk about ground-based storms, that's definitely what we're talking about here, down toward Mankato. When we're talking about some elevated storms, Tim is off towards St. Peter, and you saw that view from the camera. And Tim, I don't know if you can turn the camera for us again. It just looks like one big murky mess. Okay. Well, as happens in live television, I can still see Tim, but we don't have the camera forward facing from Tim. And these are the immediacies of television. Tim, you're approaching St. Peter. Where's your target next?
Well, we're just going to stay in front of this line as it approaches the Twin Cities. So we'll move towards the Twin Cities, and then if something can fire out in front of this line or become, a strong circulation, then we'll turn back into it. Did you
hear us talking about Kimball? Because the correlation coefficient over the top of and just off to the east-northeast of Kimball was, it was real.
Yeah, you're talking the supercell up by St. Cloud?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been watching that.
Well,
and that's been able to stay isolated by itself linear in any way. So definitely a dangerous storm up there.
Yeah, you talk about that supercell. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just north of the original tornado warning. Cody, I don't know if you've seen that, but it is that line that I was talking about earlier that is a part and parcel of all of this. But I will tell you this, it's also getting into some air that is not as rich, or sometimes we use the word juicy, and it's just a silly word to use in terms of the atmosphere. It is not as rich, it is not as enriched here off to the north. I think what you'll end up with is a line of severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch here toward Duluth, I-35, and the North Shore as that line continues moving. You see Tim Purrington, one of our storm chasers, and chasing Tim. For anybody who thinks chasing is like Twisters, it's not, man. You're driving and you're looking out the window and you're looking at real-time based radar. You're looking at storm reports. You're trying to put a correlation between the two. It's a lot of miles, right, my friend?
Yeah, so we're going to pull over here and I can try and turn the camera so you can get kind of a live shot. I heard you talking. I'll move the storm here once I pull over.
Yeah, go for it.
We'll get out and take a look.
Okay. Tim's going to turn the car and give us our shot to the control room. That's great. Let me know when it comes up. Let's go away from Tim until we get a nice solid shot, especially of the clouds. I know my friend Randy Meyer is joining me from the anchor chair now. Randy, it's been a bumpy day so far, and it's one of those days where you look at it and you say, oh, thank goodness we curtailed some of the after-school activities.
Yeah, some of the things I've been listening to you and Cody now for the last couple hours. A couple of things from our layman's perspective and a viewer perspective that I had a question on, and that is, we talked about this earlier, if the clouds parted, this storm could build some strength because of the heat that would build. Now, I know that that was in the southwestern part of the state earlier today. Is this storm, and you've got two different cells there you guys have been focusing on, is this storm building strength or losing strength as it moves toward, say, Mankato and then toward the Twin Cities?
That's a good question. So really, we're talking about two separate and distinct zones. You've got the northern zone. I would tell you that Benton, Morrison, and Stearns in this severe thunderstorm warning, this is a big wind hailer, that is moving off to the northeast very quickly. So areas like Mille Lacs, all along 169, you're under the weather gun with Benton, Morrison, and Stearns in that severe thunderstorm warning at 4:45. Again, this is a big hailer. And big rain and big thunder and big lightning. I want to take you quickly, Randy, sorry for this. I want to take you quickly to show you the view from, give it to me again, Amber? Clearwater. From Clearwater. Okay, go ahead. This is, wow. So we talk about big rain, and you can see the hail. There is hail and raindrops. I have to tell you, and I've said this every time, pulling over may seem safe. It's not. It's not safe for everyone else who's traveling along the highway. Pulling off the highway may be fine, but just pulling over to the side is definitely not safe for everybody else.
Right where the National Weather Service just reissued that, I believe they just reissued that tornado warning.
Yeah, reissued the tornado warning that was expiring at 4:15. The tornado warning has now expanded in size and been reissued for another 30 minutes. It includes parts of Benton, parts of Sherburne, parts of Stearns, and parts of Wright County. Earlier I was talking about, hey, a tornado warning, and people go, let's go outside and look. This is a perfect example of you're not going to see anything when we talk about a rain-wrapped circulation, even if it's just a circulation and not a tornado touching the ground. And again, to emphasize, it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Benton, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright counties, and just to the north, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for Benton, Morrison, and Stearns counties. It is a veritable deluge on this camera, which is I-94 looking eastbound just outside Clearwater. And you know, with the hail and the rain and the ponding on the roads, I get it. You want to pull over. It's happening right in front of you. You just hope that the other drivers who are traveling at speed along the highway also understand that you are pulling over, or more importantly, you've pulled over enough to the side. Not something I would recommend, but I know it's human nature. So let's get off the Skycam. That gives you real time, what we call ground truth of what's happening. There's the expanded view for the tornado warning. The expanded view in both aerial coverage here. So it's parts of Benton, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright County. It's between St. Cloud and Baldwin. It is coming out of extreme southeastern portions of Stearns County, stretching through parts of Wright County, then into a little bit of Benton and a little bit of Sherburne. If you were to look at this, if you're south of St. Cloud, call it St. Cloud to Buffalo, those are the uprights that we're shooting. And by the way, this is the first tornado warning today that is now finally riding into the latest tornado watch that includes the Twin Cities Metro that was issued about an hour ago. That is in place until 11 p.m. tonight. You know, Cody, when you look at this line as it continues to develop, the one thing that I'm continually getting here, first of all, there's the tornado watch. Twin Cities includes the Twin Cities until 11 p.m. You have one small break in this line. The northern line is riding really quick out to the northeast. The southern line is taking more of an east track as they pull apart. And it's an interesting combo here because the strongest storms right now are on the northern extent of this line where it was cloudy and murky and mucky for the better part of the day.
Yeah, and they're likely hitting the warm front. So essentially winds turning as you head through the atmosphere, and that actually gives it some additional oomph. Yeah. Pretty much. I was actually just looking at the hail core in that tornado warned storm. I basically passed right by the camera, and I actually switched it to a little closer if we want to eventually take another jam cam. Live look just outside of Clearwater, essentially in our hail core. There you go. It is coming down in sheets and buckets, and there's probably some hail in there as well. Have not had any official report of any hail in that particular spot, but it's probably embedded in there somewhere. And certainly some rotation, but I'm seeing more broad rotation as opposed to what we saw a little bit ago was very confined rotation, which can often mean that the whole storm itself is rotating, which you eventually need to actually produce a tornado. Unclear if you're actually getting a tornado at the moment, as all this is Doppler indicated.
You know, this storm, yeah, good information, Cody. That big, broad rotation. I think most of us at some point in our childhood and through our adult years have looked up and said, is it just me or is that whole storm slowly rotating? And that's kind of what Cody's talking about here. That's our jam cam near Clearwater. This storm passed just over top of Clearwater. Interesting that it has picked up forward speed. Now, this isn't the wind speed in the storm. The storm itself has picked up forward speed, now moving off to the east-northeast, tracking that direction at 45 miles per hour. That would put it larger than a county and greater than a county per hour. Oh, it's nice. Look at that. MnDOT's actually moving the camera for us. That's cool.
Oh, going the other way.
Yeah, going the other way. So it's on, to give you an idea, when it says EB, so this is on I-94. The camera is in the eastbound lane. It doesn't mean we're looking eastbound. I know why they just switched this, because this is one of the things, Cody, that we always talk about.
Yep.
When you stop and you park under an overpass thinking that's a safe place for you, it is not safe for anybody else on the roadway traveling at speed. Nobody expects you to be there. And I mean, if you're trying to protect your car from hail, it's kind of a silly play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Yeah, so let's bring you back from the jam cam near Clearwater. Again, this is the tornado warning for a slice of Benton, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright. And when you look at this storm for where it's exactly hitting right now, so Linden, south of St. Cloud, tracking off to the east-northeast. Remember I said forward speed, now at 45 miles per hour. There's I-94. It winds all the way through the middle of this storm. Now it is tracking here toward 169. So we're really talking about, no, well, it is northwest of the metro, but as it tracks off to the east-northeast, we're going to be due north of the metro in the next 30 minutes. There's Elk River. There's a split toward Monticello, and there's 169 going all the way north. Mississippi River comes all the way here and straddles this storm just to the north of Linden. So there's still plenty of time left for this storm to continue to move. Cody, I don't know if you've been able to scope this thing lately. I'm going to go ahead and just take a big, broad look at this storm here.
Yeah, give it a whirl.
Yeah. So let me move down. Again, this is the tornado warning. I have to get you to take lightning tracker off for me.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. There goes lightning.
Okay. So here's your scope coming in. When we scope, well, we talk about rotation, and rotation on Doppler. Again, Doppler is that when you're standing at a highway and the car goes meow, and you hear that pitch change. That's something moving toward you and something moving away from you. In Doppler, we use the beam to interpret things moving away and toward the beam. So here you've got some wind going away from the beam. Think about it coming east-southeast toward Clear Lake, coming parallel to 94, and then you've got coming toward, and that is the green. And really, when you think about this, there's the line in, here's the line in. And what we look for is that rotation, and that's where we end up with intrinsically, rule of thumb, a Doppler indicated tornado warning. We also use eyes on the ground for people who are out there who are really taking care of us. And
though, it looks very linear. It looks like the rear flank downdraft kind of took over.
Yeah, which would be right here. It's actually where the mezzo is.
Yeah.
So what Cody's talking about here, when we have the winds in front of the storm, then you have winds that enter the back of the storm in the mid-levels. They enter the storm and they come crashing down the backside. That's a rear flank downdraft. It's almost like...
It's like a wall of wind.
Yeah, it's like as the storm is going away from you, it sneezes very hard. And it just boom. And that wall of wind just sort of crashes down toward the ground. Doppler can also pick that up. And when you look there, it was a large kind of bulb of green.
Yeah.
And that's what leads Cody to interpret the rear flank downdraft. I'm inclined to agree with you. This is still a tornado warning, a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Benton, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright County as we move through the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, and if you want to take weather 2, I can kind of pop in and
yeah, go ahead. So there it is.
So there's weather 2, and this is essentially, I think there may even be more of a threat here with hail. So this is basically what we look at. We call it vertically integrated liquid, or basically liquid that's vertical into the atmosphere. There goes Ian, he's coming over.
I'm coming over for a sip of drink.
So what we do is we look for essentially our hail core. We call it a hail core because it's literally a core of hail, a blob of hail that's sitting above us. And eventually, once the updraft, the air that goes up into and keeps the storm alive, it'll weaken a little bit or slightly, and that allows the hail to kind of fall out of the storm itself. And so that's kind of what you're looking at here. Yeah. And so essentially, just west of Clear Lake, just north of Clearwater.
It's deep. It's really deep.
Yeah. That's a big hail core.
We've been talking about the cores for the better part of the day, and how the cores are so tall and so strong they actually start to deflect the upper level winds in and around it.
Yeah.
And
you can see the V notch.
So ahead of this storm, it seems counterintuitive that when you look at a storm like this, at the very front of it or the leading edge, you've got this kind of a V, and you're like, that doesn't look very aerodynamic.
Yeah, it's like
that V are the upper level winds that have to divert around that vertically integrated liquid more often than not.
Yeah, so
it's the updraft and the hail.
So here's your core. So the vertical winds are going up so hard that it actually pulls the other winds around it, and they split off.
It's or translation, a very strong storm.
Yes.
Because it's so dynamic, and the core is so strong, reaching up to 40, maybe even 50,000. Can you do a range height indicator on that?
Sure.
So what I just asked Cody to do is to basically do a cross section, and you'll notice Doppler is going to turn and is going to put it up like we're looking at a cake. So those are the layers of the cake. So it is topping out around 50,000 feet. The core itself is only at around 30,000 feet.
Yeah, because we when we were scoping earlier, it was like 35,000 for most of these. Now it's getting some gusto.
Had to come for a little refreshment.
I don't blame you.
Lots of talking. I'm going to head back to the weather wall.
Okay.
I love that look with what we call the range height indicator, being able to slice the storm in half. And look, as Cody moves it, that's what's really, I mean, this is so cool. I don't mean that in a weird way. That's a bit of a weather geek way that comes out. This is a bad storm. That's important to notice. But there you can pick up the anvil on the top.
Yeah.
There's the core. And once we pick up, see those really dark magentas? That's where we're really seeing the suspended liquid. In this case, more often than not, that is a hail core that will stay suspended. And notice it's at up to about 20,000 feet. To give you an idea here, there's Collegeville, there's I-94, and as we stretch here, there's St. Cloud. We're stretching off to the north and to the northeast with this storm rolling at around 45 miles an hour.
Can you see, so the southern end of this, there's all the rain.
Yeah.
And then as you work northeastward, it's all aloft.
Yeah. So elevated hail means this storm has a tremendous updraft. Tremendous updraft means very strong storm. Tremendous updraft means a storm that can outlive some of its surrounding available fuel because it's tapping in here at 40 to 50,000 feet, almost at the super cooled air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere there. That storms like this, once they touch it, they just become big, violent storms. And that's where we are. I know Randy Meyer is with us in the anchor chair. And Randy, you've got a question?
I have a lot of questions, but I think you guys do an awesome job at the scientific level. I have a couple questions to bring it back down to the ground level. The graphics are great, and we see the tremendous elevation, which is the core of the storm that you're talking about there. But there's a lot of folks in those outlying areas, the yellows and the oranges, who aren't part of that right now, or who aren't going to be a part of it. What are they experiencing? What are the conditions? Is it severe lightning? Is it a thunderstorm? Has the hail passed by them? And I guess the biggest question of all, what is the biggest threat right now for the Twin Cities? Is it that large hail that you're referring to, or is it still the threat of tornadoes?
In a short answer, all of the above. What people will be experiencing here, blinding deluge rain, thunder and lightning vivid so that it's almost every other 5 or 10 seconds, the thunder, the lightning. With the hail core here, there is hail in this storm here as you look toward Palmer. Then you begin to stretch out. And so, Randy, and that's a great question. So there's the tornado warning. Right there, right over top of Palmer. We don't have any lock from the Doppler unit right now on the core of that storm. Cody was showing you the elevated core where there would be hail. Lightning tracker is pinging away. There would be such vivid thunder and lightning here and such a deluge of rain. At times, I bet it's hard to look across the street and maybe see all of your neighbor's house. Low level winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. And that extends here away from the tornado warning. So there's 94. Lyndon, you're out of the tornado warning. Everywhere here off to the south and southwest of 94, the Mississippi River Valley, everywhere there is out of the warning. You're not out of the rain, but you're almost out of the big booming thunder and the very vivid lightning. So with that tornado warning still in place, it is shrinking in size. It is now only Benton and Sherburne counties. So here's Stearns County. Once you get into Benton and then Sherburne County, very small slivers here. This isn't big at all. Nonetheless, it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning that will continue until 45, which is about 16 minutes from now for people in the booth. For my friends in the booth, switch it back to my radar. Perfect. And I'm going to go, and Randy, it was such a great question. I definitely want to take you out and about, give you a big picture view. Yeah, you see that?
Scroll down. Scroll south, sorry. So it looks like we do have a new tornado warning. It does appear like it's confirmed tornado on the ground.
Oh, there it is.
There it is,
yeah.
All the way in southern Minnesota.
Okay, so, and for anybody watching, you're like, well, wait a minute, it's not black, it's pink. A pink tells us that this is an observed tornado warning. And with an observed tornado warning, it means there is a tornado on the ground right here, just straddling I-90.
Looks like weather spotters confirmed tornado located near Ceylon, C-E-Y-L-O-N, or about 8 miles southwest of Fairmont, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier off the air, I grant you this, but how these storms will start to pick up forward motion and speed, especially as they become a linear variety. And this is the southern tip of that line of severe thunderstorms that we were talking about, moving into areas like Sibley and Blue Earth County. So this is the southern line geographically here for you. There's I-90, there's Fairmont, there's New Ulm, so Mankato is right about there. That is a tornado on the ground. The tornado on the ground. Do you have a location, a co-location on the warning, Cody?
It is 8 miles southwest of Fairmont, so it looks like it's moving northeast at 60. So it's coming into Fairmont in the next 6 or 7 minutes, potentially. So it's going to be between Ceylon and Fairmont if you zoom in. There you go.
60 miles an hour. Okay,
yeah,
so let's move you forward.
Rocking.
Here. It doesn't want to. It's trying to track, but it's giving it a hard time. So there it is between Sherburne and Ceylon, moving off to the north at 60. I'm going to extend that view up to about 45 right now. So Rutland in 15 minutes, Truman in 23 minutes. There's Sherburne. And Cody, this is one of those times when something pops on radar, and you're like, never heard of that place. You see it on a map, but I think we call it Ceylon?
I don't know.
Sherburne, Ceylon. There's the core of the storm. This is an observed tornado on the ground here, just off to the southeast of Sherburne, just off to the north of Ceylon, moving across I-90 toward Rutland and Truman in the next 20 to 25 minutes. That is a tornado warning for Blue Earth, Faribault, and Martin counties all the way until 5 p.m.
Yeah, and admittedly, this is really far from the radar, so it's really tough to get a good look at this. But obviously, if someone reported it on the ground, we take that very much into account more than what we see on radar. But it appears like it's maybe just to the west at this point of Fairmont itself.
Yep.
Somewhere between Welcome and Fairmont is, if it's still on the ground, is where it would cross Interstate 90.
It's a good point, if it's still on the ground. On days like this, when we're talking about elevated storms versus surface-based convective storms, we we can't get a fluctuation. So these storms can come down and make contact with the ground, and they're visible and they're viable, and then those storms can lift and go elevated for another 20 or 30 miles and just be big old booming rumblers. So everywhere in pink here, that is an observed tornado warning, with the tornado just outside Fairmont, moving off to the east-northeast at around 60 miles per hour. Where we had the strong storms earlier, you look at Redwood Falls and Springfield, you're all in the clear. But then you come back to that northern line of storms. So severe thunderstorm warning now out for parts of Morrison County. There's the Morrison County storm right there. So we're just off to the east of Little Falls. We're south and southeast of Brainerd. We're coming over top of Mille Lacs right now. And it is going to be a very active night for areas here off to the north. I also want to move off to the further south there. You notice? Yeah, go ahead.
Just going to tell you that it looks like that circulation's kind of tightening.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Southwest of Santiago, so this would be northeast of Clear Lake.
Oh, so you're on the southern storm?
No. I'm right there with you.
Okay.
So this would be, you've got Palmer on there. This would be just to the east of Palmer, northeast of Clear Lake.
Okay, so there's the tornado vortex signature. So we're north and northeast of Palmer. The storm is running off to the northeast. The Doppler says it's around 32 miles per hour into Greenbush in the next 21 minutes. You're just joining us. You're thinking, well, what did you draw on the map? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes implied by the Doppler algorithms for the center point of this storm, what we call the skit. It is right here, just to the north of Palmer, just to the south, and barely southeast of St. George. Do me a favor, Cody. Click off lightning tracker. It keeps clicking back on for me, and
you're good.
I definitely want to get rid of it.
There you go.
So we can talk about getting inside this storm with our Doppler scope. And you know, you look at it here, and it's some very washed out rotation.
That is the new scan. It did not look that washed out 2 minutes ago.
Wow.
So it may, and again, this is all conjecture. It may have dropped briefly and then come back up and lifted. Where we had the track there was between St. George and Palmer. There is some rotation north of Palmer. There is some very broad rotation here off to the east of Palmer. But again, this is part of tracking live weather and going inside a Doppler unit and cutting the clouds in half and looking at the elevated hail cores. This gives you an idea of where the strongest portion of this Doppler indicated tornado warned storm is. It is between St. George and Palmer. There is where Doppler is locked on as it races off toward Greenbush here in the next 30 minutes. And I think that the hail core is just as much of a threat, and that would basically go somewhere between Princeton and Malacca if it holds course in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
You know what we talked about earlier, the V-notch. You can see there's still a V-notch on the front of this thing.
Very much.
So that core you were talking about earlier, that super defined core that was elevated up to around 30,000 feet, the winds come in the backside of this storm. They can't go through the core. The great way to kill a storm or to drop a storm down in severity is for those winds to come and cut the top off it. You know, like cutting the head off a snake. So those winds are coming, and that core is so defined and so strong. The winds come in the back, and they're diverted around the core. So see, you've got one area of the V and another area of the V, and as I say that, a new tornado vortex signature. This is areas here north and east of I-94, the Mississippi River. This is away from St. Cloud, away from Big Lake, away from Baldwin, working here along 169, pushing it toward, you can't see it right there, but that's Malacca. So you get a much better idea of where this overall storm is and where it's headed. So there's the tornado vortex signature. There's where it's heading, just over 169. Again, the same target as last time, Greenbush, in 22 minutes. I want to move this just to give you a better idea, and that's generally because Randy asked that great question. What's happening just outside of the Doppler inferred stuff, the Doppler velocity, the hail cores, the V-notches. So there's 169. Mora, and you head back to Malacca, Alberta, and everywhere to the north. That's the severe thunderstorm warning for Morrison County until 4:45. That is a very strong core that is coming here for that tornado warning for Benton and Sherburne counties. You saw that just flashes it updated there. Still valid for another 8 minutes into Benton and Sherburne. Notice how it just began to clip itself down? So that's what happens with tornado warnings. They're living, breathing mechanisms as issued by the Weather Service. Then when an area is out of that warning, it will get smaller. And that black little polygon right there, that black polygon is our valid tornado warning for a Doppler indicated tornado for parts of Benton and Sherburne counties for the next 8 minutes. 2 clusters of storms that we're talking about. There's a northern cluster that we've been focused on. Here's the southern cluster that we need to refocus on, Cody, because we've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just south of the metro, just to the east now of Mankato.
169 corridor. So this is essentially Mankato, St. Peter eastward. We'll hit Medicine Lake first, and then basically we'll go from Waterville to New Prague, and then eventually end up right along Interstate 35 from Elko Newmarket to Faribault, coming up at about 5:15.
Yeah. So what we tend to do when it comes to warnings and the way they're issued by the Weather Service, they use bodies of water, rivers, lakes, highways, things that are geographically accessible. You'll notice the warning ends right here, as Cody just said, along I-35, but it starts right here along the Minnesota River Valley. So Minnesota River Valley, all the way here to I-35, Northfield over toward, say, St. Peter, and then down toward Mankato. That's the next area of concern. Straight line winds, a definite possibility as this looks to start bowing out. Winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and this is a storm that earlier was producing hail size at 1 3/4 inch to 2 inch size hail. That is a zone of concern now over the next 35 to 45 minutes. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that is valid all the way until 5:15. I know Randy Meyer is still with us. Randy, you asked an excellent question earlier, because sometimes with storm tracking you can focus almost too much on one specific small area, and there are so many areas to focus on right now. You know, as you go through this with us this afternoon, what's your first takeaway as we work our way here toward 5 p.m.?
Well, the one thing that's sticking out to me, Ian, you guys are doing an awesome job on the second-by-second maneuvering of both of these cells. But the one thing, people at home now are getting home, they're not watching every minute of what we're doing all the time, right? So the question that I have is what breaks this storm up, and is darkness our friend or our foe? Because a lot of people, as you know, do not like navigating this type of weather when the sun goes down. So do we have the luxury of daylight or not?
It's a great question. This is not one of those storms, and here's the best way I can answer that. You know, sometimes we look at very sunny, very hot, very humid conditions, and people go, we're ready for storms. In this particular case, it was less about sunshine, heat, and humidity, and more about the overall dynamics of the atmosphere. Now, I will tell you this, as we move through, say, 6 and 7 p.m., these lines will continue. They will become less severe, and they will continue well off to the northeast into some much more stable air, especially as we approach the Great Lakes. So, yeah, it's a great question, but at this point, you're getting home. Your kids are probably home from school, or they're getting home from something, and you're like, what is going on? How do we navigate? And that's a great word to think about this. How do we navigate our way through? Well, you've got 2 areas of concern on the map. You have a Doppler indicated tornado warning for a wee little sliver of Benton and Sherburne counties until 4:45 p.m. You've got this massive severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Blue Earth, Le Sueur, Rice, and Scott counties until 5:15. That is from the Minnesota River Valley, Mankato North, all the way over toward I-35, and that's where it ends. That's a massive zone of very strong storms, vivid lightning, incredible thunder, a deluge of rain. You know, we haven't seen some of the numbers, but looking at some of the jam cams, I'll tell you, there are going to be some rainfall amounts in excess of 2 inches, easy. And then we talk about hail approaching 2 inches in size in the storms for the south, the Doppler indicated tornado warning here, and there is one cell. This one cell that is of concern is probably the best way for me to say that, and that is right here. That's that cell that is south of Stearns. It is allowing the tornado warned storm, Doppler indicated, to exist on its own. But anytime we have that, strong storms, they push out these winds. You know, they hit the ground, and then the winds splay out from the storm. And if you've ever been outside and you're like, ooh, look at those big dark clouds over there, and then you get a little shiver because you get this blast of cool air. Well, that's the outflow boundary from these storms. Those outflow boundaries can actually amplify storms somewhere else. So think about that tornado warned storm. It's working along the front, but you've got an outflow boundary here that's really trying to give it a little degree of oomph, to zhuzh it up, if you will. It hasn't got there yet, but I want you to keep in mind that's exactly what was happening with the tornado warned storm earlier today that is now over parts of Benton and Sherburne counties.
We do actually have an update on that tornado warning in southern Minnesota. You're actually just crossing through. It's still till 5 o'clock, but it does look like it's no longer confirmed with storm spotters. They've switched it over to the National Weather Service, switched it over to Doppler radar indicated. It looks like the rotation is now northeast of Fairmont. So if you're watching from Fairmont, it does appear like you're in the clear on this one. Still moving to the northeast about 60 miles an hour. So south of Truman, north of Fairmont, just north of Grenada. Still maybe a tornado somewhere in there, although unconfirmed at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was observed. Now it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning north of Fairmont. It's working here, and the northern extent of this storm, at least the Doppler indicated tornado warning, is Amboy. So if you know that area of southern Minnesota, you're straddling I-90 right now, and it is working off to the northeast. And Randy was talking about where are these storms headed? How do we navigate? Most of these storms are taking on an east-northeast track. This is a massive severe thunderstorm warning right now that exists from the Minnesota River Valley. So LeSueur all the way down to Mankato.
It has a fascinating front definition to it. There's like little bulges notching out, which can indicate some lead rotation. So I wouldn't be shocked if you can zoom in, Ian. I wouldn't be shocked south of the center of maybe a little tornado warning to get issued at some point here real fast for kind of a leading edge tornado of this particular line. A lot of times you get Ian was talking about how your winds kind of rotate like this along the ground. It's not just one fluid motion. Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes the winds kind of impact other things, and you can get this motion to suddenly spin up this quick little spin up tornado. And I'm seeing indications of that on kind of that leading edge.
And I think you're right, and it's interesting you use that analogy. So the winds roll, and they're rolling along, and they encounter maybe an outflow boundary from another storm, which would be like wind smacking it right in the face, or giving it a degree of lift. So you take the rolling winds, suddenly those rolling winds become vertical, and there is enough spin that you end up with a spin-up tornado for that particular area. Cody, I'm going to just scope this just to have a quick look at it.
Yeah.
When you talk about, I mean, this is all linear.
It is very linear.
Yeah, you see the color, and you're like, well, what's the purple? That's the Minnesota River Valley, and it's all like kind of zhuzhed up and confused. But that is all linear. Those are very strong winds there, moving from New Prague all the way down to Jonesville, St. Peter. So this is from LeSueur to Mankato, that warning stretching all the way here to I-35. It is a big, severe thunderstorm warning, and you're right. There's some decent straight line winds there.
Yeah, for sure, and it continues eastward. There may even be a hail core in here. I'm going to take a quick peek. Again, maybe south of the center. Yeah, there is a hail core in here. So
let's go over to Cody on weather 2, because he's tracking the VIL, vertically integrated liquid, for our fellow weather geeks out there. Oh, it's a duck.
It does look like a duck.
It's a rubber ducky.
It is.
Just south of the center.
Yeah, so that would be where your hail is located. And if you've ever experienced hail, it doesn't have to be all that big if you've also got 50 or 60 mile an hour winds to create some problems. So it's right just south of Highway 99, southwest of the center. It should be moving to the east along this. So it generally to Highway 13 just north of Kilkenny if it can hold together.
So the tornado warning for Benton and Sherburne counties has been allowed to expire. It was set to expire at 4:43. There is a new tornado warning for Benton, Isanti, Mille Lacs, and Sherburne counties until 5:15. Let's switch back to my weather source. Cody, thanks for that down there.
Yep.
Switch back to mine. I'm going to take you off to the north with a new severe storm that has developed, and there it is. It is a very small Doppler indicated tornado warning right here, and a myriad of counties. Benton, Isanti, Mille Lacs, and Sherburne counties. This is about to cross, this is 169 right here. So it's about to cross 169. There's Baldwin. You get into Mora, you get into Cambridge. There's I-35. So it is a very small little area for a Doppler indicated tornado warning, but there's definitely a tornado vortex signature on this storm. Where is the storm headed? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Let me track it with Doppler here. And again, we're moving this out. As Doppler indicates, this storm is going to the east-northeast at around 33 miles per hour. Puts it into Bogus Brook in 17 minutes. It's a great name for a town. I need to go there. Bogus Brook. So 10 minutes, the first section, 20 minutes, the second section, 30 minutes, the third section. So in about 10 minutes time, the strongest portion of this Doppler indicated tornado warning storm is about to cross right here over 169. It is going to stay north of Baldwin. It is moving away from I-94 and tracking here up toward areas like Pine City and eventually Sandstone and crossing I-35. It is a Doppler indicated warning for Benton, Mille Lacs, Sherburne, and Isanti counties. It's 10 miles west of Princeton, about 22 miles east of St. Cloud, and this storm is clipping too. East-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. And every single storm we track, it's got that V-notch on the front. That means there's some really good cores here. And with those cores in place, the storms don't necessarily key. And Randy asked a great question earlier about sunshine and heat and humidity, and if darkness is actually our friend in this particular case. Well, darkness doesn't happen until after 8 p.m. We have some time to get through a lot of these storms. And I did mention this earlier, and Cody, we've talked about this too. It's going to be a bit of a bumpy night for the Fox 9 viewing area. When you look at these storms, and I said this earlier, I'll say it again. A bumpy night for the Fox 9 viewing area doesn't always mean for your exact location. So if you're in the Twin Cities, you're in Stillwater, you're like, oh, great. We didn't get any storms. And we hear those complaints. I hear you loud and clear. First of all, I don't know why anybody would want a storm. That's my personal feeling. But secondly, when you start to look at the overall structure of these storms, you've got these two clusters just streaming to the north of the metro, and this line of very strong thunderstorms streaming just to the south of the metro. This doesn't mean the metro's out of the thick of it right now. It does mean that right now, the metro is still all clear. We've got the clouds, we've got a little mist, a little drizzle. We've got the warm, sloppy, humid air over top of us. And we've got a couple of tornado warnings, both Doppler indicated, one for Benton, Isanti, Mille Lacs, and Sherburne County until 5:15. The second, well to the south, Doppler indicated for Blue Earth, Faribault, and Martin County. Randy, I can hear you in the background. Yeah. How you doing, my friend?
Good, good. I got to bust off to the set here in a second, but a couple observations that I want you to comment on. In the news, you know, when we're doing the news, we're always looking at what's the aftermath and what are the conditions out there. You know, we're seeing those straight line winds that you're talking about. We're seeing some pretty heavy rain in some areas. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're at an advantage in that the trees aren't leafed out, correct? Because a lot of the damage that we see in this state is down trees on power lines and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes. Absolutely.
So we're at an advantage there because it's late April and not May. And secondly, because we have so many people in this warning area over the last 24 hours that are in Wisconsin as well, is this storm going to, in your view, either Cody or Ian, is it going to make its way into that western part of Wisconsin as was predicted up until this point?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want you to keep in mind this line of storms here, Randy, that's moving so slow. It is moving here off to the east-northeast. It is picking up forward speed at around 40 miles per hour, cross I-35, cross the Mississippi River Valley, into parts of southwestern Wisconsin. This line of storms here off to the north, working off into northwestern Wisconsin, including the South Shore, including areas like Duluth. So yes, these storms are not going to magically disappear as they leave the Fox 9 viewing area, because people will say, thanks for staying on the air because we're in Wisconsin and we appreciate it. We always do. So it's a great question. Not to forget anybody who is east of the St. Croix or east of the Mississippi. These storms are coming your way in the next few hours. You're under the weather gun. Consider keeping track of these storms with us on the Fox 9 weather app as we move forward in time. I know we're getting ready for the news. Kelsey's sitting down. Cody's ready. Cody, you got anything new on any of these storms?
Nothing in particular. Just that tornado warning in just outside of Princeton is It's fascinating. It's just setting up a really weird, like the atmosphere is trying to get it together, but is maybe not quite getting it there. But if you're watching anywhere from Princeton or just north of Princeton especially, you should definitely be in your tornado shelter as a just in case. So Princeton to Greenbush to Bogus Brook should be in your tornado shelter.
It's one of the greatest names ever, Bogus Brook.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay, so yeah, that's great information. So when you're looking at that storm, and here's the storm you're talking about, crossing 169, there's Malacca, there's Bogus Brook. Let me clear what's on there in terms of the slice of the storm.
Want me to turn the lightning off again?
Yeah, and I'll scope it. That's a great idea. Thanks, Cody. And again, it's great to have you here with us and your expertise during the overall storm here. Notice we have nothing. So we're in a weird spot here for the Doppler unit.
Yeah, it's a very weird spot.
Yeah, we're north of the Doppler unit. This is all moving away. So we start to interpret the colors. We invert them once we get on the other side of the Doppler. It just looks like some decent wind.
Look, I would go a little farther to the southwest. If you can pull the map to the west to show west of Princeton, that's kind of where the circulation is. That's why it's interesting, because the circulation looks a little removed from the rain itself. It's like it's being kind of pulled away.
Really? Okay.
So if you can move and zoom back in, and you can always take weather too, because I've got it pulled up.
Go ahead, take Cody's weather computer right now as I get things all squared away here.
Yeah, there you go, kind of in there. So there's this just generic circulation, but you look and it's just on the southern kind of fringe of your reflectivity there, so of your color. So it may be really close to Princeton. That's what's giving me pause.
Yeah, and if it would be winds, well, you know, you'd be looking at very strong circulation type winds, maybe 50, 60, 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, which can, you know, do some damage, and you don't want to be outside for either way.
Yeah, broad rotation.
Yeah.
Weird spot for this in terms of Doppler and using Doppler velocity. But in the background, if you take your scope off, Cody, that black outline, that is that's the tornado warning.
Yeah.
Valid until 5:15 for Isanti and Mille Lacs counties. Again, this is a Doppler indicated tornado.
Yeah, I still think this spot is kind of where you would find a tornado if there's one there.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm 100%. I'm on board. There's the latest scan. It just sort of moved that lobe a little bit to the north.
Yeah.
Scope it. See if anything showed up with the new scan.
Sure. Hang on one second.
When I say scope it, and for everyone at home, you're like, what are they doing? Basically, it gives us an idea. This is Doppler velocity. And I mentioned this earlier. When you're standing next to a highway and a car goes racing past and it goes, and the pitch that object emits is different when it approaches you and when it goes away from you. In essence, that's Doppler velocity, but we're looking at hydrometeors, things that are suspended in the atmosphere, rain and hail, and we look at whether those are moving away or toward the Doppler unit to find a degree of rotation embedded in that storm. Way inside the weeds, and I get it, but it's something that we use to keep you ahead of the storm. So there is a degree of broad rotation here. There's 169, sure. Princeton and Greenbush up toward Bogus Brook. Yeah, we're definitely talking about some very strong storm-based winds here.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely, it's very evident it's a strong storm, because even if you have mid and upper level rotation, that's gonna give you the rotation and the strength you need to keep this thing going. And it shows no signs of stopping. So if you're rolling this to the north and east, I'll zoom this out. I wouldn't be shocked to see even more
Kennebec, Springvale up toward Mora, eventually toward 35. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Strong storm here, folks. Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Isanti and Mille Lacs counties for the next 19 minutes. Back to Weather One, if you would, for folks in the booth. And fair warning to everybody of our technical side who have been incredible today. Our producers, our technical directors, everybody in the newsroom. We're about to move into the Fox 9 News coming up here at 5 p.m., obviously with Randy and Kelsey. Cody and I won't be going anywhere. We'll stay with you through this evening as the storms continue to progress off to the north and to the northeast. So from Cody's computer there, that's Weather 2. Bring me back to Weather 1. I want to give one last look here at the overall view through this evening as the storms continue to progress off to the north and to the northeast. So from Cody's computer there, that's Weather 2. Bring me back to Weather 1. I want to give one last look here at the overall view. Remember, we had a new tornado watch that was issued for the metro. That's the large red box. That is in place until 11 p.m. But the 11 p.m. part is talking about here, the eastern extent of the box. The storms are rolling now toward the greater metro, north and south. At that point, once the storms move past the metro, we stay with them, both online and on the air as we move through this evening. Tornado warnings, Doppler indicated, north for Isanti and Sherburne counties to the north, and then well to the south, including Watonwan counties stretching across I-90. All tornado warnings right now are Doppler indicated. No reports of touchdowns. Severe thunderstorm warnings south of the metro here, working from the Minnesota River Valley all the way to I-35. It is still going to be a very bumpy night, but as I mentioned earlier, not for everybody, but those who get the storms tonight will have some vivid storm memories for years to come. It is a very bumpy ride. I want you all to stay sky aware as we head through this evening. And of course, we'll have the latest for you.
Out there on the highways and byways as folks navigate their way around Minnesota as well. If you don't have to go out tonight, especially in the northern reaches of the Twin Cities and well to our south, you'll want to stay put tonight. If you can do that, that would be the best plan of action tonight. Easy to take shelter if you need to. Again, we're talking about areas to the south of the Twin Cities and to the north of the Twin Cities. We have team coverage of the storm tonight. Fox 9's Rob Olson and Bab Santos are on the road for us.
Let's start things off, though, with Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard.
Yeah, busy afternoon so far. I'm glad that we've got our reporters out because as these storms begin to pass and track very quickly off to the east-northeast, there will be some areas that we definitely need to get to this evening. First and foremost, the large red box here, that's the tornado watch that was issued about 90 minutes ago. It is valid for the Twin Cities Metro. The 11 p.m. time frame really exists for areas here, the far eastern extent of that tornado watch box. A quick tour around from the tornado watch to where we have the most active weather at present. Stacked severe thunderstorm warnings right here, and those warnings exist all the way here from the Minnesota River Valley, Highway 169 here, pretty much butting right up against I-35. If you look at this, you've got this line of strong storms embedded in the storm. You'll say, well, wait, what are those yellow squares? And as I say that, a brand new tornado warning issued for Blue Earth, Faribault, and Waseca. Interesting color here. This is pink with the red in the background. That, my friends, means this is an observed tornado on the ground. Pardon me for 30 seconds. Let me grab the up-to-date information for this. So this is that's a funnel cloud reported, so it's not observed, Cody? Tornado warning.
Observed funnel cloud.
Severe thunderstorm over Winnebago, 20 miles northeast of Fairmont, moving northeast at 60. That's what we were talking about earlier with this very, very strong wind here off to the northeast. Everywhere in this line, I use this line years. Randy's probably kind of sick of hearing it, but think about a straight line like that, like an archer's bow. And when the bow is released, we'll have spin up, some very strong winds, straight line winds in advance of this line. 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds are not out of the realm of possibility. Because those winds are here, they will spin up isolated, very weak tornadoes. We call this a QLCS. I don't want to get in the weeds. A quasi-linear convective system. And as it rolls, we will have tornado warnings. We will have severe thunderstorm warnings, large hail, and very strong winds. The tornado warning that is in place off to the north of the metro, that's for Isanti and Mille Lacs. And I'll tell you, this is a very small area here. Notice that is straddling 169. Also a Doppler indicated tornado warning. With Cody about 15 minutes ago, we were looking inside this storm. Some very broad rotation, but what does that mean? That's kind of one of those storms when you're a kid and you look up at the sky and you're like, hey, you guys, is it just me? Look at this. It looks like the whole thing is spinning. That's what I mean by very broad scale rotation. Now, when you slide down to the metro, I mentioned this all afternoon long, and I'll say it again. When you look at the metro proper, there are storms right now. I know that. Cody knows that. You know that. You live in the metro. But here, right over top of Buffalo in Wright County, and just to the south in Blue Earth, LeSueur, Rice, Scott County, there are very strong storms. Is going to get a strong storm tonight, but those who do will probably have some degree of damage, whether it's flooding, hail, or wind as we work through the next 3 or 4 hours. So with that, I've given you a brief update. I'm going to get back to the Weather Center, center things with Cody right now. Just Doppler indicated tornado warnings by my friend Rob Olson out in the elements this afternoon, this evening. And Rob, pretty good vantage point for some of these dynamic clouds and storms that are approaching the metro.
Yeah, we're in Chanhassen. We're on top of the transit center, the Park and Ride at 212 and Great Plains Boulevard. We've parked here to let the storms ride towards us, and we're kind of right in that gap as this line came in and kind of turned in that northern section and the southern section. And you can kind of see that's the break right there. Just to the south is where the stronger stuff is, and we just saw a little lightning flash down that way. And I should tell you, my boys in Mankato have been keeping an eye on it too. They tell me that the sirens just came back on in Mankato. They were on earlier, went off. They had a small hail, and now the sirens are back there. But you can see the way that those clouds are moving, and you know, there's some you know, you're the meteorologist, you can tell me what those are, but they've got some really interesting looks to them there on the underside of those clouds nearest to us. And then in the distance, that's the tail end of that northern section of the line that we're seeing that you've been talking about all afternoon, heading up towards the St. Cloud area. So that's the southern tail of that. And then to the south of that is just the northern end of that stuff that's going through to the south by Mankato, St. Peter, etc., where some of those new storm warnings have come in. Interesting, it's kind of died down right now in terms of the wind. It really started picking up and was getting really, really gusty there for the last, half an hour or so. And now it's kind of calmed down a little bit as this is starting to kind of pass by us a little bit. A little bit of rain, like I said, a little bit of lightning off to the south, and otherwise a lot of breeziness that is kind of tailed down now, and we'll kind of wait to see if any of this sort of clips us here. We parked here expecting that line to come to us, and of course that line, as you're watching on the radar, kind of split into those two halves and sort of going right around this location right now, but it gives us a great vantage point of both of those north and south. So right now, not horrible right here, but certainly it's got that feel in the air, and it's headed all afternoon that you can tell things are building. So we're gonna stay here, keep an eye on it, let you know how this develops as it rolls into the Twin Cities metropolitan area. For now, though, I'm going to send it over to my colleague, Babs Santos, who's also keeping an eye on the skies from a different location here in the west-southwest metro. Babs?
Hey, Rob. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the skies from the safety of a parking ramp here in Eden Prairie. And I mean, a couple of hours ago, it was so different. The sun had peeked its head out for a little bit. It was bright in some places around the South Metro, but then in the last hour, and especially in the last 10 minutes or so, the clouds have rolled in. It has gotten so much darker out. Just take a look at that over there. Look at those clouds. Although it's only 5 o'clock right now, it feels like it's closer to sunset. It just feels strange. The wind is really picking up and making it hard, even in the safety, in the shelter of a parking ramp, to be outside right now. You can just feel that this storm is moving in powerfully, so we'll be on top of things to, of course, bring you the latest and keep you updated here on Fox 9. And I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right.
Yeah, the wind
Things
has
getting interesting.
certainly been kicking up all day. Thank you, Babs.
This is the day you want to stay within something of reach that you can track what's happening out there. Ian has done and Cody have done a really fine job of reminding us that we do have to have a plan in place. Download the Fox 9 weather app. It is free. It is very, very efficient. And it has all the information you need on days like this. No matter where you are, you'll get the alerts, the information, the same stuff that Ian and Cody are working with tonight, you can get on your app. You can also watch Ian's forecast live, which you're doing right now. Search Fox 9 Weather in your app store for all.
The thing is, it follows you wherever you go. So you're 2 hours away from home.
Yeah.
It's going to give you the weather for where you are.
Yeah, you go on vacation, you're in Florida, and a severe thunderstorm pops up. It's the middle of the night. Your phone will ring. It's a Fox 9 weather app. It'll wake you up and say, hey, Just want to let you know this is going on, and then it's up to you to act accordingly, if you will. Interesting, I'm just checking here on the iPad. The tornado warning for St. and Mille Lacs County has been allowed to expire about 10 minutes earlier. It was a Doppler indicated tornado warning. So you look here to the north of the metro, no severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings are present. Interesting though, when you think about Sherburne County, an area called Santiago at 4:34 picked up ping pong ball size hail. And that is one of the features from these storms, that where we didn't get evident tremendous daytime heating, the freezing level of the atmosphere is closer to the ground. You create a decent updraft. In other words, you keep that super cooled raindrops uplifted in the storm. They will continue to grow. Hence, ping pong ball size hail. The large red box, the tornado watch that's in place until 11 p.m. It does include the Twin Cities Metro. To the south is where we have our most active line of storms right now. Stacked severe thunderstorm warnings over top of what we have an observed tornado warning. That's the pink outline here. It's important to note that this was a reported funnel cloud, a funnel cloud that was reported to be in contact with the ground, hence the magenta pink outline for an observed tornado warning for portions of Blue Earth, Faribault, and Waseca counties until 5:45. So you get a long time. You got 38 minutes left on that storm. To the north here, the flashing black and gold, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 8 minutes for Blue Earth, Le Sueur, Rice, and Scott counties. I was mentioning this earlier. Geography is everything when it comes to severe weather, because I think some folks will look at this and there's blobs and there's flashes and like, I don't know what we're looking at, and it's a valid point. There is the Minnesota River Valley and Highway 169. The metro is right behind this blue area. Here is I-35. So you'll notice that this line of storms is really between the Minnesota River Valley, Mankato, and draw an imaginary line all the way southwest of Fairmont, and those storms are ripping here toward I-35. So if you're in this zone from 169 all the way down in that invisible line to Fairmont, here to I-35, these are areas for your personal storm plan. You're away from windows. You're in the innermost room of your house. You're not trying to catch any pictures of the storm, because as we've shown you with some of our jam cams through the better part of our afternoon coverage, the rain is intense. It is a veritable deluge of rain. We have reports of 1 3/4 to 2 inch size hail. It is not a night fit for man or beast outside, and definitely not a night for you to catch some amateur photography. So this line of very strong storms embedded in that, the possibility of straight line winds, and all along the front of this storm, the possibility of spin up tornadoes, what we call a quasi-linear convective system. Notice it's linear, it is a line, it is moving, it is rolling and acting almost like a bulldozer as it pushes through the lowest levels of the atmosphere. You've got another wind coming at us in the mid levels of the atmosphere. We've got shear. That's a change in direction of winds with height. Anytime you can add shear, you can add spin. Anytime you can add spin, you can add the threat or the overall perceived threat of possible short-lived tornadoes here all along this line. It is a night to stay sky aware. At this point right now across the greater metro, we do not have any warnings, including the storms that were warned here off to the north. Don't let your guard down, my friends. It's not a night to be outside with the thunder, the lightning, and the strong storms. But for now, I'm going to get things back to Kelsey and Randy, keeping in mind that meteorologist Cody Matz has been good enough to sit along with me all afternoon. He's fantastic. I feel good about our coverage so far today, and showing people the science, but more importantly, keeping folks in front of the storm, letting folks know that the storms are coming and how to take care of business.
No doubt. I think one of the advantages that you're looking at that linear format of that storm, and you noted this earlier, we're down in farm country now. We're moving east through farm country. You've got Owatonna, Rochester, and as far east as Wabasha as we look at that storm track. Again, a lot of open country, Ian, and in some ways that's good, and I assume in some ways it doesn't slow the storm down much.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the most incredible thing I saw today, weather geek knowledge about to spill out, when we were looking at the satellite map, the cloud color of the flow up from the south, it was picking up topsoil from the fields of Iowa and turning the clouds a distinct brown black color. That's how voracious these surface level winds were. I know Cody Matz is getting my attention right now from the Fox 9 Weather Center. I believe Cody's on Mike 10. Cody, what do you got?
Well, a couple of things. One, I don't want to sleep on the fact that there's a pretty solid hail core with this. And if you bring up Weather 2, whoever's directing, if you can pull up Weather 2 real quick, I can show you kind of where the hail is likely located in this storm. So there's two things. And also, there you go.
Oh, that's cool.
So just north of Winnebago, likely push through Shelby, heading towards Mapleton, with easily inch diameter hail possible, if not pretty close to golf balls. So there's your hail core. I did also want to mention that the National Weather Service just talking about having received multiple tornado reports from near the city of Winnebago, all heading to the north and east. So they're talking about there could be two separate circulations with two possible tornadoes kind of bouncing around as it rolls to the north and east. So I can pull this off for you.
Which is exactly what I was talking about with the QLCS.
Yes.
I mean, I hate even using those. It just sounds big straight line wind event like this, as it rolls forward, and this is going to happen all evening as this storm stays intact, along this line we'll end up with multiple spin ups. They're very short-lived funnel clouds. Occasionally they touch down, but they are not what I would call an Oklahoma tornado. That's not what comes from this sort of a setup, this sort of a system. What we end up with are these very short-lived pop little tornadoes and very strong winds, but it will be an all-night fiasco here along this line of storms. Cody, that's great information. And when you think about those cores, you can see them here. They're depicted in white. When the Doppler swings around, basically what the Doppler is saying is, I'm interpreting this as massive raindrops. That's why it gets that bright white color. In essence, what it is picking up at various levels is some very large hail. So to interpret an inch to 2 inch size hail, absolutely within the realm of possibility. In this pink area here is our observed tornado warning. It's for a bunch of counties. I will grant you that. So it's Blue Earth, Faribault, and Waseca counties. Little geography for you here. Here's 169 coming down to Winnebago. Behind me, I'm going to move out of the way. There's Highway 13 from Waseca down to New Richmond, and I-90 is out of the screen well off to the south. So that's a little bit for you in terms of the location or the co-location of this strong, very impressive storm that is well off to the south. But as Cody mentioned, with a couple of bouncing around funnel clouds or tornadoes, it's exactly what we have in this straight line storm environment as we continue to work through tonight. Go ahead. I know Randy Meyer and Kelsey Carlson are on the anchor desk. I don't want to leave them out of the discussion here. What you got, Randy?
Well, we do have some images of hail from earlier.
Yeah.
Of course, once this system passes, we're going to have to check on those spots that are under the gun right now. But Natalie in the booth, if you have those pictures that we can start to pull up that have been sent in or that we've captured, and we'd like to kind of show what's happened after this storm has passed in some spots.
We've been looking at them in the Weather Center too, and once we get to them, you'll see them. But you know, I think when folks hear about ping pong ball or golf ball size hail, that's always such an impressive number because most of us know how big a ping pong ball is or how big a golf ball is. But sometimes when we start to talk about hail, you know, 1.5 inches in size or 2.5 inches in size, we lose our reference point. So important. If you did find any hail tonight, you want to send us pictures, we'd love to see them. There are ways to upload them through the Fox 9 app. See, there you go, a tape measure. Fantastic. Pam Andrews from Santiago. That's exactly where we had the ping pong ball sized hail. And, you know, it's that sort of a storm that can ruin your day.
And that's a good way to do it for us so we can get a visual on exactly how big they are. Sometimes it's hard to tell when folks send in those photos, but this is the ones that you guys were talking about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. And so we would encourage all of our viewers to stay safe. And when it is safe, go ahead and take those photos if it's pertinent and send them on in. As Ian just pointed out, you can send your photos and videos to the Fox 9 Weather app, and we will get them on the air throughout the night. This is really what people want to see and hear, is what is the end result of the things that Cody and Ian have been talking about all day.
And we know from the reports yesterday when the system was going through Nebraska, huge hailstones.
Yeah, this is Palmer, Minnesota. Again, coincidentally in the palm of his hand. These are some of those areas that earlier this afternoon Ian and Cody were referencing as those cores of hail in the middle of those storms were forming and dropping that size.
That'll ruin your day.
It will ruin your day.
And your car.
In your car. Mentioning, there's a great thing on YouTube, and I don't mean to laugh in the middle of storm coverage, but this is years ago, and we had almost baseball-sized hail come through Eden Prairie, and I was on the air, and we were talking about it, and in the back of my head, I never even think about my own personal vehicle, which was parked outside the station, and Randy came in, and he had a hailstone, and he came on camera, and he said, "This is what's falling outside," and he says, "Every car is damaged," and me in my head, I'm thinking, what do you mean? That's why I said, every car, even mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it ruined my day. And it was like Ace Ventura when he's driving with his head out the window because the windshield is smashed. That's how I got out of here. I had to drive with my head out the window.
And I did not, this is why I warn viewers, I did what you're not supposed to do, and that is to go out there in the middle of a hailstorm and grab a handful of them, which is not the smart thing to do because they do hurt.
You've got that incredible hair that protects you, though. Okay, so here off to the south, the one thing I want you to notice is that the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. Instead, we're dealing with a tornado warning. It was observed in terms of a funnel cloud. You heard Cody Matz talk about it, almost like it was bouncing around on Doppler radar. We'll have that all night with these linear-based storms. We will have very localized small spin-ups along the line. We'll end up with some observed tornado warnings. We will end up with more Doppler-indicated tornado warnings embedded in that or outside of that. A severe thunderstorm warning for Blue Earth, Faribault, Martin, and Waseca counties until 5:30. So still a very active storm system. When you come off to the north here and you head toward Mora and Baldwin and you come across 169 and then you're coming up on I-35. There's plenty going on here, but these are very small storms, and there is something going on to the north that's very important. This is an area where we didn't have storms that were capable of supporting themselves for hours and hours. They've run out of that rich environment that is conducive to storm environment and storms thriving and moving forward. So the one thing you'll notice as these storms continue off to the northeast, over the next hour or two, they're going to encapsulate. They'll get smaller and smaller. Now, I will tell you this. If you're in Mora right now, you're out looking out the window, and there's a deluge of rain, thunder and lightning, and you're like, what's Leonard talking about? This is still a decent storm. It is a strong storm. It is not a warned storm, but nonetheless, it is still a night to stay skyware because of how dangerous the wind and lightning will continue to be. There's the tornado watch in place until 11 p.m. across the greater metro. It is there. When we talk about moving in here, and I want to do this because that new storm that's firing its way through parts of Wright County, that's interesting. Cody, notice this? So you've got these two little striated storms that are right here. I'm going to move in one more step here. These two little storms that are almost kind of streaky. See the way they look here from Buffalo to Elk River?
I think the issue is it was one, and now it's being literally torn apart.
Yeah, across the metro.
Yeah.
And then you head to the south and you've got this other streaky storm. The one thing that you looked at that storm in Buffalo, no lightning tracker. You look here south of the metro, there's Lakeville, come across 35 and bend all the way back parallel to the Minnesota River Valley. Convective storm, probably some hail in there and some stronger winds, but none of these are warned right now. And because of that, I want to take a breath. Cody and I want to center ourselves on these storms. Oh, well, as soon as I say that about taking a no breath,
no break,
because a new tornado warning was just issued for Le Sueur, Rice, Steele, and Waseca.
Yeah, I was watching that.
Yep, the color of that new warning should let you know it is not pink from an observed tornado or an observed funnel cloud. It is black. That means this is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. And with that Doppler indicated tornado warning, Cody, here it is. It is severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 5 miles northwest of Waseca, 19 miles west of Owatonna. And how about this? Moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, and if you want to pull up weather too, because there isn't a lot to see. It looks kind of linear at the moment, but it may just be starting to get its act together. Oh. Yeah, now the new scan just came in as we pulled into it.
Okay, so
now you can see it.
We've been talking about this all day, and Randy's like my greatest conscience. He's like, I'm not sure what I'm seeing. Maybe we can talk about some other bigger picture things. It's great advice, but for now, Randy, let me talk about this guy. So this is a Doppler velocity scope. So this is what you're looking here at these colors. There's the rain. That's what you're used to seeing on radar, these vivid colors with lightning tracker. This takes away the rain. This is the Doppler velocity. In other words, the inbound and outbound velocities for the Doppler radar unit. I mentioned this earlier. When you think about Doppler, people are like, hey, who invented that? Well, Christian Doppler hundreds of years ago. But think about standing on a highway and a car goes meow, and as it goes by, the pitch, the sound of the car, whatever's moving by you, it changes. That's what happens with Doppler velocity. This is giving us an idea of winds that are moving toward and winds that are moving away. As meteorologists, we look for what's called a velocity couplet, gate-to-gate shear, and that's where it is right there. That's the Doppler indication that a tornado could form right there. So, I mean, it's decent velocity. Generally, when we look for real tight gate-to-gate shear, we'll be looking at sort of 50 to 60 mile per hour inbound, outbound. We're at 17 meters a second. It's still very, very fast. Then there it is rotating. So it is between Waterville and Janesville. This is Highway 14. We mentioned that it was off here, off to the north and west of Waseca. That's exactly where it is. Cody, this is a great image of what the rotation embedded in the storm looks like. Go ahead, Randy.
Just a quick question, because you guys are doing that second by second thing. It's awesome. People are loving it. We're hearing from people. Do you have enough information, either Cody or Ian, to be able to sort of pinpoint a track now? Because people are saying, well, is it going to hit the Twin Cities or not? And when you showed the broader view a minute ago, you could see it sort of tipping the southern part of Lakeville, and it looked like possibly the closest area to the cities would be maybe Hastings, to that southeast quadrant of the Twin Cities.
Awesome question. Okay, so let's come back to Weather One for our folks in the booth. Great question. Let me answer it for you, Randy, and I'll give you an idea. With that tornado warning here well to the south, let's slowly move you here off to the north. And what you'll get here, so look, here's south of the metro, there's 21, there's Belle Plaine, New Prague. I'm going to slide you a little further. There's Lonsdale, here's I-35. So you get the idea. That storm is starting to almost bleed across 35. There's Lakeville, as you were talking about, Randy. But now you start to think about Goodhue County and Rice and Steele counties and the southern portion and southeast portion of the greater metro. So you've got the rain with some thunder starting in and around Apple Valley, stretching off here to the St. Croix up towards Stillwater, and as you mentioned, Randy, down toward areas like Hastings. Okay, so there's Goodhue County. Goodhue County is next in terms of that storm just starting to bleed across I-35, and it will continue to be next as parts of Northwest Metro, parts of South Metro, and this storm here, see, it's starting to stretch out here from Moore and Cambridge all the way back to Highway 169. Still plenty going on, and big picture view, Randy, you're absolutely correct, is so important. I think what you're seeing here is this line just starting to really form. It's interesting. Cody can shed a tear with me on this, because last night the models, when you looked at our forecast charts, it did this. It started building a line just on the east side of the metro, but then earlier today the forecast models knocked that out, and that's part of being a meteorologist. You're like, is it A or is it B or is it B squared or A minus Z? So there's that line beginning to develop. So we never want to forget about Wisconsin. So areas east of the St. Croix, areas now just west of the Mississippi, including Dakota and parts of Goodhue County. These are all areas that are now under the weather gun as we move forward. And you do get the idea here. When you look here at the northern storms, you don't see lightning tracker pinging away, but when you pick up the southern storms, man, I mean, look at lightning tracker pinging away with the new Doppler indicated tornado warning for Le Sueur, Rice, Steele, and Waseca. Showed you the rotation embedded in that storm. We're not finished with that storm by any stretch of the imagination. We're at 5:25 right now. That tornado warning is valid until 5:45. Important to note, Doppler indicated tornado warning, and it stretches here all the way to Cannon City, just across I-35. You've heard me use those geographical markers, because if you live in Le Sueur and your whole life is Le Sueur in the Minnesota River Valley, you're like, Cannon City? You know, my mom went there once 30 years ago. Where is that? And that's why we use these really important markers when we look at the map. You know, there's 35. There's the Minnesota River Valley. The warnings, you'll notice, generally take in those markers to give people an idea of where we're really headed. Off to the north and to the northwest for the metro, you're saying, is there anything else coming, Randy? You look here all the way west to Bruton, there is nothing else coming. And the big picture view still has us in the severe thunderstorm watch. Tornado warnings here well off to the south, riding down 35. But as the line comes through, there's not much else coming our way. Something we talked about a lot last night on the air, something we've been talking about today. When the line passes, we can all take a deep, wide breath. I'm going to get things back to Randy and Kelsey for now.
Yeah, just another big picture question too, just how many more hours before we feel like this is completely out of our region?
You mean how many more hours am I going to talk?
Well, I want to make sure that you're hydrated and have a couple snacks handy.
I had a Red Bull, I'm good. No, you know, and I mentioned this earlier, and Randy asked it. It's a great question. Look, once the storms pass east of the St. Croix and east of the Mississippi, we're still going to cover those storms. But we're going to probably take the next 2 to 3 hours for these storms to eventually clear to that point so that we can say, okay, this part of the map, you're all clear. This part of the map, you're all clear. And I think that's an important thing. It's not just about coverage and getting on the air and saying, hey, look at us. It's about getting on the air, tracking the storm, keeping people ahead of the storm, and then letting them know when everything's fine. And we're going to get them to that point here over the next couple of hours.
Well, yes, we need you to maintain your voice and your energy because it seems like it will be a long night.
We're ordering pizza, okay?
Ooh.
We need to get you something here. But yeah, I mean, also, I'm kind of wondering, we talked about this yesterday, the size that was impacted, the size of the region in Minnesota alone, but also other states like Nebraska, South Dakota impacted by this. I mean, that's what makes this situation so unique and so worrisome as we were headed into it, is that it's such a big region, millions of people potentially could have been impacted.
Well, they talked about those straight line winds. Take you to Medina right now. Wendy sent us a photo in. We're encouraging you to do it when it's safe. You can see that those straight line winds do in fact take some trees down. That's a fairly small tree, but again, the ground is sort of pseudo saturated right now. We've had decent rain so far in April, so that sort of lends to this. The good thing is the trees aren't fully leafed out yet, which doesn't make them so much of a barrier and a kite to push them over. But you will see this in those areas where Cody and Ian have been talking about, those linear straight lines of the storm, and they do produce those 50, 60 mile an hour winds in gusts and bursts along that area. And again, that's much of what we're talking about most recently is that southern storm. That's all farmland down there. It's very flat. The storms move through. They take out barns, they take out sheds, and they take out trees.
And with straight line winds, you'll see all of the trees down in the same direction. Still very dangerous. I think sometimes people feel like if it wasn't a tornado and it was ruled a straight line wind event, that somehow that's not as serious. And straight line winds are very, very dangerous and can be. So, but the difference is in what the damage looks like after that system leaves. If all the trees are pushed down in the same direction, it was a straight line wind event.
Like Wendy, you can send us your images of what you're experiencing out there. Upload your photos and videos to the Fox 9 weather app. And these are just a few of the ones we've received so far. There are more coming in by the minute. We had some really nice hail, examples of hail that we saw south of the Twin Cities and in that storm north as well. So the things are happening out there in a visual way, and we encourage you to be safe after the storm is passed, to go ahead and take photos and videos of those.
We want all those people in that path right now to just be safe, be in a safe area in your home or business, or if you are obviously in a car and you're listening to us on your phone, get to a business, get to a safe place where you can pull off if that is anywhere near your path at the moment.
I do have a question for Ian quickly, and then I think we have Rob Olson also set up. But Ian, just one quick thing. I want to give you a break, but I do have a question about which storm now concerns you the most? Have we navigated to that southern streamline of storms versus what was occurring over, say, Buffalo and that area to the northwest of us?
Yeah, the two Doppler indicated tornado warnings and a new severe thunderstorm warning that is down here to the south. Those are the greatest concern of immediate concern, greatest greatest focus for us in the Weather Center right now, including some very strong rotation embedded in these storms. For the metro proper, you're going to see some very localized pop-up thunderstorms in at least the next hour, maybe 90 minutes. At this point, it doesn't look like anything should pop severe. From the metro north, we're really losing the oomph, those ingredients to take the storms to the next level. But just to the south, I mentioned Dakota County, I mentioned Rice and Steele counties, and I mentioned Goodhue County. Those are all coming as these storms to the south continue to fire and race off to the east-northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we'll continue to watch that. Cody's in the Weather Center. We're talking about some rotation off to the south. I want to hone in on that, and then we'll come back to you after you talk to Rob.
That sounds good. Yeah, Rob is in the Chanhassen area. On the western suburbs right now, which is an area that is seeing some moderate winds. They can see the storms sort of at the storm line.
But not really impacted.
No.
Yeah, just the ominous clouds and, yeah, like we said, just super windy where they are.
Rob, go ahead and take it. Basically, you're seeing what the folks and for our viewers who aren't right in the Twin Cities, you're western suburbs of the Twin Cities and really out of the zone right now.
Yeah, southwest in Chanhassen, and we've been parked here this afternoon, and all afternoon you can see that line on the radar coming this way. And interestingly, and you've seen that with their weather coverage here with Ian and Cody, is the way that has split in kind of to a northern and a southern chunk, and it went right around us. I mean, that's the way these things shake out. But this is now looking to the southeast towards that storm system that is now barreling through parts of the southern Minnesota area down towards Elko, etc. Obviously, we're seeing those storm warnings down by Waseca, but this is the northern tip of that. Not producing any heavy winds here, not producing any rain here. Earlier, I would say about an hour ago, we had some really strong gusts kick up. It had been windy all afternoon, but then really strong gusts came up, and then it went through, and this is probably the calmest now we've seen it all day. So it just really kind of wrapped right around this part of the metro, and it kind of looks like it's going to continue sort of splitting the metro here as you go forward. But you can see, you know, some ominous looking clouds out there, but in terms of what's happening in the Twin Cities area, so much of that energy then pushed off to the southern south of the metro, and that's what we're seeing going through down there. My boys in Mankato were keeping me updated as it went through there. Sirens went off a couple of times. Some light hail, they said. Some pretty torrential wind and rain, but also very brief. So a lot of that came through looked like it was going to pack a bigger punch than it did. Obviously, there's some big punches being packed in other parts of the state. That's it for now. We're going to send it back to you.
Out over Rob and Chanhassen for a while now, and then you could see just off in the distance just a little flash of lightning to the south where this storm system is barreling down on that area. Le Sueur in those areas.
Ian and Cody are focusing in on that storm to the south of the Twin Cities right now. There's some really pretty serious elements of that storm. Ian, bring us up to speed.
Yeah, and you see it behind me right now. Before I get too deep into radar, I'd like to let the folks know, our technical folks in the control room, if they can, and I'll give you a minute to do this, you just let me know when you have it. If you can get to one of our jam cams that we've selected from the Weather Center, I'd love to show you what is going. What is it, Cody? It's a jam cam from Faribault. I'd love for you to get, there you go. So, you know, this is one of those evenings, and I said these are, for some folks, this is going to be an evening that you remember. Well, look at the lowering of this cloud, and this is one of those big mesocyclone big cells. See it right here? See this big old, that's a big old wide circle. God bless him for moving the camera right on cue. And that circle continues all the way around. If you were there right now, you would see this complex, and it's slow, I grant you that, but it's a super slow rotation. So the parent thunderstorm itself has a massive degree of very slow rotation. Dark, ominous clouds, they begin to come down. You're going to see some of the darker clouds here kind of pull away almost like a cotton candy, and then they get sucked back in. Folks who've been with us on storm coverage over the years know we call that scud. And that just gives you an idea of how much veracity is going on in these clouds. I mean, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of shear, they get pulled apart, but the overall intention of this storm is to say, no, 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 you can't get pulled away. I want to pull you back in to this grand circulation. So this is 35. When it says NB, some folks will say, oh, that means you're looking north. That means that this particular camera is in the northbound lane. So here's the northbound lane. So what can we interpret from that? If we're looking to the north, this is just off to the northwest of I-35. So these dark, ominous, low-hanging clouds. Again, see these little tiny wisps? They'll come ripping away and then they get sucked right back in. So there's plenty of scud on this big rotating cloud that is right over top of Faribault. Now, I want to take a thank you to everybody in the booth. By the way, we work with the most talented professionals in the world here at Fox 9. Our technical producers and directors are amazing. From the Jan Cam, let's keep that sort of in the queue, but I want to take you over to Cody's weather computer Weather 2, because where we're talking, so here's Faribault. There's where we're looking at that big old spin as this line is rolling in. Now, you just saw the Doppler beam kind of drag along there, and it looks like a ripple in the wave. Through the better part of the day, we've talked about Doppler technology and using what's called Doppler velocity to find where the spin is. So there's what you're used to seeing on radar. That's rain. There's the rain, and there's lightning tracker pinging away. What Cody did here is he highlighted the Doppler velocity. The green riding in here out of the south and the southeast. The red is wind riding in here out of the northwest. So where we find, so right here is where we find the highest degree of spin. That spin would be at least the possibility of a tornado, what we would call a Doppler indicated tornado. This is exactly what we do. We slice into the storm and we find where the spin is. You're not going to find it just looking exclusively at the radar picture. So there's the scope, and in the background, the severe thunderstorm warning. Cody's actually tracking this. Thank you, Cody. And he's saying right here, off toward Faribault, where we just saw that jam cam with those lowering, deep, ominous looking clouds. I'll tell you right now, if you are in Faribault, if you're along this line of 35 down toward Medford and you stretch it all the way back to Highway 13, this is the zone for your personal storm plan for a very strong storm with outbound winds at 60+ miles per hour, the possibility of 2-inch size hail, all rolling with this degree of rotation here slowly off to the east-northeast, slowly at times for a spell. Earlier today, we had a forward motion of these. Well, there's, you see that, Cody?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can hear Cody in the background go, whoop. That's meteorologist talk for, wow, did you see that?
Uh-huh.
So we had the,
that's nerd speak.
Yeah, we had the red deepen, we had the green brighten. Also, notice how these have come together. We call that a velocity couplet. When the couplet begins to tighten, it's like, I mean, the great adage from meteorology school, and you'll remember this, Cody, when you're watching figure skating, and a figure skater has their arms out and they're spinning, they move rather slow. The further in they bring their arms, the faster they spin. That's what a velocity couplet does. When we can tighten it up, that's just like a figure skater bringing in their arms, and it begins to spin faster and more powerful. So there is a good degree of spin inherited in this storm. Cody, could you do me a favor, take scope off for a sec?
Sure.
Because I'm always cognizant of what Randy brought up early, and it was such great information that even in the background, we want to make sure that people who aren't in that spin have an idea of what we're talking about here. So there's the Doppler indicated tornado warning to the north and to the northeast. That includes Faribault, stretches across I-35. Doppler indicated tornado warning here off to the south that is just to the north of I-90. Both of these storms are tracking here, slowly off to the east-northeast at around 30 to 40 miles per hour, forward speed, not the wind speed in the storms, forward speed, and growing across I-35. Remember earlier I was talking about Goodhue County and Dakota County and Rice and Steele counties. Well, you're all there right now. There's 35 as it comes down into the 90 interchange with Albert Lee, with two valid Doppler indicated tornado warnings for both of those locations.
And then a massive severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, so that's the large gold box here.
Yeah,
So
it's
people
huge.
would look at that. I mean, it almost looks like it should be a severe thunderstorm watch. So it is here from just east of Mankato all the way back down towards Fairmont, and then right along the Iowa border to the southeast of Albert Lea, and then stretching up. So it's starting to edge into Rice and Steele counties, into almost Goodhue County, and almost Dakota County.
I'm gonna stretch and scope for the Ville, and you'll see that you should be able to see all the hail cores right along. There's a big one south of Blue Earth.
Wow.
So we're looking for essentially the little pockets of hail, because this whole line isn't going to have hail to it.
Right.
But you will have little pockets. You have one south of Blue Earth with that kind of pink shaded zone and kind of a circle there, and then you also have one west of Owatonna and west of Faribault. If we zoom in a little bit, and I'll drag our scope up. There you see it, and essentially all kind of with that stronger tornado warning and with that stronger cell that's coming into and just south of Faribault.
You know, that's an important note that when you look at, right, and so this is using the scope a little different than Doppler velocity, but using it to find where the cores, the greatest updraft, the greatest position of possible large hail is. And it's not everywhere along the line, neither are the tornado threats, but as Cody just pointed out, when we find these cores, I mean, think about where that is. When we were looking at the jam cam from Faribault, by the way, we should go back to that. Let's, there you go. Notice how it has gotten considerably darker, and the deluge continues. I have to tell you, it's like the good folks at MnDOT are they watching? Are they listening? They must be. It's just great.
And I did want to say there is, we can stay on this for just a second, but there is a new tornado warning. It does include the city of Owatonna. So it's on the southern end of that. Remember that the two hail cores that I showed you?
Yeah, we're right in between.
Yeah, the two storms. So essentially there are two now tornado warnings from Owatonna to Faribault, both cities under tornado warnings. So everyone should be heading to their shelter as of right now.
Okay, so Tim Purrington, sorry, I took a break to hear something from Natalie, our amazing producer. Tim Purrington is our storm chaser, our exclusive Fox 9 storm chaser. He's on that storm. Natalie, if you had the chance with our technical crew to take the live stream from Tim, so we'll go away from the jam cam. By the way, just so you know, this is Faribault with a new tornado warning in place. If Tim's stream is available, I would love to have a peek at it, and you can pop it up whenever. So,
holy rain, Batman.
It looks like it's 11 p.m. It is dark. It is an absolute washout with rain. One of the reasons we say please don't pull over on the side of the road, because the traffic that's continuing to drive, A, can't see you, and B, doesn't expect you to be there. Natalie, do you know where Tim is? Okay. So he's been going south. Yeah, he's been going south on 35 from the storms. He was on the storms in St. Peter. He's come up toward there.
Coming in from the north side. So yeah, he's hitting that first hail core, I think.
He's coming down 35, working toward, probably going to have to punch a core or at least push through the storm. So again, that's exclusive video from our Fox 9 storm chaser, Tim Purrington, and his wife. An amazing storm chasing couple, and we've used them for some 15 years, and we can't say thank you enough. So let's go off that, bring you back to my weather computer, Weather 1, because there is the new tornado warning that is here, and that is over top of Owatonna. Actually, there's stacked tornado warnings. The southern one right here, that's the latest tornado warning, a Doppler indicated warning. It is squarely for Steele County, and it does include the city of Owatonna. I want to say this so that everybody hears me and hears me loud and clear. If you are straddling I-35 from Faribault down to Owatonna, I want you to pay attention to my voice. Put your personal storm plan into effect. Stay away from windows. Get into the innermost door, the innermost room without windows if possible. If you're in an apartment building, maybe if it's only 3 stories tall, get into the innermost corridor and get down on the ground floor. No innermost corridor, find the stairwell. They're generally surrounded by cinder blocking and get to the lowest level. You've got stacked tornado warnings here, one for Steele County and the other for Goodhue and Rice. Includes the city of Faribault. To give you a geography line here, there is I-35. The strong storm is straddling I-35. It is racing off to the east-northeast at around 40 miles per hour. If you're in these areas, I implore you to put your personal storm plan into effect. We had the jam cam. I want to go back to the jam cam really quick. That is over top of Faribault. Here's the reason I wanted to show you this. There's times when people hear my voice and they're like, hot dog, let's go outside and see what the severe weather looks like. Obviously, you can't see very much. It is dark and there is a deluge of rain. This is not a night to go outside and try to catch that one picture. If our professional storm chasers get a picture, we'll put it online. Find it there later. Copy and paste it and keep it in a scrapbook if that's what you want to do. But please don't go outside and get into any of this mess, trying to find yourself a picture or a video of the strong storm.
And Ian, it really is kind of a mess. If you want to pull up Weather 2 again, just to give Ian an idea, it's very linear, it's very messy. But honestly, you could get a quick little spin up almost anywhere. Okay, so when you're looking at, this is a good point here, Cody. So earlier we were looking at the red and the green coming together, making that real tight knot. I use the analogy of a figure skater tightening the arms. That tightens the velocity couplet and we get a big spin up. The one thing I want you to notice here is this area of red that stretches all the way from Owatonna and the 1435 interchange just off toward Medford, and then it kind of bends back here to 60 just south of Faribault. What this is showing us right now is that the strongest winds would be along this red edge here, and those winds would be exploding here off to the east, and not just in one particular line. They would be moving out almost perpendicular to 35. So you get these lines of strong winds. What Cody's doing here is showing us the last 15 minutes. Last 15 minutes. So as that approaches that line right there, those are the straight line winds. So again, with a tornado warning like this in play, it isn't always about, wow, an Oklahoma-based tornado, I can see it in the distance. It's terrible looking. This is rain wrapped. There's the rain. And where you see it, we pick up that white, that's also a hail core. So the Doppler goes through and it says, I can't interpret whether this is just rain or hail or a combo of both. When Doppler indicates something like that, it looks like a big, huge, wet raindrop. That's where we end up with these areas of white. So there are definitive hail cores here along with those straight line winds. Again, from Faribault just to the east of Medford, bending back through Owatonna, personal storm plan into effect. And Ian, I don't know if you noticed, but they did actually extend that.
They extended the tornado warning.
Yeah, farther to the east. So Faribault to Kenyon, basically to Highway 56 and just southwest of Cannon Falls. Yeah, so this is, you know, I talked about Rice and Steele. I talked about Goodhue County, and that's exactly where we are right now. I know Kelsey Carlson and Randy Meyer are so patient. You're so patient with the talking meteorologist. Thank you. I know you've got something to say, though.
Well, we've been urging people to send those photos in, and we're getting them in. So we want to make sure we share these images that you guys are talking about with our viewers.
But nothing that we have to say is more important than what you and Cody are saying right now. And thank you so much. You guys have been on the air
just today,
all
though.
Afternoon, just today.
Just for the day.
Just today. And Cody, you know, works the morning shift, and he's still here
tonight. Started talking to Cody back on Saturday. I said, dude, I need you. And without even a second thought, he just said, yup. And I said, yeah, but I can. And he goes, yup. And I'm like, I'll stop talking now. And, you know, it's great to have him aboard. It really is.
Let's go ahead and look at some of that.
Yeah, let's
I think we have some storm damage. I know there's Mound involved and Egan involved, and that's basically that very southern part and sort of the northern tip of what you guys have been talking about. Obviously, Lakeville was in that zone as well. Nothing in from Lakeville yet, but you're seeing what Cody and Ian was warning about all afternoon, and that is those shearing straight line winds, and there have been winds up to 50, 60 miles an hour in this front line of this storm, and this is the result that we get, and those are those mainly old weak trees that are going to just go down.
Okay.
Just a reflection on that. Not to take away from you all, but Cody was just talking.
Showing pictures.
Yeah, keep showing the pictures, because Cody and I were just talking, and Cody brought up a point here that the greater metro didn't see like a big booming, raining, hailing thunderstorm. But we're starting to interpret. Go ahead, Cody. I don't want to take this from you. We're starting to interpret what happened here.
It looks like we had sort of an outflow boundary. So a lot of times you get rain-cooled air to come with the line of storms. It doesn't always necessarily come with rain. Well, the only thing you see on radar is some stuff actually falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
So instead, we got these really gusty winds that actually knocked over trees. I'm putting all this together because of all the reports we've had with trees down in the metro. And actually had a couple of my neighbors text me and say there's trees down in my neighborhood in Burnsville.
Think about Orono and Medina.
Yes.
Didn't see a
Egan.
drop.
Yeah.
Didn't see a drop.
Not a drop of rain.
Kind of gets back to what we talked about earlier in the afternoon when I said, okay, let's talk about what's happening in the outward boundaries of this storm that we see so vividly on radar, but yet there's things going on all around that.
There really are, and things we can't take for granted. In other words, and this is what I was saying earlier, not everyone's going to get that strong storm, but most people are going to feel the effects of the storms in one way or another tonight. Folks in the booth, if we can switch over to Weather 1 behind me. Cody, amazing job interpreting that and seeing those pictures, you know, and you see those pictures, you're like, wait a minute, we didn't get a drop of rain, and I've got 3 trees down in my neighbor's yard. Again, not everybody's going to get the big, booming, thundering storm, but everybody's going to feel the effects of these storms, especially with trees down and power outages. You know, we have had a lot of rain. So some of these bigger trees, and Randy, I mentioned this to you, and we were talking about it, even though they're not fully leaved, you know, those roots that are in the ground, with so much rain lately, they're not hanging on to dirt. They're kind of dripping into mush. And you pick up some winds at 50 or 60 miles per hour, they're not, that mush isn't going to hold them. And you notice on some of those pictures that they just peel back that layer of turf as they go down.
Yeah, it's like soft pancake batter, you know, when it gets soaked like that.
And now I'm hungry.
No, I was going to say.
Yeah, and we had more pictures too, just to show the clouds.
Oh yeah, keep going. Yeah, I love that.
Over Rob Olson as well today. But that's such an interesting point that we're seeing damage reports from places that haven't been under this system.
Right. Well, they've been part and parcel of the system. Earlier, I was talking about outflow boundaries. So here's a perfect example that, you know, we're talking about straight line winds. I'm just going to shift this a little bit. These are the 2 Doppler indicated tornado warnings. That southern warning has now extended just off to the east of I-35. Medford and Owatonna, you're out of the Doppler indicated tornado warning. There it is there, outlined in black. Faribault, you are still in the tornado warning. This little finger just off to the west of 35, but it now extends all the way to Kenyon, and that tornado warning is in place until 6:15 p.m. When we talk about an outflow boundary, so the rain is coming from above. When the rain hits the ground, the wind it creates can't go through the ground, doesn't necessarily go back into the storm. Where does it go? It races away from the storm. In many ways, it mirrors a sneeze. When you're at a table and you sneeze and the napkin moves, that's an outflow boundary, and as it pushes away, it can create damage. It can create damage well away from parent thunderstorms. There are times when we're forecasting as meteorologists, we're looking and we're like, why is that storm growing? And then you look for ground truth and you look at observations, you're like, oh my gosh, there's an outflow boundary coming from a storm that's 40 miles away, and it's hitting these storms and creating more uplift. So you don't have to be in the storm. The storm doesn't have to be over top of you, is what I'm trying to say, for you to feel the effects of very large storms in your area. And I think that's what it was. It was a gust front, or it was an outflow boundary in parts of the West Metro, and in particular Medina all the way to Orono, with some of the pictures that we're picking up. So it is one of those days that the storm doesn't have to be over top of you for you to feel the effects. I'm going to go to you, Randy, in just a minute. Again, the tornado warnings here in place. Let's at least get a track on one of these tornado warnings. So see, just north of Medford, see that gold box? That means that as the Doppler unit does 5 scans and it clicks up every single time, it's found a degree of rotation. So we can track that. So the Doppler is saying that particular part of the strongest part of the storm is moving off to the east at around 20 miles per hour. There are no big communities in the box, but that's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes, which would put it just to the south. Oh, you just saw it move there one time. I'm going to track it one more time and move it to just near Kenyon here. 25 miles per hour as it moves just south of Kenyon, just north of West Concord. That will put it well away, the strongest portion of the storm, well to the east of I-35. Randy, I know you got something to say.
Honestly, you just covered it. I'm going to use your own words from an hour or so ago when you said what really concerns folks on a night like tonight is timing and track of this storm. So I start to think about people in Red Wing and different places like that who are watching you and watching us going, okay, how long?
Okay.
That's a hard question because obviously this storm it morphs and it evolves, but that's what the folks out in front of that storm are wondering now.
No, and it's a great question. There's the Twin Cities proper. You head down toward the Burnsville split, and these storms are just south of that by about 10 miles. The storms are now morphing here across I-35 into Dakota, into Goodhue County, into Rice, into Steele counties. These are all areas that are under the weather gun with the tornado warnings still in place. Doppler indicated tornado warnings, which is oh so important. But even with the Doppler indicated tornado warning, it lets you know there's spin and strength embedded in those storms, and it will continue to race here off to the east with a little jog off to the northeast. So now, Randy, we're talking about the Mississippi River Valley. So here down toward Hastings in the locks, continue down here off toward just areas off to the east of Rochester. This zone now, and I will tell you this zone, when you look here all along I-35, along I-90, wow, that's a new tornado warning.
That's a big warning.
Here is the Mississippi River Valley. That's a massive tornado warning, Cody. I'm going to go down and get on that. I think what we're seeing here, and I'm going to infer this, and I want to make sure people know that. I'm going to infer information. When we see tornado warnings that splay out like this, well away from the storm, sometimes the tornado warning is issued in advance of straight line winds that could exceed 70 or 80 miles per hour. The tornado warning is to make people stand up and say, I got to do something, because I have to be honest with you, we used to call it the henny penny effect. People don't always pay attention to severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a severe thunderstorm. I've been through hundreds of them. When you get a tornado warning, there's an inference here.
I agree with you. However, I think it's also because there is a potential for a tornado.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
They're just not real sure where.
Well,
and if you pull up,
look at this.
Oh, I know. But if you pull up Weather 2, you'll see it very clearly.
Are you scoping?
Yes,
okay.
It's scoped already.
Well, we'll move it into Weather 2.
There you go.
Okay. So again, with these colors and focusing on the innermost portion of this storm, we said the outer portion of the tornado warning was working toward Kenyon. As Cody's outlined here, you've got the inbound and outbound velocities of Doppler radar. This isn't rainfall that you're looking at there, right there. That's the rain. This is inside the Doppler. There's this very broad rotation right here where we start to pick up this definite pink here. If we had a little green a little closer, we'd have the figure skater. We'd have a very tight velocity couplet. We'd have a very strong rotation.
And I think the National Weather Service is just trying to figure out where it's going to go, and so they issued kind of a broad warning, because look at this. It's just fanning out over time, so it may be a combination of both. It could be straight line winds.
I think it's a combo platter.
Yeah, and it could also just be little quick spin up tornadoes right all along the leading edge of this particular line.
Yeah, so you end up with a combo platter, and we talked about this earlier. Here's that word again, QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. When you have a big line of storms like this, you will have, I mentioned this earlier, you'll have momentary spin-ups all along the line, but you'll also have straight line winds. This is almost a combo platter here. I think that's, well, holy cow.
Man.
Okay, so look toward West Concord. See this area right here? Those will be strong winds expanding across Highway 56 into the West Concord area. That's a definitive here on Doppler radar. The degree of rotation here has become rather broad. I'm gonna give you that, but there is a decent little couplet here just off to the west of Kenyon. If you're in this area, again, you've heard me say this countless times again, and it may seem like I'm droning, but I want you to hear me. If you're in this area, if you're in and around Kenyon, if you're down Highway 56 toward West Concord, I want you to put your personal storm plan into effect. Oof. I need you to get inside. I need you to be away from windows. I need you to be in the innermost room of your home or your apartment or the farmhouse. I don't need you to be in a barn or a big span building. Those will offer no protection when we talk about winds in excess of 70 or 80 miles per hour. Again, Cody's showing this couplet. So Wheeling, Richland, Kenyon, boom, velocity couplet. What does it mean? It means there's a really good degree of rotation in this Doppler indicated tornado warning. This in and of itself does not mean we have a tornado, and it does not mean we have a tornado on the ground. And even as you look at the latest information from these warnings, it is moving to the east. Did you see this, Cody? The storm is moving to the east at 55 miles per hour.
Oh.
That's the forward speed of the storm, not the winds involved in this storm. And because of that, notice this large black box. That's a new tornado warning in advance of where we already are, where Cody was showing you in and around Kenyon. That is the storm location. That is the 0 point right now. That is the bullseye. If you're in Kenyon, you have to put your storm plan into effect. If your area is east of Kenyon, that's a new tornado warning for Goodhue and Rice counties. And look, we're moving forward here into 6:30 p.m. So this is a huge expansion into Goodhue, Zumbrota, down toward Roscoe and off toward Pine Island. And anybody who knows this area of Minnesota knows this is a vast, vast area. And more importantly, the closer you're getting to the Mississippi, we're starting to get into the rolls. We're starting to get into the hills. If you're one of those people who's in Goodhue and you're looking out the window, looking off to the west, you're like, can't really see anything. Well, it's the bluffs and the hills, and this is a nightmare for chasers as well because of all those occlusions as you're trying to drive through the entire area. So Kenyon, if you're in and around Kenyon, see where the white area is right there? This is it, my friends. Time to just practice what I've been preaching for years. Personal storm plan, gather the kids, the animals, innermost room, lowermost room, basement is prime. Anywhere, even with a walkout of your basement, go away from the windows that are the walkout and get to the deepest part of whatever hill your house happens to be built in.
Okay,
Cody, you're looking at cameras?
Can I test something real quick?
Yeah, of course.
To see if MnDOT was actually listening to us earlier.
Go.
If you're MnDOT and you're listening, can you point all the Highway 52 cameras to the west? I just want to test it because they're all looking south right now, which is not helping.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's worth a try.
Throwing a shout out there.
Throwing a shout out. And by the way, they do such an incredible job with the jam cams. Okay, so let's go away from Cody. Cody, I'll let you scope this. I'm going to go away from that. Okay. That's Cody's computer there. I want to come back to my computer, which is Weather One, and there you go. Because that is the scope of the new tornado warning. You know, generally when we look at storms, the tornado warnings tend to shrink and disappear. So there's the original tornado warning right there. Let me draw a line on this.
It may be right over Kenyon right now.
Right there. There's the original tornado warning. There is the latest tornado warning that is working toward Highway 52 into Zumbrota and really taking over a good portion of Goodhue County. Cody, do you have a scope on Kenyon?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Cody's computer really quick from the, wow. Okay, so again, when we look at this as meteorologists and we look at the Doppler technology, you're looking inside the storm here. There's the flow in just north of Kenyon. Here's the flow in just south of Kenyon. So this is one massive area of rotation embedded in that rotation. If there is a tornado, it's very close to Kenyon. I can't emphasize this enough. Kenyon, Holden, working all the way to Wanamingo, even Roscoe along Highway 57. This is your storm. This is your time to gather the kids, the animals, and practice your personal storm plan and get away from windows. Innermost room, and don't try catching any pictures. Get into the basement, the lowest level of whatever structure you find yourself in. There's the latest scan. Look at the bright green that's beginning to bend around.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. So we just switched here. It's just north of Kenyon here. This is a dangerous storm, my friends. Wherever you are in and around Kenyon and Holden and Leon and soon to be in Wanamingo, what Cody's moving around, again, that Doppler velocity scope. And Randy, we've talked about this all day long. It's really focusing the power of what we have at Fox 9 and using Doppler technology to talk about where in this Doppler indicated tornado warning, where instead of just showing you this and going, hey, there's a bad storm, instead of just showing you that, we're showing you where the rotation is. That's more important than anything right now, because where that rotation is where there is a possible tornado. That's all we're saying. And if that's the case, that's where we need you to be safe. And as this storm advances here across Goodhue County, there's the latest scan from Doppler. Everywhere we see that bright white, those little balls here, bright white, that's where we see the greatest size of raindrops. And it doesn't mean the raindrops are big. It means it's raindrops mixed with hail. So there's some decent hail cores here, as well as inferred rotation from Doppler right over top of Kenyon. Cody, scope it one more time for me, because we've had 3 scans since that last scope. Oof. Wow. That's a really good couplet right there, just to the north of Kenyon.
And then moving.
It's just moving.
Northeast. So.
Yeah. So Holden, Kenyon, again, what you're looking at, velocity, so there's inbound, here's outbound, and there's the spin. With that spin, it's inferred with the spin in the clouds with a Doppler indicated tornado warning. If, and it's a big if, it's flashing neon and it's got glitter on it and there's things moving around it. It is a big if. If there's a tornado in this Doppler indicated tornado warning, this is about the location in between Holden and Kenyon, and it is tracking here off to the east-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So go ahead, Randy.
Oh, well, we've been obviously kind of talking here too, because we are getting some more pictures in.
Yeah, let's see
some damage. So we might have those ready to go. Of course, if you need to stay on this and talk about this right now, and I do want to give a shout out to all the sheriff's offices. Since 2:30 this afternoon, I've been looking at sheriff's office Facebook pages to see what they've been reporting and seeing. And it just seems like every sheriff's office put a warning out, and continuing to communicate with people locally about the situation with the storm on
the
Facebook.
sheriff's office, the local volunteer fire departments, they are literally our eyes on the ground. They have pre-assigned points that they go to in their towns, their cities, their counties, and they watch the weather and they watch for touchdowns. They are so important.
Let's go to the, you talk about those outboundary areas. Lakeville was one of those in the South Metro here. We've got a picture that was sent in to us by Adam. And again, that's Lakeville. And he simply says, there it is, tree on my deck.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of trees so far, a few pictures of hailstones. Of course, for some folks, you know, this is still a situation where they are sheltering and not out and about sending pictures yet. But again, this is Long Lake. That's from Anita, showing some snap trees there from perhaps some straight line winds. And what we're seeing in some of these areas that didn't even have rain today. That is the most fascinating piece of this system. This is in Santiago Township, about 4:45. Clear Lake, and that shows the size of some of the hailstones.
Yeah, we talked about those 1 to 2 inch hailstones, and there's your example of a 2-inch plus hailstone, really, when you look at the entirety of it. And then there's another one from Tammy. And we know that hail has been hitting a lot of you out there, and when it is safe to do so, if you want to send in your pictures, please do share them with us. There's a good collection of hailstones there again. Same person, Tammy in Clear Lake. And again, Ian's monitoring the situation in Goodhue County, in southwestern Goodhue County right now. He'll be back with us in just a second to talk about what that system looks like. I mean, again, it's those straight line winds at this point that we can tell our viewers have been the most, and the hail have been the most predominant elements of this storm so far. And Ian and Cody are keeping a very close eye. If you live in that Kenyon area, which is well south of the cities, anywhere from Kenyon all the way up to, say, almost to Red Wing now, as that storm, the outbounders of that storm make their way in that direction, you need to be aware of what's happening around you.
Yeah, Ian, can I ask a quick question too?
Always.
What are your thoughts at this moment and how this whole system is going to hold up? Because I mean, having another tornado warning and the situation you're watching near Kenyon right now, what do you expect as it moves forward?
As this system continues, this system is going to continue strong. The system to the south that's rolling through Goodhue County. I'd look toward like Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in south and southeastern Wisconsin. All of the counties that border the Mississippi River Valley in west central and southwestern Wisconsin, you are you're on the clock, so to speak, to use some draft parlance. You're on the clock as these storms stay strong and continue to roll. I mean, look, the Mississippi's right here. So we're darn close. As a matter of fact, the northern extent of this storm, not severe, has already crossed the Mississippi and is just south of River Falls. So it's an excellent question, Kelsey. At this point, there is nothing holding these storms back from working still very strong across the Mississippi into southwest Wisconsin. It's a night to stay skyware across the Fox 9 viewing area. And Randy, I always tease you about this, but you know, we're in Wisconsin. Wisconsin are our viewers, and of course, we're going to maintain our coverage as the storms cross the Mississippi Mississippi and work their way into, like I said, areas like Buffalo and Trimble County.
Does Bluff County at all change the dynamics of this storm, Ian? I mean, we're going to hit the Mississippi River there, as you note, and then we're in bluff country, the larger hills. Does that change it from farm country that we're seeing right now?
Not the dynamics of the storm. No, not because of the way the atmosphere is charged up right now. It definitely changes the way we can track them from the ground. You know, you get into bluff country and it's up. Well, you know, Randy, you grew up down there. It's up, down, and all around. Thankfully, most of the trees aren't fully leaved right now, so you can have some view on the horizon. But think about this: it is 6:10. We are 2 hours away from sunset. And once we start to lose that daylight, it becomes harder and harder to track. That's when we start to use the lightning from storms to backlight them to get at least an eyeball on what's happening under the storm. Behind me, meteorologist Cody Matz is looking at Doppler velocity. It is billowed out somewhat. It is away from Kenyon now, finally, and it's continuing to roll here through parts of Goodhue County. The Doppler indicated tornado warning is still in place for Goodhue and Rice. That ends here just right over top of Holden and back toward Kenyon. That ends in 5 minutes. The extension here all the way almost to the Mississippi, that's the tornado warning that is fully for Goodhue County, and that's in place until 6:30. What Cody's looking at here, again, Doppler velocity, there are still some pockets of some decent rotation. Velocity couplets here. There are also some pockets here where you could infer toward Wanamingo that some rather strong straight line winds are about to approach Wanamingo. All inferred from Doppler velocity, yes. But it gives us the ability to say to you, you've got a few minutes. You've got a few minutes. We want to keep you ahead of the storm. No one's stopping the storm. The storm's not going away, but we've got a few minutes to keep you ahead of the storm and prepare you in areas like Leon, prepare you in areas like Wanamingo and most of central and eastern portions of Goodhue County that this strong Doppler indicated tornadic storm is now rolling across your region. Look at lightning tracker pinging away. Holden, Kenyon is where we had the rotation earlier. See that bright white? I was just about to say, that's a really decent hail core. And that, my friends, is hail in a big way here, just over Holden and off to the east and to the southeast. What Cody's showing there is something we call VIL, vertically integrated liquid. What does it mean when you can vertically integrate liquid in a storm? It means the storm's updraft is keeping it suspended. The longer it stays suspended and takes trips up in the storm, falls and then is lifted again. Numerous trips make layers of ice. Layers of ice make rather large hailstones. Rather large hailstones give you a big core of vertically integrated liquid that sets up like that. So not only are we talking about rotation, very strong winds and heavy rain, we're also talking about a very big hail core here working through parts of Goodhue County. I mean, that's southwestern portions of Goodhue County. I mean, there's no other way. Yeah, keep going, Cody. Keep expanding a little bit more so we can go from River Falls all the way back down to Foster. So there's where you get the idea. So you have this really large severe thunderstorm warning here that works from Lakota and Fairmont all the way to Owatonna and stretches almost to the Mississippi, almost to Rochester. And then to the north, you've got these two Doppler indicated tornado warnings working into Goodhue County. What Cody's doing right here is looking for hail cores. And notice there's a big one over top of Owatonna. There's a big one over top of Kenyon. And there's a massive line of hail embedded in the storm from Wells stretching back southwest across I-90. It's a very active weather night, and in particular off to our south. I don't want to stay away from the pictures though that you had, Randy and Kelsey, because I think the takeaway tomorrow morning is going to be people in the metro saying, I don't get it. We didn't have a storm.
Yeah.
Right.
The fence is down, the tree is down, and there's shingles off the roof. What happened? And that's what we were talking about all day, is these very strong winds. They're not part and parcel exclusive to the exact location of the storms. They are adjacent to the storms. And I think we saw a pretty good gust front blowdown roll through a part of the metro, West Metro, south of the downtowns of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and then down toward Burnsville.
Ian, do you expect, as I see the clock ticking towards 6:15, and then I think there's another tornado warning for 6:30, do you see those based on what you're seeing in that storm extended those tornado warnings beyond that 6:15, 6:30 deadlines that you see now?
I think what we'll end up seeing, if we don't see tornado warnings extend, Brandy, we'll start to see severe thunderstorm warnings extend to the east side of the St. Croix, the east side of the Mississippi. And that it'll be that kind of a night. I think we'll see some bounces between Doppler indicated tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, especially once we get here down toward the southern end of this storm and it continues to roll. If there is something I want you to look at here, this storm was very wide and very robust for a spell. Notice how it's beginning to come back into itself. As it begins to shrink, you'll start to see this thing elongate, and the probability here is for a storm like this to begin to pull apart so that we'll have areas that were once part of a voracious line slowly become these big old cells that just continue to roll away. I know Mitchell, our producer, in the booth here after the 6 p.m. hour, just give me a key about a jam cam. Mitchell, tell me where we're going and then take it. Okay.
This is as that tornado warned spot is coming just north of Wanamingo.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about, Wanamingo, and it must feel like the world is not in a good place if you're in Wanamingo. Talked about straight line winds. Those straight line winds would be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Talk about the very heavy rain. The hail core hasn't arrived in Wanamingo yet, but if that's a storm that's rolling, you see the barn in the background in the silo. This is Highway 52. That's on the northbound side of 52. So you're actually looking off to the south to give you an idea of the location here. This is real close to Wanamingo. And if you're in that area, you're thinking to yourself, oh man, I don't want any part of this. We can't stop the storms, but we can keep you ahead of the storms and give you that information like we did with Wanamingo a full 10 minutes ago.
Thank goodness. We want people to be in a safe place. Ian, when you see those hail core situations on the radar like that, can you even guess when, like, the size of the hailstone or what we're dealing with when you see that on radar?
So there's something we use, and we call it ground truth. I was talking earlier about the sheriff and the volunteer fire departments, and they're giving us ground truth. So we look at the rotation on radar, we're like, that looks bad. Well, and then they say, oh no, it never touched the ground. It was a spinning funnel cloud. Or they can say, oh my gosh, I see it, a 10-4, 10-4, there's a tornado on the ground. That's ground truth. The same is true with hail. We can infer the hail size from what the Doppler is telling us. I'd rather wait for ground truth, like when you had those amazing pictures with people who put quarters next to their hands or tape measure. See the lightning banging in the background here right near Wanamingo. So that ground truth, and as we get the pictures, Mitchell, our producer in the booth, I'd tell you, I mean, Randy and Kelsey, we love to show that degree of ground truth. I think what we could do right now, and I'll let Randy and Kelsey take over for just a second here. I'd love to see those pictures again of the blowdowns, of the damage that happened in the Twin Cities Metro, and a few more pictures of hail. The ground truth, if you will. And if anything, what it does is it says, wow, I'm glad they were on TV. We've been on TV for the better part of the afternoon. And people say, why? You like to hear yourself talk? I've never really liked my voice.
Well, and we'd like to look at the pictures, and then if we can also pull up.
Yeah, and by the way, we're not going to leave coverage. We'll come back, but I do want people to see these, so go ahead. Yeah,
our storm chaser, Tim Purrington, though, he has a feed, and he was near Lakeville not too long ago, too.
Yeah. Here's Lakeville. We talked about those straight line winds, and again, out of sort of the outer fringes of the boundaries, we keep our people safe. And so far, most of the pictures that are coming in are from people who have seen the storm pass through them or over them, and so they're safe. We've seen a lot of trees down. Again, the ground is pretty saturated, so it's not surprising that this happens. This is Long Lake. Anita, thank you for sending that in. Huge branches, as she writes down there, down. And then Ian talked about the hail.
Yeah, so this is from Tammy. Tammy sent in a bunch of pictures of hailstones that have fallen near her house in Clear Lake. And so we're just going to go through all of these from Tammy right now. Those came in, the pictures at least, around 4:45 tonight. So we anticipate that as this system moves forward, there are going to be more areas that are, of course, impacted by serious hail and also straight line winds and other damage. So there's a collection of those hailstones, one of them pretty big there in the bottom. And imagine that hitting the side of your house or your car. That size can do some damage.
Yeah, as Ian and Cody will tell you, based on those cells they're looking at, the core, the hail core, the hail cells there, that is damaging hail. Anytime you get to that size, it's going to do damage. So if vehicles and things like that, vinyl siding, aluminum siding, roofs, those are all damaged when you get up into that 2-inch hail size. So that is what a lot of folks are facing this evening.
And do we have Tim Purrington, the storm chaser, the professional storm chaser whose feed we've been watching? We're going to try to get that in just a little bit, but he's been out and about. He actually has been stationed in this area since yesterday, and so many of the storm chasers from the upper Midwest did position themselves in Nebraska, South Dakota, and in Minnesota over the last 36 hours.
Tim travels with his better half, and he stays safe. They stay safe. Doing this is nothing that any of us should be involved in. That's why they're professional storm chasers. They know exactly where to go to stay safe. Generally speaking, they're either in front of the storm to see it or behind the storm, or they'll try and form a line into the storm that's a safer line. He was doing that earlier as he was heading into that area that Ian was talking about, not quite to the Kenyon area, but down in sort of the heart of that area.
They're not trying to be in it by any means.
No, and the images they get are important for meteorologists to be able to sort of study and tell what those storms are doing. Do they perform the way that radar says they're performing?
Yeah, and some of the storm chasers I know are some of the smartest meteorologists I know. These are people that perform an incredible task. And I will tell you, and I said this to Tim live on the air when we had him earlier, it's nothing like Twister. It's not that glamorous. It's gas station burritos. It's following storms that sometimes can travel 3 or 4 states to try and get that one evasive picture, that one shot of the storm. So for anybody who thinks it's there's some degree of romance to storm chasing, it is hard work, driving work, long work. And as you look here live at Storm Vision Radar, the tornado warning that was extended into Goodhue County, that is the only valid, albeit Doppler indicated tornado warning that is still here. It is in place until 6:30. You probably caught me looking at my watch when we came back on camera. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has come out for a portion of Goodhue County. So it kind of comes up along the backside here of the tornado warning, but it is also for portions of Rice and Steele County. And if you've been with us over the last hour and a half, I talked about Rice, I talked about Steele, I talked about Goodhue. I talked about how it was coming. It is not just coming, it is here. Degree of rotation here along Highway 52. That's where we were looking at the jam cam in and around Wanamingo. Ground truth. If we could, I would love, Mitchell, to get back to that traffic camera, the jam cam back around Wanamingo. I can hear Cody rolling over in the Weather Center. Cody's going to get that going. Okay, so let me take you down to Goodhue County. That's the only area outlined in black here. That is the only valid tornado warning. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. All along 52, working into Wanamingo is where we had the camera. Go ahead, pull it up, see if we can do it. Decidedly different.
Yeah.
So these storms, I talked about how fast the storms are moving. 45 miles per hour forward speed. Now think about it. I've driven with Kelsey. She doesn't even drive that fast.
No.
It's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Okay,
but not
you go
much.
50.
But hey, can I roll over to another jam cam?
Yeah.
So we just got a report from Owatonna about 15 minutes ago of golf ball size hail that fell through there, and there's what their jam cam currently looks like at the moment.
Is that clearing behind?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of clearing.
So this is a northbound camera. So there's the northbound lane. So if you're looking to the north, that is off to the west, and that's where the clearing is coming from. Yeah, it's good perspective, Randy. But yeah, it gives you an idea. And that background right there, you see how clear it is? That's severe clear. And it's coming for everybody, probably sooner than you think. As we head through the next couple of hours, the storms will eventually clear down into northeast Iowa, down into central Wisconsin, which is no longer the Fox 9 viewing area, but they will take some time to get across the St. Croix, to get across the Mississippi. And so we're still talking about storms across the region.
Radar there quickly. The next potential city/town of note in our area would be Red Wing. Look, the tip of that storm was just starting to touch Red Wing to the south and to the west of that city. Is that about right?
And I don't know if we're able to pull up our Red Wing cameras, but we have a really nice camera there.
So we just got a report of golf ball size hail in Steele County, about 2 miles northeast of Hope. Yeah, golf ball size hail. No thanks.
No.
No, yeah, go ahead, take Red Wing if we've got it. There's Red Wing.
Yeah, so your radar would indicate that that storm, as you had predicted, the tracking of that would eventually touch Red Wing, and that's about where we are now.
Yeah. But I will tell you that storm, come back to Weather 1, my Ian's radar. That storm has a massive extension, not only from Goodhue County, where we have the Doppler indicated tornado warning still here until 6:30, but see that flashing gold box? That's the new severe thunderstorm warning. And in the severe thunderstorm warning, I will tell you, okay, so you go special weather statement, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning. That's how the lineage works in terms of severity. Special weather statement being the lowest, obviously. This severe thunderstorm warning that's flashing in gold, there's a difference here because this is a severe thunderstorm warning with the specific words in it, considerable damage. So winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour with large hail. I just told you we had reports of Rice and Steele County with golf ball size hail. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, golf ball size hail. This, my friends, is a nasty storm as it continues to follow on the heels of the Doppler indicated tornado warning that is full here in black outline for Goodhue County. Cody Matson, the Weather Center. Go ahead.
I just want to give you an update there. We do have a new tornado warning. It is for southeastern Faribault County and western Freeborn County. So it's essentially south and southwest of Owatonna. It goes from Foster, so this is east of Blue Earth, right along Interstate 90, all the way over to Albert Lea. It does include Albert Lea. This goes through 7 p.m. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. There is no confirmed indication with this one.
So you can see it right here. That's the Doppler indicated tornado warning right across I-90, including the 3590 interchange and over top of Albert Lea. So that's brand new tornado warning, Doppler indicated until 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's really hard to see on our velocity or what we see in terms of spin in the storm itself. It looks like it's really near Foster at the moment.
Yeah, you know, the biggest problem is it's so far away from the Doppler here in the Twin Cities.
Really far away.
Okay. All right, well, you know, you start to look. So you've got the one Doppler indicated tornado warning here along I-90 into the 3590 interchange. Slide a little further to the north, you end up with this severe thunderstorm warning that'll flash here in gold and black. That severe thunderstorm warning is listed specifically with considerable damage, golf ball size hail and winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. Then you end up with this black zone box here over top of Goodhue County. That is a tornado warning, Doppler indicated tornado warning that is in place until 6:30. And Randy, you were talking about Red Wing. See, the northern extent of these storms, they blow off. They blow away here. So they're coming over top of the Mississippi, over top of Red Wing, but they're not severe. I mean, the core is well back in this line. So it's going to be one of those nights where we're introducing the information about the core of these storms. And then you come back to the metro and you're like, no big rumbles, no big rain. We had the thunder, we had the lightning, and right now we have the reports here from Orono and Medina, stretching all the way south of the downtowns of Minneapolis and St. Paul into the South Metro, including Burnsville, of a gust front or an outflow boundary. Whatever it turns out to be, once we look back at this storm, there is plenty of storm damage, plenty of trees and fences and sheds. It's going to be one of those kind of nights where you walk outside and you're like, what happened? We didn't even have a storm. But that's part and parcel of what we do here. It's not just about storm centric, it's about damage and where that is and trying to keep you ahead of the storms. You know what I mean?
Ask another big picture question if you don't mind, and just interrupt me if you need to go back to the radar. But you know, we talked and you talked a lot about getting those eyewitness reports on the ground and the storm chasers information and what they go out and do tomorrow to evaluate any damage with the technology that you're using, which is so advanced compared to, you know, when we grew up, how all of that works together. And I'm just wondering, as you're sitting here watching this unfold today, what do you think that we'll learn from a system like this tomorrow and the days that follow? What are you looking to learn learn from something like this situation?
I'm looking up because I'm thinking the best way to say this. The only way to look back on this storm is to say, you know, I've said this for years. When we talk about the possibility of storms, and in this case, we had a category 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, very learned individuals, a group of learned individuals whose sole job is to focus on storms and storm development, had us in a category 4 out of 5, stretching all the way back to Friday. In other words, we had all the ingredients for even bigger storms to happen, but it'd be like saying, you guys, everybody come here. We're going to build the biggest bonfire ever. And you build it and you stack and you put special paper in there and you get it. And then you look around and you say, did anyone bring a match? It's possible to have the best setup for storms, the best setup for bonfires. And it's also possible that it doesn't quite unfold that way. We had parts of the viewing area with visible, verifiable damage today. The metro proper, and that would be the metro inside the loop, went without storms but still had blow down, extreme wind damage. And now we're still dealing with these strong storms to the south. Look, there's Lakeville. There's the metro right behind that red box. Come here into Goodhue County, a new severe thunderstorm warning that has finally crossed the Mississippi. Now we're into Pepin and Pierce counties. So we extend out of Goodhue and get into Pepin and Pierce counties. You look at Buffalo and Trempealeau counties, probably next in line. Rochester, for our friends to the south, this line of storms, as this came in, it sort of used Owatonna, and Cody and I were talking about this, almost as a pivot point. So the storms came here, and the rest of the line sort of pivoted like my elbow. Owatonna has stayed right there in the storms for the better part of the last hour. This should eventually move toward Rochester here as we head through the next 90 minutes. But now the storms are finally crossing over the Mississippi, as I mentioned, out of Goodhue into Pepin and Pierce counties with a severe thunderstorm warning now until 7:15. And important to note, when we talked about the severe thunderstorm warning, it mentioned specifically considerable damage for the possibility of golf ball size hail and winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. It's a great question, Kelsey. We learn something from every single storm. We learn a better approach, we learn different approaches, and we learn how to monitor and track storms every single time we go through this.
Yeah. What's the speed of this storm? I mean, you were talking, those numbers have varied throughout the afternoon, early evening, but at one point it was moving, I think Cody said, at 55 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour?
Forward speed, yeah. We've gone as high as 60. We've gone as low as 25. So a storm isn't a constant. Right? It's a breathing mechanism using all available energy that surrounds the storm from the mid-levels of the atmosphere to everything down at ground level. So the storm will find fuel and grow and race, and then lose fuel and shrink and slow down. And right now, most of these storms are moving off to the east. Well, here, let me do this, Randy. I'll track one for you and you get a really good idea. So let's just move in on the storms that are moving here through parts of Goodhue County. I'll track them. So what you see on the Doppler setup right now, Doppler has locked in, and those gold boxes are, I've talked about that. That's spin as the Doppler unit takes 5 individual slices at varying heights. That's spin that it's reading in the storm. And that little tracking fan that it spits out right there, that gives you an idea where the center, the strongest portion of the storm, the spin that it's found, that's where it will be in 30 minutes. So let's track that particular cell because the Doppler's already given us the forward speed. And if I mirror it there, that's forward speed generally east at 30 miles per hour, working to Belvedere in the next 10 minutes. So forward speed on these storms around 30 miles per hour. And I mentioned earlier, rule of thumb, it's about a county an hour. So if you're sitting here looking, you're like, well, what does that mean as these storms continue to roll right here? A county an hour puts most of these storms in the next 2 hours out of the Fox 9 viewing area, even as they cross the Mississippi and dive off to the east.
We do have a new image, Ian, coming in from Blooming Prairie and Dodge and Steele counties, that area just south of Albert Lee and that area that we've been watching, or north of Albert Lee and south of Owatonna. So look at the clouds. Just look at that storm system as it moves in.
What do you see there? You know, I mean, people look up at the sky and obviously everything looks ominous in storms like this, right?
Yeah, especially when you ever shot it with a .5.
Yeah,
that's my daughter's favorite. Dad, let's shoot your face with a .5. it tends to give you that big kind of bubbly mirrored glass look. But when you look at it, the first thing my takeaway is the lowering of clouds. Anytime we talk about the lowering of clouds, that's bad news. The second thing is here, you see the striations, that kind of the difference in clouds off for the upper right-hand corner up here to the difference in clouds here to the upper left-hand cloud. You know, when we talk about the big mesocyclone, that big parent storm that's spinning, then you talk about these kind of puffy clouds that are attached to it, almost like decorations that pull away and they morph, they'll get laminar at times. So, I mean, it's a decent foreboding, ominous storm that was rolling into the area, and of course that was also the storm that pushed off into off east and northeast, off into areas like Goodhue County, where we had the Doppler indicated tornado warnings.
Yeah, we're looking to get some more information out of Goodhue County to just see what's happened as that storm passes, because
I'd love to find a little ground truth in Kenyon.
Yeah, hail in particular was, as you guys pointed out, was a huge factor in that area.
Worried about that area right now.
Yeah, is it just me? Is it unusual that the storm? I mean, the line from tip to base of that storm, I mean, it spans a long way. Why is it held together like that? Normally, don't they break up sooner or later?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it depends how the storm forms. It'd be like saying I painted that house, but I used cheap paint, and you're like, well, the paint didn't hold very well. I painted that house. I used the most expensive paint. It's looked great for 10 years. So the dynamics of the storm, does it form along a front? Does it use any energy from the low-level jet? Does it use and expand using the sun and the differential heating of clouds versus sun through the entire afternoon? Is there what we call CAPE, convective available potential energy, the amount of energy measured in kilojoules in the atmosphere? So all of those things come together. Generally, when we look at this line right here, you notice how it's staying together. There have been recorded straight line wind events, and when a wind event comes together, if this line were to stay together for the next 6 hours, we would classify this as a derecho. Straight line, Spanish, derecho. So with the derecho, if this stayed intact, we have numerous case studies over the last 20 and 30 years that we talk about derechos rolling for some 500 or 600 miles intact, creating tornadoes and storm warnings the entire way. It is all about storm dynamics. If there is fuel, if there is a causative mechanism like a front, then there's no telling how long a storm can stay in place. And I know that's a wild thing to say, right? Because most people are like, the storms start and the storms stop. And I think that's what we were taught as kids, right? There's a thunderstorm and then it's not there anymore. But it goes somewhere. Even if it's not where we live, the storm continues and it goes somewhere. The one really cool thing about Doppler, when I talk about those little icons that lock in, we call them skits. A lot of times we can look for those skits. They'll get an identification number, storm ID. We can look for those skits as that storm moves, not just across counties, but across state lines, multiple states. And we can say, my gosh, that started here in state XYZ and ended here in state ABC. And all along the way, it was intact and it created damage. It's an amazing thing, some of the Doppler technology that we use right now, in able to find, label, and track these storms.
Yeah, the way this has held up over the last couple of days it's an intimidating system.
And I just want to sort of recap a little bit or summarize a little bit, have you guys do that for our viewers that may not have joined us throughout the afternoon or early evening. To my recollection, we haven't had any sort of confirmed damaging tornadoes on the ground as of this point.
Yep, absolutely correct. We have had, by my count, 6 Doppler indicated tornado warnings, of which there is still one valid here, straddling I-90 into the I-90 I-35 interchange in Albert Lea. A Doppler indicated tornado warning. We had one observed tornado warning, which was further along here toward Fairmont. At this point, it looks like it was a funnel cloud, but in order for it to be an observed tornado warning, the funnel cloud has to be in contact with the ground. All of this ground truth that I speak of generally comes with the light of day tomorrow, where we can find, oh, here's where we had spin. in the Doppler unit. We get out there and we say, oh my gosh, look at the field. The trees are down. Okay, we had something causative happen here. And then we study it and go a couple of steps further. It has been a raucous night. For a spell, those storms that were here, northwest of the metro, those were not great for parts of Sherburne and Stearns County and Isanti County all the way into Malacca. Now the storms that are still here and still working, coming across the Mississippi into parts of southwestern Wisconsin, Pepin and Pierce counties. I don't want to forget about you, Buffalo and Trempealeau counties. You're next in the line. All of these storms will continue to fire and keep rolling using some incredible energy that was built up earlier today from central Iowa just north here into Minnesota. For the metro, no big storms, no big boomers. I know there are going to be people out there. I'm pretty sure my inbox will be full of people saying, we didn't get anything. Well, I mean, I'll show you the pictures of folks whose trees have come down. Yeah. Jam cam. Okay, let's go to the jam cam as I try and explain
this. This is just outside of Albert Lee, right along 35.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so this is the Doppler indicated tornado warning. No, you can see the lightning. We talk about the clouds that begin to drop down again. The people at MnDOT, I swear, they're awesome.
Yes.
They're just
been doing a great job today.
Awesome. As we lose the light of day, and we haven't done that yet, we're 20 to 7. Sunset, I think, is 8:14 tonight. As we lose see the lightning in the background, how it's flashing, and you get the idea that the clouds illuminate. At night, when we're trying to figure out what's going on with storms, that's something we look at. This gives it a little bit better of an idea here, how dark and ominous this looks in the background. So let's do the math, too. So it's I-35, and this is on the southbound lanes. So the southbound lanes will be going that way. So that's south, right? Well, no, that's south this way. Right, so you start to look, and there's north. That's the northbound lanes going that way. So you're starting to look here off to the northwest of Albert Lee, and that's the storm that's rolling down I-90. The Doppler indicated tornado warning that is in place, straddling I-90 into the I-35 interchange. It's great, great video. I got to send the people at MnDOT a pizza.
Get that big picture view of what the clouds look like as it's coming in or moving toward a certain area.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that if you walk out your door right now and you see this, you're like, honey, get the kids, get the dog, we're going in the basement, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's like sci-fi.
Yeah, the absolute right thing to do. As I've been saying all day long, staying skyware is about knowing what's happening with your surroundings. Fox 9 Weather App, me on the air with Cody, me on the air with Kelsey and Randy, me on the air earlier with Cody and Amy. That's how we try and keep you ahead of the storm, to make sure that you're prepared. Nobody can stop this happening, but we sure can get you that information well in advance so that you can take appropriate precautions.
Speaking of precautions, are those looky-loos there, or do we have
storm chasers
there on the road? Ian, there.
I think they're chasers, especially the guys with the lights. Yeah, I think they're chasers. I mean, you see they're out of their vehicle. Generally, you'll find chasers in pods, groups like this.
So what are they looking for? What do they see there when they look? I mean, they're looking at the same thing we're looking at.
Yeah, they're looking at the lowering clouds. Remember, I talked about Scud? Watch this. Oh, if he keeps it there, watch this. Oh, stop. See that little piece of cloud, how it's kind of moving and it'll rip off, and a part of it will extend and get sucked back off. All along this line of dropping clouds, we're going to find that. That lets you know that, I mean, it's like looking at a river that's big and wide and calm and then looking at the rapids. Well, this, all along this line, this is like looking at the rapids. This is where you figure out that the energy and the overall spin of these clouds. See how it drops and then it whips back up? It's like watching somebody make cotton candy.
Yeah.
Working in the big bowl. By the way, cotton candy's delicious. I just thought I'd say that. But there it is, the lowering of the clouds, and that's exactly what they're looking at.
And you can see how fast it's moving right now as you're pointing out all of these features as well. Yeah, and we're just still in the thick of it.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is just take a couple of minutes, go back to my radar in the background, and just give people an overall view here of where we sit right now. Because when we look at Doppler behind me and you get the idea of what's going on, that's the tornado watch that was issued around 3:30 this afternoon. It is still valid, but I will tell you this, it is going to suddenly start to erode. It will no longer include the Twin Cities as we head into this evening. You go from the Twin Cities and everywhere west-southwest, severe clear, my friends. The storms here are south and east of the metro. These storms will continue to track here off to the east and to the northeast. We mentioned that Pepin and Pierce are in the severe thunderstorm warning with parts of Goodhue County right now. I'd look for Buffalo and Trempealeau and for these storms to continue even into areas like Rochester as the southern portion of this line catches up along I-90. If you are in south and southwest Minnesota and it's not far from the metro into Goodhue County, you're still in your severe storm plan. You're still staying sky aware. But for the metro right now, I will tell you we go into severe clear. If you've got pictures of damage from the gust front, the outflow boundary, the strong winds that came through the metro, man, we would love to see them. And I will tell you this, if you sent me a nasty email on my email, chances are I'll reply to you at some point tonight with a smiley face.
Well, also, I would love to encourage our viewers who are down in that Kenyon area, Goodhue County area, that you guys have been focusing on most recently, where the hail seemed to be the most robust in that area.
Right.
Please, we really want those images as soon as possible. It's not safe for us to send our people into those areas until after the fact. So the quicker we can get that stuff to our viewers, the better. So please.
And let us know how you're doing.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing after seeing that tornado warning and just seeing that on radar and not knowing what's happening there on the ground. And we have gotten a few pictures in from Kenyon, but this is from Owatonna, and that shows the hailstones there. Not quite golf.
Quarter size?
Yeah, quarter-sized hail.
And again, I think you guys nailed it when you said the hailstones are going to range from like that size all the way up to 2+ inches, and we've seen the extent of all of that.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot in from Owatonna right now. Mitchell, do we have some more pictures that we can show that are new and just into our newsroom?
Wind
so
damage.
Gusty winds again.
Lindstrom. Well, that's a different area than we've seen so far. That's sort of those outbound areas that we were talking about before. And may not have seen much rain, but they certainly saw some gusts of wind throughout this storm.
Kind of like a train that just keeps rolling through, and we have been watching this all day.
And I think it's important too, even though it didn't strike the metro per se, Ian, there's no underestimating what some people experienced in this storm.
No, and I would be the first person that would say, well, thank goodness it didn't hit the metro.
Exactly.
Well, other people will go, ah, darn it, I wanted a storm. And I'm telling you, I've been on plenty of storm assessments after the fact, and anybody who says they would like something like that, it's misguided at best. You can dream about storms, but it's not the movie Twister, my friends. It is real, it is dangerous, and it is a part of our lives. Today is a fact of that. The blowdown in parts of the metro, you know, if you wanted a storm and suddenly there's a tree that's destroyed your deck, someone's going to be paying for that, and it's probably you. You know, so there are real life consequences to strong storms. And as we move through the rest of this evening, those storms will continue to roll. I will tell you this, it was an absolute pleasure to have Cody Matz with me away from the morning shift, tracking storms this afternoon. He's one of the best. So Cody, thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate the compliment.
You kind of know what each other is thinking when you get into the storm coverage. So it's just amazing to watch you work together.
Ian, can you do one final thing, and then I'm going to let you sort of go back to your radar if that's what you see. Give our viewers sort of a summary of what people experienced throughout the day. It's hard to sort of look back on it and go, but a lot of people did see some serious elements of storm, from hail to wind to you name it. Just go through what folks experienced. Or are experiencing even right now.
Right. You know, the storm started down in the southwest corner, coming out of Sioux Falls. Areas like Laverne started to pick up the first severe thunderstorm warnings, the first tornado warnings of the day. This is going back 6 hours, so go back with me. There's the storms forming, and if you will, you end up with two distinct lines, and you see them. There's where they pull apart, and then the lines advance. That northernmost line has advanced to nothing. The southernmost line hit I-35 in and around Owatonna, and I mentioned this earlier. It's like it hit a pivot point, and Cody was mentioning this. From Owatonna, the rest of the line just sort of fell over, and as it falls over like that, it'll follow this track all the way out to the northeast. It's kind of running the line, the Barra Clinic boundary, if you will. It's running the line right here between the cooler, dense, humid air and where we had the pockets of sunshine and the warmer, more humid air off to the south. So it's running that line almost like a train. I think the one thing we're going to start to see from Albert Lea all the way here toward Rochester and then advance into southern Wisconsin is an effect we call training. And Randy, you've heard this before, and so have you, Kelsey. Think about a thunderstorm that uses this line almost like a train track. But it's not just one storm, it is consecutive storms like this falling over. When you end up with training, the danger then becomes some very, very high rain in a very short period of time. So training thunderstorms, spinning thunderstorms, hailing thunderstorms, we're not finished with that here off to the south. But for the metro, as that line fell apart, and thank goodness it did, we ended up with a blowdown in parts of the West Metro, Medina, Maple Grove, all the way into Orono, south of the downtowns of Minneapolis and St. Paul, even as far south as Burnsville. Then you just saw from Lindstrom some trees down. We're going to find pockets of damage like that. The takeaway here is that for the last couple of days, we talked about the storms, people knew about the storms, and we were on the air to warn of the storms. We can't stop the storms, but we can certainly do our best to get you and your family ahead of the storms, and that's what I'm so proud of working here at Fox 9. We do it.
Well, so to come tonight, we had the folks to the south of us and in Wisconsin. They're the next in the sort of line of this storm. They're the ones that should be on the lookout now, right?
Yeah, and as things change in the next hour or two along this line, I'll break back into programming. We're going to go live with our weather on Fox 9 Plus, 9 Plus. If you'd like to follow us over there with Tim Blotz. But then, of course, we'll have an entire wrap-up of the day and how things unfolded tonight at 9 and 10. I'm not going anywhere. No. I'm going to be in the Weather Center. If things change, I'll break into Fox programming and I'll break into Fox 9 Plus programming. And of course, we'll be online. So this isn't me saying goodbye for the night. This is me saying we're going to take a quick break, gather our thoughts, and continue our coverage on the other side of the break.
All right. We'll see you a bit later on at 9 and 10 too, for sure, right?
Mm-hmm. We'll be right back.